Páni, takže sme tu. Je 18.8.2025, začneme 8.46, tento nočný segment. Skontrolujeme zvukovú stopu, ti sedí, je zase jeden senior, pán Štoloverka. Páni, takže sme tu. Je 18.8. jednotka a 5.45. Naozaj už máme po celom Držgrošovi, máme tu aj nápojku, 6.51, 5.45. A 5.45 je tiež v zázvorí. Tu bude toto. Jup, v zázvorí. Takže ukážeme si nápojku, ukážeme si Napstera a pôjdeme to samozrejme proudiť. Uvidíme, či sa dneska dostane nebulu alebo nie. V každom prípade ukážeme si nápojku. Je to klasický Hell Focus Plus, citrónka. Hell Focus Plus, citrónka. To vyzerá, takýto Hell Focus Plus, takáto makarena. Takže takto vyzerá Hell Focus Plus, citrónka, citrónový Hell. 250 ml servátka, 250 ml bublifok, malý šovinista, áno, taký poldecaj, taký polino. Taký vitamínmi, znova taká výživa. No, znova taká výživa. Tak makaronka, Focus Plus. No. Výživové hodnoty sú tu, gives you power like hell, takže znova to známa šarlatánska klasika. Gives you power like hell, výživové údaje. Takže áno. Ako to vyzerá z vrchu, takýto šarlatán, takýto makaron, takýto makino, takýto maxter. Dobre. Samozrejme, dávať si do nosa, lízneme, nikomu nepovieme tajne, dobre? Hell Focus Plus. Čo je manko? To vyzerá. Ukážem len raz pičusové, tak sa sústredte. No. Hell Focus Plus, 250 ml servátka, klasický bublifuk. Dáme si do nosa, lízneme, nikomu nepovieme tajne. Veľmi dobré. To máme za sebou. Konečne sme predali tú lízelku jednu. Predali sme to brnenie za tých 80. Litograf. Takže tohto sme sa už zbavili. Ešte nám samozrejme ostal dali sme trošku seniorovi do nosa. Senior si to raz zabrzgal. No my teda hovorím, je to štandardné. Taká štandardná makarena. Posledné gobliny už končia. Môžeme zistiť. Takže nie sú žiadne informácie.
Throne Liberty has a bunch of functions inside of the game which can get it sometimes a little bit overwhelming, and even sometimes I make mistakes and use materials or waste solvent or loosen when I don't have to. In this video, I'm going to be showing you guys what I do every single week to make sure that I'm saving time, saving materials, and doing things more efficiently. Hopefully this video can help you guys out, so let's just jump into it. The first thing I want to start with is the raids. When you guys are raiding in normal mode, make sure if you're pugging, which I usually do if I don't have static, if you guys have pugging, or if you're running a static, when you guys start the boss, you can start with just dying at the boss. You get an insane attack and HP boost by just dying, and the buff gives stacks every time you die. Every 3 minutes, if you die and then you start to fight and then you die after 3 minutes, you get 2 stacks. What I do right before Calanthea, for example, is I just pull the boss, I jump into the water, and I start the normal mode with a pug group with a buff. This helps a lot of players out because these buffs are extremely strong, especially when they stack, but just get the stack immediately when you start the fight and then get the other stacks later after 3 minutes if you need to. Since we're talking about heroic raids, we gotta talk about heroic weapons. Heroic weapon upgrade, you guys should definitely check out my video when I'm upgrading my weapon. But for the people that did not watch it, I want to tell you guys real quick that when you guys are upgrading your weapons, make sure when you're upgrading weapons and you're trading them here, you're using blue T2s to stack blessings. Don't buy the heroic, don't buy the epic, buy the blue T2. So let's say you are making the daggers, okay? Daggers, you need attack speed, heavy attack, and crit are the probably ones that you need, right?
To je moja Dexterita 6900. To je moja Dexterita, bitches.
Our attack speed doesn't exist. I made this mistake, so you guys don't have to make it. Attack speed doesn't exist in T2 Blue, only T2 Epic. So what you can do is you can just buy the cheapest one, which is probably going to be critical hit chance. So you go here, you buy critical hit chance right here. You will see the blue ones are 10. Oh, that's cheap, cheap, cheap. There's 10, while the heavy attack ones will be probably like 15, I'm guessing. Let's see, yeah, 14. So what I would do is I would just buy out the crit ones right here, right? And I would just buy the crit ones the whole time. I wouldn't upgrade anything just till you guys get enough blessing stacks.
Oh,
and
shit.
then I would just buy the epic attack speed one. So I would go here and I will type attack speed, and you will see there's no blue ones, but there are epic ones. So once you have a blessing stack with a crit hit, you can upgrade the trade with that attack speed later. So you just level it up with crit, stack your blessing, and then you buy the epic attack speed, 3 of them. You trade it up to attack speed, then you trade up to heavy attack, and then you trade it up to critical chance with just critical hit blue traits. This is the way you guys should do it. I kind of messed up here, so you guys don't have to. It's going to be extremely cheap just to level up all your traits. You just use the blue T2s and buy them out. So make sure you guys do that. Next up is when you guys are queuing for your weekly or your daily, and you're trying to get rid of your contracts right here. An extremely important thing that I will highly advise people to do, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, is a lot of people just go here and they do random matchmaking, right? You should go here, you'll do random matchmaking because you want the matchmaking box. But sometimes the queue takes forever, and you don't always want the loot from the 1-star, 2-star, 3-star dungeon. So my best thing that I do is I go to Dimensional Trials and I just queue Crypt or Ranker Wood. Usually I do Crypto Augmentation because you can have a chance to get the new accessories. Because this, by random matchmaking, you get the buff, Dimensional Trial, you get runes also by doing T1, and it's very easy, and you get the chest, right? So just same as this randomized chest,
shit,
you will
man.
get it here, but you get better rewards by doing this, and the queue hits way faster on doing crypto augmentation, and that way you can also loot your chest and get rid of your currency. So make sure you guys, if you guys are doing your dailies, do your Dimensional Trial, you get better rewards, and You get runes too, which you can level up, and the goes way faster. Because some of the dungeons take really long. You get like really bad ones, it can take a long time. So crypt is pretty fast in my opinion. So make sure you guys do that. Next up is I will only advise this if you guys are not doing your Nebula every single week, because Nebula takes a lot of time. Not everybody has time to go and farm Nebula. If you guys are not farming Nebula at all every single week, there's still a thing that I would advise you guys to do that I've been doing for several weeks now. Is you guys would just go to Lawless Lands right here, and just for the weekly, because Nebula gives you guys, look at this. Playing out Nebula will give you 60 of these, which is really nice to hit your weekly cap and get some extra runes and stuff. So what I usually do is I just go here. Guys, please, if you guys see me here, don't kill me, okay? I just go over here and I just park my character right here, and then I go make dinner or eat dinner or whatever, and I come back after 2 or 3 hours, and then my weekly mission has been completed. I only do this because I don't farm Nebula. If you're farming Nebula, don't do this. It's only if you don't have time to do Nebula, or you don't like doing Nebula or whatever, or you're like burnt out on Nebula, just go park your character there. 2 hours. Usually nobody for every single. I've been doing this for 3-4 weeks. Nobody has killed me there, so just find a good spot to stay there 2 hours, and then you'll get your weekly take of 60 juicer. So it's a huge tip to save a lot of time if you guys don't do it. The next thing I want to talk about is spamming the contract picker. Also, again, I am only doing dailies again because of these tips. Because I'm kind of burnt out with most of the stuff, and they're really boring. But with the new DaVinci's Favor, which I think everybody should invest in, is you get the contract managers. What I usually do with the contract manager, I've shown this before, but I can show it again, is I will go pick up quests right here. I'll pick up the usually.
Aby som ušetril pol hodinu denne? Aby som ušetril pol hodinu denne? Môžem ostať pol hodinu denne.
But I go for letters last year. Collect, for example, letter in bottles. Whatever. So I can pick up the quest, and then go to the place where it is, and I'll summon my contact picker. So I'll just pick it, complete it.
Primitívny bastard. Chorý jedinec.
Quest again, complete it, go back to the NPC. Now you will not get the big chests and stuff, or if you're looking for certain materials, you won't get it. But you can finish all of your 60 quests in like 3 minutes, and it's really nice. If it happens that you're not getting the same quest again, you can abandon it to waste a contract. But in my opinion, this is so worth it. Instead of spending, like, it's even faster than the cooking one, and it doesn't require any like extra materials and stuff. You can just pick it up, hand it in, pick it up, hand it in. Just saves the same amount of time. So definitely do this if you guys want to save time and you contracts, just to get the contracts done. Next up is DaVinci. This is where I talked about DaVinci. DaVinci is really good, but there's one thing you guys need to be careful about DaVinci is it expires when it expires the last 28 days. But when it expires, if you guys are stacking extra Vista contract, I don't know if they fixed it yet, but if they haven't, if you guys have 80,000 contract, because the DaVinci increases the amount of contract tokens and dimensional contract tokens, all of these that you can have, right, and additional. But if you have 80K and then the DaVinci runs out, you will lose 40K. You will just eat it because you don't have DaVinci anymore. So make sure you're either buying DaVinci before it runs out, instead of like a calendar thing, or make sure you use up your juicier contract stuff when you guys are actually playing before the DaVinci runs out, or you will just lose out on 40,000 contracts or extra tokens that you have in addition. So be careful of that, and I think maybe you will also have some issues because you do get like extra storage and stuff. I don't think the storage stuff will disappear, but it's probably eventually going to force you to like level up your storage. I don't know exactly. I can't give you guys exactly how the this stuff works, but I heard the contract tokens they will just disappear. So be careful of that. Okay, it's extremely important. And then we're going to talk about the heroic weapons. You are probably trying to level up your heroic weapons, which is a good thing. Leveling them up. You need growth zones. Now you guys are probably wondering, how many growth zones do you actually need realistically to level up your heroic? Now there is on the quest log, I can show you guys real quick. On quest log, you have this, which will show you basically how many things that you need to level up your stuff. So here you can go and you can see if you want to target to level 12, The minimum requirement is 150, which nobody will hit because it's almost impossible to hit this. I had around 250 usually. The average is like 291. So if you're like lucky a little bit, you can hit two, or just average, you can hit 291 heroic growth zones. And if you're super unlucky, you will hit 477. So I would say around 310 to 320 to get your weapon to max. Should you max it? In my opinion, you should not max it. I only try to max it because of how cool it looks. But in my opinion, it's not worth maxing. What you want to do is try to get your weapon up to +9 or 10, and then get your gear piece. Most likely, you guys should be going for either cloak or gloves. You can get the helmet; it's really good for PvE stuff. But you should level up that which is +5 or +4, +5, or +6, in my opinion, and trade it out before you start working on your weapon again, and then you can get your weapon to 12. That's the best way to do it. To like increase your combat power as much as you can, because soon we have nightmare raids, which will require 7k gear score.
Really?
To get that, you probably need to wear double heroics. So yeah, make sure you guys do this.
Nightmare bude len
You need
1000
to
a
Cheese your combat power. For the people that are wondering how to do that with your runes, of course, it is tedious because we don't have presets for runes. But if you cheese your combat power, if you need extra combat power to join the team or whatever, you can put on. Like look at this for example, right? I have level 89 melee heavy attack, but I have a level 90 range hit chance. So if I equip this, I will just get an extra combat power boost. With this, I can get like 40 more combat power. It's actually crazy. So you can't cheese it. You probably know this, but it's kind of annoying because yeah, you need to swap your rules about everything. Next up, I want to talk about is your the Wandering Merchant. A lot of people question regarding the Wandering Merchant. The Wandering Merchant is to get obsidian weapons, which is really good if you get 100 obsidians. I'm almost there, so I can't wait to get it. And then you can upgrade your Nebula accessories with him. In my opinion, not worth it, but it is pretty cheap to upgrade if you do have Nebula. Now, where do you find the Wandering Merchant? Like, you can either go inside of gear, and usually it depends on his when the time is, because on certain times he spawns at different spots, and many people think he just walks around the whole map. That's not exactly how he works. He actually has a straight pattern on different areas. If you guys look at the map, you will see I draw a little bit of map here. The red areas are basically his patterns. So usually, depending on the time of the day, he will walk around certain patterns. I haven't shown all the patterns. He also has the walking pattern like Black Anvil and stuff. But the best spot during prime time, I usually see him underneath the castle in Herba Village, inside the cave. You guys can follow the map pattern. And he just walks the same pattern over and over again, depending on what hour it is, and he will not like move from that spot until he goes to a different spot, and then he like basically teleports there. Then he walks a certain pattern there too. So he doesn't walk throughout the whole map. He just walks a certain pattern, and then usually the best thing is just look for him in Herba Village. If it's not underground, just wait a couple more hours, and he will probably appear there eventually. So that would be a good, easy way for you guys to find a Wandering Merchant. Now, very important, my next tip is PvE weapons and PvE gear. It is extremely important that you guys start investing properly in PvE stuff, because when people are looking, for example, you want to do dimensional trials, or you want to do raids, you want to join a group, people usually don't invite you because first you have to show your weapons. That's like the main thing. If you don't show your weapons, you don't get invited unless it's a complete setting. So how do you get invited very easily? So I'm going to tell you guys this, and it does require a lot of investment. Get PvE weapons. Nobody, when people look at your weapons, they want to see that the weapons they're using are good for PvE. Certain weapons like Belendir, Staff, for example, is not good for PvE. Stuff like that. People want to see if you have PvE weapons, and then they want to see you have trade. So right now, I can get away with it because I'm a tank. But if somebody sees me and they see that I have hit chance trade on my weapon and I'm a DPS, they're not going to invite me, right? So for example, this I have the Crimson Hell Skewer. Here they will see, okay, this guy's using heavy attack speed, which is good. He's using Dex in his rune, which is good. He's using probably skill damage boost. Something if you have a rune for Chaos Rune for attack, heavy attack, whatever. They will look at your weapon and will see you are gear, and that way you get invited to the position. If you have tip chance, when I invite quality supervisory raids or hard raids, if people have tip chance, if they're in the weapons, I don't invite them. So just invest in proper PvE weapons and gear. When I talk about gear, it's not really expensive to invest in gear, and I will tell you guys why. Let's say most people want Imperial Seeker, right? You want Imperial is one of the best PvE sets that you guys can get. The chest plate is, let's see, 370 Lucent right now. And then when you get it, right, you can use the sync system. You sync it to level 12 immediately. And then you guys are buying a speed. You have to trade it, and that's really expensive. Yes and no. What I would do if I were you guys is if I have the Imperial Seeker as chest, you will see for PvE, you only would need buff duration and max health. Sometimes you don't even need max health, but you only need to trade it either with the buff duration or whatever. The
Aqui
other
o pitch
stuff,
de
they
buff
don't
duration.
matter for PvE, so you don't have to fully trade out your PvE.
Mas o
gear.
pitch buff
You just want to
duration.
sync it up to max level and get like a trade, which if it has a cooldown speed or something like that, you can trade it. If you look at I have some gold here, probably I can show you guys. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a perfect example. I have Void Stalker, Caress, got a 12 sync, attack speed is max, nothing else is traded because he doesn't give me anything more PvE stuff. If you look at my Crown, Skull of Victory, now I could probably trade this a little bit more, but the same thing goes, right? If you look at the Crown, Skull, extract right here, max health is the one I could get. Mana cost, if you struggle with mana cost, but again, you have to fully trade it out. You can trade it out for the people that are probably saying, yeah, but Speed, what about the resonance trade? Yes, you can trade out if you want a good resonance effect, which would be like max health. They're all mainly defense trades anyways. So it's not that important. The main important thing is have PvE weapons, have PvE gear. It's going to change your life inside PvE. It will do way more damage. It's not that expensive as people think, and it will just be much better for your experience inside the game. You'll get invited way more. They will see you have really good damage, and it's not going to require a lot of investment. And it's going to be coming raids now and stuff like that. So just invest in the PvE. Next up is real quick. I gotta talk about this because recently it's been issues in dungeons and raids, and I don't know if people know or not, but when you guys block a fury attack or a fury attack, and then usually a quick fury attack happens right after, I see a lot of you guys are dying and saying, yo, I can't block, I don't know how to block, it's not working, stuff like that. Now each, depending on the weapon you have, right, or the block you're using, each block has an effect. So when you block, you have to usually use a skill, which is going to be the same thing, which is going to be your one. You have to actually save it if you or use it. If you're not using it, you cannot block again. Basically, you would die to a second boss attack. So if you have a block that says you have to block and then you have to block successfully block, you have to charge the boss. You have to actually charge the boss with the skill before you can block again. A lot of people recently don't know this. For some reason, when I'm doing like micro and stuff, I see a lot of people are just dying to the boss because he does double or triple blocks depending on where you're standing in the position when he does like the blue zone, and people just fail the block because they don't understand that they have to actually use the block skill when you do a successful block before they can block again. So sometimes it's actually better to use a different block from your weapon. If you have like great sword or you have SNS, or if you have a slow block, you can actually swap your block with your other weapon, and that will make it a little bit easier for you when you do time. So those are like the main important small tips that I can give you guys. I think if you guys do that, you will have a little bit better time in the game. It will save a bunch of time when it comes to keys and stuff like that. And just gearing up, getting PvE gear is really good, and it's not that expensive always. Even though the game makes it hard, you can get through it. So hopefully this video helped you guys out. And good luck with getting your heroics and all that good stuff, and getting your CP to 7K so you guys can do that. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to all the members of the channel. You're going to see you right here, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Meet today's scammer.
Your mother, what are you trying to do? Yeah. I'll put.
He's upset because I just spent hours slowly torturing him.
Do not try to use the enter key from your keyboard.
Oh, you know I'm freaking hitting enter.
I have to tell
If
my
you
master I'm not
get,
going to be making this service. Is that okay?
you need beating now.
He's running the same old scam where he connects to my computer and tries to steal my money. But I'm going to make it so excruciating for him just to realize that he's not going to be scamming anyone. Or at least not for today.
Takže dali ste mi naspäť Umbramancer s kritickou šancou. Dali ste mi naspäť Umbramancer s kritickou šancou. Ako... Ten Umbramancer je veľmi solidná zbraň. Poza Perception sila, cooldowny. Umbramancer to vie točiť. No? Je to taká solidná svastika s tým Umbramancerom. No? Taká solidná svastika. Ahoj, odkedy máme kaskádu a Wheelbreakera. Tematika trošku išla hore s Wheelbreakerom a kaskádou. Tematika trošku išla hore, čo? Špáci, chorí kalibráci, mentálni vranači. Tematika išla hore, vranači. S kaskádou. Kaskáda trošku inak vyrúbáva. Čo? Dojdeš? Ten Quake Blade, on aj kaskáde pomáha v niečom? Ona pomáha v kaskáde? To je Gaia Crash, to nevyzerá, že funguje na kaskádu. Nevyzerá, že funguje na kaskádu. A kaskáda je silný Valibook, lebo ich navnadíš na seba, myslia si, že si mŕtvý, ale potom robíš kaskádu. Videli sme, čo im kaskáda spravila, aký makavalizmus? Videli sme, čo kaskáda znamená? To je to, čo hovorím. Jo, aj kaskáda je úplne zničí. Neviem, či funguje ten Wheelbreaker. Ja nevidím, že by im to znižovalo tých 720. Myslíte, že ma s tým Wheelbreakerom bluffujú, tí bastardi? Že robia promiskuitný bluff? Tí choriednice? Myslíte, že robia promiskuitný bluff? To musím otestovať. Jumpnem. Nevidím, že by fungoval. Nevidím, že by fungoval. Myslíš, že funguje? Ja sa zdá, že nefunguje ten damage dealer. Dalo to, Wheelbreaker je tam. Dalo to, funguje, ale... No, malo by to fungovať, dalo mu to. Dalo mu to solidnú svastiku, ten Wheelbreaker. Zase sme trošku upgradeli systém, máme nejaké nové crackerky sme dali, nejaké nové pečivalstva. Oj, sem jumpneme. A keď ja znižujem tú defenzívu o veľmi solidné čiastky. O veľmi solidné čiastky. 150 plus 720, 870. Ako znížiť defenzívu 870. Ako to už je čiastka, ne? To už je čiastka. Ako 870 defenzíva dole, to už spraví damage. To už spraví damage, to sa už dá. To už je na nebole, vieš, vylizovať s týmto Frost Cleavingom. Bind, Icebound. Takže oj, tu máš veci, Ten stacks. Interesant. Ten stacks. Icebound. To použiješ dokopy z henty. To sa neoplatí. To sa neoplatí s tým nejako špekulovať. To už je priveľa špekulácie, priveľa megalománie a to už je nič. To ti stačí obyť ten klasický. Klasický ľadový útok. Aj keď nebolo by odveci to tam mať na tom Da Vinčim, ale... Len tá petelica to intervie. Kaskáda ti hovorím, kaskádu som podceňoval. Ako sú to veci, ktoré som podceňoval, ktoré keď používame, tak je to trošku väčšie šíbalstvo. Je to naozaj trošku väčšie šíbalstvo. Trošku väčšie, trošku mázanejšie a trošku drsnejšie šíbalstvo, odkedy použijeme isté svastiky. Aj to znamená, jumpneš, hodíš mu petelízaca, defenzíva je dole, 870, čokoľvek si mu dalo, to úplne vytrelo, rozlízalo a všetko je to len kaskáda. Ja som ťa chcel odniesť dozadu, ale odmietol si. Takže je to kaskáda. Kaskáda je strašne tvrdý orechový zámin. Tá filozofia úplne posunula. Kaskáda posunula filozofiu na úplne inú úroveň. Nikto nechce pyšný trpaslíčí meč. Každý má urite trpaslíčie meče. Áno, keby dali za 5000, tak by som ho hneď klikol. Asi. Za 5000 crvatiek klikneš, ideš ďalej. Ako sa aj v našej komunite, klikneš, ideš ďalej. Bude to klik a ideš ďalej. Klikneš a ideš ďalej. Klikneš a ideš ďalej. Klikneš a ideš, klikneš a ideš, klikneš a ideš ďalej. Budeš so mnou? Špicle, no poď. No potýli sa. Neboj sa. Ako kaskáda. To je iná verva. Tak áno, podcenili sme kaskádu. Ako výrazne sme podcenili kaskádu. To bola naša chyba, že sme podcenili kaskádu. Masívne. Kaskádu sme podcenili, ale už je to fixnuté. Kaskáda bola podcenená, ale už je to fixnuté, páni. Nemusíme sa bať. Dokázané pekné finančne sa dostali z toho manka, ale hlavne to vďaka tomu, že dneska sme extrémne rýchlo našli abnormálny growth. A relatívne rýchlo, na 9 pokusov sme našli aj toto. Tým pádom máme stále tých 311 000. Takže dáme také jedno kombo s kaskádou a kaskáda z neho spraví úplne malého fagana. Úplne malého fagana. Malého, chorého fagana. Taká petolízačia, takú makarénu. Kaskáda má slinu. A ja na N3 a na 0 máme chat. Kaskáda je úplne narobe z nich také škorice. Kaskáda z nich narobí extrémne škorice. Takže kaskáda sme podceňovali. Dajte za 5000. Nikomu neprasknú nervy, nedá za 5000, to by som hneď klikol. Vy čo tu? Piči sú, jak to je, zlácňujete úplne brutálne dole ceny. Choré jedince. Zlácňujete ceny prstenov do Oblivionu, vy choré jedince. Sú to ľudia, sú to choré jedince, sú to ľudia, choré jedince, sú to tie choré jedince. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince, sú to ľudia, sprosté jedince, sú to ľudia, choré jedince. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince, pekelné, sprosté, nadrbané jedince. Sú to ľudia, chorí, sú chorí, petelí. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince, sú to ľudia, zaostalé kojoty. Sú to ľudia, posratí, ľudia nasratí. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince, sú to nepodrbané kojoty. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince. Čiže sa to kombo úplne vylízalo. Vidíme, ako vylízalo to kombo? Vidíme, ako vylízalo to kombo? Rozlízali na paceku. Sú to ľudia, choré jedince, sú to ľudia, sprosté jedince, sú to tie choré jedince. To stíhame tam byť, ne? Bude to trošku tesnejšie. Sa to trošku zdržujem. Ja, to nevychádza dobre, čo sa to posunie kvôli oni. Ja som zavolal, že tá kalkulácia sa sprasil nepraznivý úväzok kvôli tomu. Vieš, dobre. Ako pravdepodobne tam pôjdeme trošku s odrnstvami. Tie odrnstva už nestíham vyhodiť, lebo som sa tu zdržal. Ale stíha to stíham. Dostali sme jeden nadvrhnutý belt ďalší, s ďalšou petrifikáciou. Stíham ho dať. Iba teraz lízne 29. Odtiaľ sa tam budem rovno portovať, nejde možno naspäť. Koľko máme? Ja 54. Je to tesnejšie, ako by som chcel, ale... Sajeme na ňu, bude to príliš čestné. Bolo by to príliš čestné. Bolo by to už príliš čestné v tej bačkore chore narušené v redovej. Osmý high-tech boss, ktorý je Danigon. Sú to ľudia choré jedince, sú to ľudia sprosté jedince, sú to ľudia vysratí, mentálne drbnutí. Sú to ľudia choré jedince, sú to ľudia sprosté jedince. Sú to ľudia zosratí, mentálne všívaví. Ja, banda kokotov. Už platíš dane za sprosté kurvy. Ja. Kam idem dozadu? Jdu dozadu, nemôžeme ísť dozadu, lebo si sprosté niečo. Nemôžeme ísť ani dole, lebo si sprosté chodeš bandy. Yep. Také som ho počul. Ja, tu sa platia extremadano. Ja, tu platíš extremadano. Teraz znovu platíš extremadano. Proste chore nádrbané kurvy, ich tu polí zadok. Without a big girl. Ale na čo si zobral? Ja mi tam dám za kokotov. Koľko máme? 19:1. Máme 21. That's fine, that's fine. Máme 21. Vypadá, že nejaké kurvy išli odzadu alebo niečo. Máme dobe várky. Ešte bude jeden reset. A dneska sú dosť veľké delaye. Tam jeden bol. Že to je dá za kokoty. Teoreticky sme OK. Takový kokoti dopredu. Je to problém samozrejme. To je samozrejme problém, čo robia. Ale trošku vám nevysvetlíš. Ой, дочь. S kúrami, jak sa mi problém. Už zase to nemá zmysel ísť. Už nemá zmysel ísť dozadu tamto čistia kurvy. Koľko mám? 24.1, toto vyčistila táto kurva. Myslím, že je čas odísť. Je čas odísť. Má 24 plus 1, 25 bední. Lepšie v tejto chore špičke, tak nebude moc. Viete prečo? Lebo sú to chorí kokoti. To znamená, vyzerá, že je to aj tu čisté na škodu veci. Ja akurát to idú chore kurvy z tejto strany. Ja to nestíham. Wow. What a mojo. To je sprostá chora kurva. Ide s prostým promiskuitnou cestou chorou. No a pozme to z tejto bagety. Tam je jedného. Bigger. To sú slabé sprosté kurvy. Keď si zoberieme, koľko nás tam je, ako dlho ich zabijeme, to som videl, to sú slabé, to sú začiatočnícky kokoti. To sú analfabeti, k tomu v hlave násraté. To vieš, že podľa toho, ako dlho sa netrápili, že ho dali, že mu dali 30% života dole, to sú začiatočnícke kurvy, sprosté chore, promiskuitné. Povieme, že nemôžu brať toho, čo je tam dole. To sú kokoti. Že to dáme rýchlejšie, keď tu tie kokoty nie sú. Problém je, že tie kokoty môžu dávať. Viete ho zabiť, máte damage, nemáte. Oh shit. A... Tu som niekde videl nejakého. Vytočíme aspoň tých 31 znova. Big AI nemajú nejakú veľkú cenu. Na to, ako dlho ich dávaš, reálne Bigger nemá cenu. Je v piči, je ožratý? Man. On sa ide posrať z buff duration. Môžeš osrať celý buff duration. Jediný buff, ktorý mám, je pičných 12 base damage. 16 base damage, 16 base damage, to je. Mal 16 base damage. Sú začiatočníci. Koľko máme? 33 a 1, je to lepšie. Je to lepšie, ako to bolo o pol tretej. Vyleli ste vodu špaci, takže to bude, viete čo vás čaká, zase odletíte, ale nič sa nedá robiť. Vyleli ste vodu. To nepriateľné v našej komunite. Takže to vám fixneme hneď, to idem fixnúť ako prvé popravde. Ja aj tam hore? Pozrieme nejakých žolíkov. Vyleli ste vodu, to bolo očakávané, že to spravíte. Niektorý z vás pičusov to zase spravil. Ale to nie je podstatné. Podstatné, že niektorý z vás pičusov to urobil. Ideme to fixnúť, ideme to fixnúť. Pozriem dvoch žolíkov. Idem sem, pozriem žolíka, idem to fixnúť, ak to nebude. Aha.
Really might be running into trouble.
A vyzerá, že je to čisté. Inšmáci potrebujú fixnúť tie veci. Ideme to fixnúť. Pozrieme sa na to. Uvidíme, či dneska sa bude práskať nebula. To je dobrá buržoázna otázka. Dobrá buržoázna. Uvidíme. Pozrieme nejakých žolíkov. Pozrieme nejakých žolsterov. To, či sa bude práskať nebula, alebo sa nebude práskať nebula, to je neisté. Jeden pičus zobral žolika. Jeden pičus zobral žoliho. Pozrieme svomba, ale to už je... Myslím, že tu sme skončili. 36-1, 35-1, 36-1. Nevylejte vodu! Asi to zhodíš. Neviem, prečo na to vyskakujú, prečo sa nevedia normálne napiť. Aj Plečníka junior to robil. No aj to je terajší Goblin, ale to je dobre, to je ešte lepšie, pevne. Kedy si vznikol, ty šparker? Škoda, že si dal Magic Endurance. Si deviatok šancu, maximálny život. Dal veci, hej, dal veci, terajší Goblin. Dal veci Tražina. Dal síce bedňu, v poslednom čase nedajú ty bedne. Z tohto aspektu je to antislína, ale nejaké šovinisty dá, nejaké šovinizmy. Veľa času lustrujeme, čo sa dá, lustrujeme. Žolikovia nevyšli, ale je špička. A konec koncov môže byť spokojný, pretože dali sme 36 bední, čo je viacej ako bolo po tretej. Po tretej sme dali 31, 32, niečo tak. Ešte nehádžeme flintu do žita, samozrejme, ešte nehádžeme flintu do žita. Takže samozrejme flinta do žita nehádže. Ale už sa pomaličky začína flinta do žita hádzať. Môžem skontovať nejaké ťažké žolstery, ale to už je zhruba ťažké žolstery. Takže máme 4700, dneska sme 11 000 dali. Dali sme okolo 11 000, no. Za jednu pol hodinku. A táto kaskáda ich úplne ničí a tá kaskáda naozaj teda zrýchlila. Tá kaskáda sa zrýchlila asi o 1000. No. Tá kaskáda je extend dominant pitchesov. Chorých vranáčov a mentálnych schizofrenikov. Môžeme skúsiť nejaký žolster, ale tu už sa tabaky miešať nebudú, páni, tu už sa tabaky miešať nebudú, pamätajte. Tabaky sa miešať nebudú. Už si tabak domiešal, už si tabak vymiešal, už si tabak namiešal, už si tabak skončil, si tabakový nárezník. Dobre, lojím, zvajta posledné 2 dní, dneska už nerátame, dneska už máme za sebou deň. O po 4 ráno to je nič, to nie sú až také nervy, to sa neráta, to je relatívny kľud. Relatívny. To znamená, už iba 2 dní goblinov, 2 dní, útorok a streda. Už iba 4 kúsky, ty kono. Lebo nočný nerátam, nočný nie sú až taký depresívny. Ako je to problém z hľadiska toho, že musím byť o po 4, čo je extrémna hniloba, ale už iba 2 dní goblinov, útorok, streda, tak si to povedzme. Už iba 2 dní goblerov. 2 dní. Posledné 2 dní žocherov. Posledné 2 dní, páni. To už nejako pretlačíme. 90% na výťaženie. Treba resetnúť. A síce ešte nebudem resetovať, lebo Ešte nebudeme resetovať, lebo ešte príde. Ale asi musím, tyko, no. Asi musím. To s takýmto výťažením. S takýmto výťažením to nie je dobré. Ako tento Patriots. To chce
Evan responded with a simple "uh-oh" along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by uh-oh, along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really Rosachu is a girl. She never had a freaking pickle. If I see one more freaking pickle, and you may spread this quote to other adult fan artists, I will create you in Soul Calibur 3 and beat you up like there's no tomorrow. To which Evan responded with a simple uh-oh, along with another MS Paint drawing of Rosachu holding a pickle, this time literally and not figuratively. This trolling conflagration hit its peak when an article about Chris went up on Encyclopedia Dramatica. After being informed about it by two people who seemed to genuinely care, Chris Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life, saying a hacking terrorist group, Anonymous, and 4chan are somehow involved in that page. When the article itself mostly went over the things we've already covered, it did so in the typical ED fashion, rife with insulting expletives directed at Chris and his creations. Along with it came a few people trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan, probably because Chris's attention was directed elsewhere. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of the ED page in an uncharacteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to sympathize with him. In the video titled Chris Chan's Public Announcement, he simply asked that the page be rewritten in a more favorable light, suggesting edits such as including his family history. According to his headcanon, he was a descendant of Anne Boleyn on his mother's part, despite the fact that Anne Boleyn never had any children. Additionally, he claims to be 1/16th Cherokee through his father, saying, "We're a respected tribe." After apologizing for anything he could have possibly done that wasn't nice, he asks that the page be taken down. Much later, Chris relayed on emails that during this time, he and his mother were badgering the management of the game place for CCTV footage to try and figure out who took that picture of him that was featured on the ED article, which they deduced must be the same person who wrote it. However, they stopped once the owner of the place threatened to ban him for a month. It's really funny how Chris isn't afraid of being arrested by actual cops like he was at Target, but if someone merely suggests taking away his ability to play Pokemon cards with preteens for a single month, he folds just like that. On November 10th, an image of Goatse was added to the article's gallery of images above the caption, "The true brains behind Chris Chan," and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. That set him off to make an account and try to edit it into a positive light himself. Emphasis on the word try because it seems not even Christian is capable of making himself look better. He removes Goatse along with words like retarded and scary because he doesn't like them. In the section about Evan's trolling, he replaces the phrase masturbation and squirtin' with just masturbate, and added a couple of notes that said, "Every person is doing it," and relief, with a smiley face next to it. In an attempt to defend himself from the accusations that he was racist, Chris edited in the following section. He's also old-fashioned in his idea of a sweetheart. She is not black. He is cool with adoption, but his dream of his future daughter calls for blood and tears and still dissent. His verbal acumen never ceases to amaze me. In regards to the mockery of his attraction sign, he put in the only reasonable and inexpensive idea he could ever think of. There was also some clarification about the medallion, which people were speculating was made of clay, but Chris specifically said it was made of Crayola model magic. This was just the first day's worth of edits. It was a day later, on November 12th, that Chris made the brunt of his most notable edits, such as commenting on his Officer Nasty doll, saying, "Nah, it's just my artificial woman in her plastic blue outfit. Awesome to and the cleaning maintenance is simple. She'll only last until she has her internal injury." Among these discretionary, even humorous additions, he also makes possibly one of the worst mistakes of his life. For absolutely no comprehensible reason, he makes multiple additions to the gallery, all consisting of hand-drawn Sonichu hentai, with the exception of 2 images. The first is titled MaryWantsIt.jpg, a nude Mary Walsh on her evil throne.
Čo s tým do piče je?
Saying, "Come and lick my pussy, my jerk-off slave." What the fuck? If you can believe it, that wasn't what got him in trouble. But the next image, the infamous Shame Came for Quickie.jpg, which featured Chris with a smirk, bring a naked female with one hand and doing a thumbs up in the other, captioned with, "Your sister has come for me." Though obviously I can't show the whole image, people have done some anatomical analysis on it in order to understand the inner workings of Chris Chan's creative mind. People began wondering what Chris meant with the caption, because usually when doing trash talk, the target tends to be people's mom, not their sister. Discussions ensued as to what this actually meant to Chris, with some even thinking that the girl in the drawing was Crystal, his imaginary sister/daughter/girlfriend. Little did they know that Chris, at least at the time he wrote the caption, believed John, Megan's brother, was the mastermind behind the trolling, and the caption was meant for him. The girl in the drawing was Megan, but no one knew this other than Chris. The rest of that year's edits of the ED page were uneventful back and forth between Chris and the site's moderation. Over in Chris's emails on December 30th, he wrote and sent a poem that's quite the mouthful to say the least. "For my true love, I'd treat her tenderly, sweetly, gently, like a summer breeze. I'd caress her skin gently with my strong fingers. I'd take her to eat and provide for her to my ability. I'd start small at McDonald's, then let it get better in due time. When the mood is right, I'd whisk her in my arms and lift her up in sweet gentleness. If she is willing to allow the pleasure, I'd lay her down, caress her gently, tickle her fancy, have her tickle my fancy, and give it to her with the learned, lonely experience I've endured." I have no idea how Chris's post-McDonald's erotic Veronica is more articulate than the writing of Sonichu. It's insane to think he thought this would be romantic for a woman to read. By the way, he didn't send this directly to Megan, but to a mutual acquaintance of theirs who presumably read it before passing it on to Megan. It's unknown if it actually got to her, as there's no email of hers acknowledging any of the stuff said in the poem. For the first 2 months of 2008, there was a great quiet before the storm. That is, besides Chris getting some anal beads that came with another one of his purchases, and Megan briefly living under the same roof as him due to her having issues with her family. Given his reputation for touchiness, I'm sure she tried to keep her time there as short as possible. Their uneasy, but not quite all negative relationship survived until early March, when Megan emailed Chris thanking him for a trade and consoling him over being banned from his local church, which later we find out happened because the pastor found out about his ED page. The tune suddenly changes to a very different one come the 12th, when Chris emails her profusely apologizing, saying he was caught up in the rage when he did that, followed by a string of, "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you." It's worth noting he doesn't specify what he's apologizing for exactly. This may seem like a random thing, but it's actually because, in their communications outside of emails, Chris was trying to pretend that the girl in the drawing wasn't Megan, but Crystal, as the trolls had supposed. At the time of sending this email, he hadn't quite let go of that lie, hence the vague language he uses.
Pravděpodobně půjdeme. Už iba 2 dní, útorok, streda, posledné 2 dní Goblinov.
And eventually would become Christine, but that's for later. The next day, he emails her again with some quote-unquote detective work on this 4chan fella that's been ruining his life. In this one, he does specify that he was the one that made the drawing, giving up trying to dodge that particular bullet. On the same day, Megan replied saying, "I just don't know what to say now. I'm very much scared by that image and it will never leave me. And I can't decide what's worse, the image in general or the fact you intentionally drew it and gave it to the webmaster for that site that you hate so much. Not only have you poured gas on the fire by doing that, adding obscenity to the already horrific site, but you've also embarrassed and humiliated me and degraded and demeaned me, whether you realize it or not. I mean, I'm not that kind of girl, and you know what? So why? And you also lied to me about it. So I'm unsure what to do about this. I can't say I really think of you the same way anymore. I'm sorry to say. I will continue to give the remaining items for the Zune, and that will be all the contact you will have with me unless I decide otherwise. I hope you understand. So we'll let time decide how I feel about this current situation. Until then, please don't come up to me anymore unless it's to give you what I owe, which seems kind of awkward now. I know how it feels to be alone, but I can't keep throwing away my pride little by little just to keep you satisfied. You know what I mean? There has to be an enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself. You understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you in the same light anymore. So just leave me be for a while. Let me try to recuperate with my few other friends, and maybe we can just start from scratch sometime. Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Chris, in his all-enduring grace, sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to cork out the gnarliest, gigantic turd on it. Here's what he replied with. I understand. You may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images as I've had, so the idea of a hand job, which was the act drawn there, as a part of outer course versus intercourse was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. If it helps put things in perspective, I can recommend finding information on the internet through this educational website I found through adameve.com, or I recommend renting the 40-year-old virgin. That movie touches on some of the issues around and how it can really frustrate an older virgin who hasn't had the pleasure yet, or I can loan you my copy of the 40-year-old virgin. The point is allowing yourself more exposure to sex to make yourself more comfortable with that fact of life. While I am on the verge of taking that Encyclopedia Dramatica page down, I understand that there are a number of other web pages that hate against me, and as much as I would like to be able to track down everyone and report them, and get on the verge of taking them down as well, someone else may put up another hate page against me. It's a fact of this modern world known as cyberbullying. As for the drawings, while I shoved the text information down their throat in an attempt to drown them into submission, there were too many images of penises. Yetch on there. I drew drawings promoting videos to go against those kids. I did the drawing of Sonichu from Rosachu. I did a drawing of Bubbles getting it from Black Sonichu. I had the idea of pairing them up in the comic book anyway. I did the drawings of Angelica and Mary Lee Walsh, that witch hag debating, and I did from among my adult fantasies, with your eyes censored to conceal your identity. It was a massive step outside of my boundaries, and I'm getting out of anger. I'm really, really sorry. We don't do things in the heat of anger and or out of our boundaries that we end up regretting later. No accountability whatsoever, with the cherry on top being Chris implying the only reason she got upset was because she wasn't as truly mature as him. To make matters worse, a couple of days later, after getting no reply from her for entirely justifiable reasons, he emails her again asking for her to to help him out with the ED page. He also mentioned he was trying to remove or work around mentions of her in the article, and his genius way of doing that is concealing her face by zooming into her vagina and drawing. This once again sparked Megan's ire, who replied, "Look, my main issue is not the website itself, it's just the fact that you drew those weird pictures. Instead of removing that one completely, you just enlarged my crotch."
Ak neviem spĺňať limity, idem do riti.
I don't care how lonely you are, I haven't had luck with
Začal som 57. V momente, ako nebudem spĺňať limity, odchádzam.
P.S. I think it's rather amusing how you complain of these people defiling you. Yes, many posts are ridiculous, but you have defiled Mary Lee Walsh and our wonderful security officers who were simply doing their job. And you defiled me and lied about it.
Keď je to tesné, dajme tomu, ale toto nejde.
Start taking some responsibility for once. Example, it's wrong to hate these people when you broke the rule by soliciting/loitering. Okay, at least they're doing their job and I support that. In many instances during the general story, there are moments where we can sympathize with Chris, but this certainly is not one of them. He continues to email her, blaming everything on ED and claiming he's the resistance against the alien dominators, whatever that means. Worst of all, he begins defending his drawing that she came to CWC.
Why trees?
Saying, as for the drawing itself, I realized that it was done not only out of inspired fantasy, angst against ED and love for you, but also a major release for my crazy mixed up hormones. If I didn't have the foresight to put my pent up frustrations and feelings in the form of something, I might have become an abusive maniac. So thank God for allowing me to release my following up frustrations in a more positive yet not so politically correct and not physically hurting others method. So not only is he blameless for the actual drawing, it's actually a good thing he did and should be thanking him for it, because if it weren't for She Came for Quickie, he might have her or something. I don't know exactly what he thought. What a thing to admit to a girl you're supposedly in love with. He follows the sub which claims that he's suffering way more than she is instead of pity him, which does not work as intended.
A keď budem spĺňať limity, nebula z toho, no je mi to jedno. Ak to bude vychádzať na 1 na minútu. V momente, ako klesne po 1 na minútu, odchádzam preč.
Describing the drawing as a little dirty detail that she don't forget about, and that in giving it so much attention, she made it most stressful. He also reiterated his lack of regret for drawing the image, just in case it was understated in the previous.
Zatiaľ mám 5, takže spĺňam.
Sounds, he closes it off with the following statement. Although I do understand your feelings, and I can only respect your wish of staying away from you, sob, my heart still cries for you. I'll always be worrying about you. I will always love you, Megan Schroeder. In order to display how contrite he is, he edits.
Ako je zaujímavé, že spĺňam tie limity aj tu.
You know what? I hate me too. Consisting exclusively of drawings for Sonic 2 wherein Chris was being beat up or hurt in some way. This was not an effective strategy, as a month later, Chris and Megan shared their last email correspondence, with Megan saying she wasn't interested in any more games with Chris. And just like that, Chris's most worthwhile acquaintance is alienated because he couldn't resist drawing himself fingering her and putting it up online. After being baptized in the month of May, Chris earns himself a permanent ban from his gameplay for reasons such as scaring the kids he played card games with, taking his consoles with him into the store and hogging the TV with them, singing Britney
Takže
Spears
jo.
games, among other things.
Povedal som začal od celej. Začal som od celej, takže od 2.0060. Nebude 2.0060.
Much later, he
Odchádzam.
has to say about Mike. He's hated my guts after multiple
A
times.
skontujeme to o pol. 2.30 musí byť 30. Ak nebude 2.30, odchádzam preč. Lebo nespĺňam limity.
I tried to protect myself when he found it weeks later after having.
Ako zatiaľ, lebo je to extrémne tesné. Tu sa nespĺňam limity, dobre.
That was why the son of a bitch kicked me out of the game place permanently. After years of loyal volunteer service in the Pokemon TCG League, I had apologized numerously before, but he's still the pig-headed and stubborn he was back then. Out of all of the isms Chris had expressed up until that point, a dislike of the Jewish people was certainly a new one. With both Megan and the game place now gone from his life, he was in the darkest place he'd ever been. Without any place to escape to or no one to vent to anymore, Chris takes to YouTube to confront Encyclopedia Dramatica and its surrounding community over the article on him, blaming them for his fallout with Megan, all the while they're explicitly publicizing that the girl in the drawing he made was her, which most of the time is not now. The video was titled 50-Second Message. And
Ja to sledujem.
golden age of YouTube.
Ako je tam trošku, môžem povedať, že je tam rezerva, začal som až 57, ale...
pedophile accusations, as well as proclaiming his love for China, not their country, but his stolen way of saying. Conclusively, he threatened to never release the seventh issue of Sonic 2 if the ED pages would not be taken down. A little while later, Chris posted another video requesting that people send hate mail
Mám
to the
9.
page, Jason.
Ako zatiaľ spĺňame. Relatívne OK, lebo ako oni začali sme 57.
At least 1 ounce of it. I have your number, and you're going down.
I should mention that for the duration of both of these videos, Chris always held a PS3 controller as he spoke as if it were some kind of legal staff. Through the rest of the month, Chris made and uploaded more videos dictating commands to an imaginary community of loyal followers, telling them the latest Sonichu news and teasing the new issue. In the middle of August, a now octogenarian Bob would make an extremely depressing addition to his letter to Chris, saying, "Dear Christian, at this time in life, you and Sonichu need a quest and purpose in life. Let Sonichu become a channel for autistic persons everywhere, and continually defeat the towering bosses. Sonichu can become a spokesperson for autistic persons with an ongoing fight for them in chapter
Má byť sa minimálne 7.
You and Sonichu
Nepadá to nič.
worldwide. Jesus, I forgot how stupid this story is. In a few ways, Bob was right, and Chris would become
Doesn't have it,
worldwide, just not for being a good role model for autism. During the same period, Chris would establish contact with another girl through emails. Her name was Blanca, and she took the initiative in emailing him to show her OC character, Jiggly Amy, a hybrid between Jigglypuff and Amy.
Môžeme si klamať, alebo môžeme si nájsť čistého vína. A neexistuje, že tu sa budú spĺňať limity. Bude tu maximálne pol hodinu, 30 to pozve. 30 očakávam 30. Nebude 30.
Mr. Chan was in quite a hurry. After uploading even more images of Rose Chew done naked to the BD article for no particular reason, he does the unthinkable and sends news to Blanca. For the sake of accuracy and journalistic integrity, I should make it clear that this wasn't exactly Blanca he sent news to. It was someone unrelated to the 3 trolls behind the original Blanca identity who took it upon himself to pose as her and ask him for news, which Chris gracefully obliged. I should also specify that these aren't irregular news, but a close-up picture of Chris's kiss with a Sonichu drawing on it, along with pictures of Chris wearing his mother's panties. Within a month of the news being successfully acquired, they went up on the EB page. Much to Chris's despair, who preemptively emailed his church to notify them of it. Blanca's MySpace page would have its about section edited to say, "Hello, I'm a large, hairy, homosexual black man in a pickle costume. You love me. Pay no mind to my
Mám 10, už idú dole.
The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit, and Chris's email to his church
Nedopuje sa to nič, absolútne.
Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging emails with the other Blanca accounts. It's also during this roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and another troll that claims to be a Sarah Jackson. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris begs Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonichu. The fallout of the news being sent was still going strong, as a whole week later, all of Chris's accounts were hacked and everybody in his contact list got a copy of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another conflict with a troll, this one called Jimmy Bell, who was claiming to be the original creator and IP holder of Sonichu. Speaking of Sonichu, around the same time that the 7th edition of the comics were released online, Chris would announce that a video game
A nie, nebola
he
pauč.
announced it on his website, saying,
For
"With
sure.
the Sonichu franchise growing wildly with lots of energetic hype, I'm ready to take Sonichu in my world and quickly go back to Nintendo America and Sega America. The modern unity in business between Nintendo, the company who provided me with my second gaming system, the Game Boy, after my very first Commodore 64 computer, Sega, the company who introduced Sonic the Hedgehog, is not only my lifelong hero, after the American Rabbit, but as the true role model icon, I am proud to have learned some of my attitudes and beliefs from since 1991, and myself, Christian Weston Chandler, we will make Sonichu and Rosechu in their world being more real than I was able to make them by myself with pen and markers in hand, and a vastly knowledgeable imagination. You won't be able to truly say you've caught them all until you've caught the original Sonichu and Rosechu and a quickie approved Nintendo/Sega Pokemon Lightning version on GBA and DS to catch a great share of the other currently available 493 Pokemon. And I have the idea for the video game myself. If I can swing that with Sega as well, an epic tale of my tragic adult life straight from my tortured heart and soul. I will bring it into the jerk-offs. I will kick Mary Lee Walsh into her cauldron to burn, as well as the other villains. And I will have support from my electric hedgehogs.
Ako je povedali som v časovej slučke, ale toto nie je dobré, toto je neefektívne.
Sparingly in the game. I plan to have this game alone go multi-console between the Wii,
Veľmi prvý pouch.
3 without local content. content. And all this can come to fruition with your help, the populace of Sonichu, Rosachu, and Christian Chandler fans. All I ask for at minimum is to contact Nintendo of America and Sega of America by way of posting in their respective forums, sending them emails, and the highly recommended handwritten letters to both companies. Say you want Sonichu and that they should get in touch with me, Christian Weston Chandler, via telephone or snail mail or in person. Both companies have my information in their computers, as I have written to them a number of times in my life. In the wake of this catastrophe, a brief opportunity to find solace presented itself to Chris. First, his church got in contact with a counselor, a particularly patient woman called Rocky, who began accompanying him from a distance through his adventures, for whatever that was worth. But that wasn't all. Someone had been emailing Chris for a while now, a girl named Vivian Yee. Despite being a girl, Chris never gave her his usual CWC treatment for a combination of reasons.
Ja se čudujem, že vôbec spĺňame nejaké limity.
As a matter of fact,
Po
she was the
pravde.
one person who was
Sa vôbec
always
čudujem, že máme 17.
realistic and bluntly honest about Chris's situation, which scared him off like the plague, since he only wanted enablers to count on and naysayers to antagonize. While initially acting similar to the other trolls, this quickly gave way to a much more sincere and concerned attitude towards Chris. She was also deeply familiar with the Sonichu comics and held them in a kind of fascination, even making audiobook renditions of every single one of them. In a strange way, during this period, Vivian was one of Chris's only friends, if you could call her that. On the day the news were leaked, she emailed him trying to snap him out of his illusions. I don't know where to begin. I'm not even sure why I'm sending this to you. Listen to me. Listen. No one gives two shits. Your pictures are now all on the internet for everyone to see. Tons of celebrities have nudes and they don't care. They are way more popular than you'll ever be, so don't get your fucking panties in a bunch. There are no fans of Sonichu. Sonichu is a bastardization of properties that belong to other people. Your entire comic is pretty much the bastardization of your life. Sonichu will never get anywhere. Quit your dreams of Sonichu, the game, the comic merchandise, and everything now. And if you still feel you need to be creative or whatever bullshit you say, make something completely original. Don't base it off your life. Don't base it off stuff that exists. Just make something completely new. If you quit Sonichu and start working on your real life harder, I'm sure you'll find success. If you stay in your deluded fantasy land, I don't know what you'll become. You have never tried what it means to win racing, never. You can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. You have to make it happen. If you can't muster up the courage to do that, then you will never get a wife, let alone a girl.
Ako ak budem dávať jeden za minútu, nejak to Excel
I'll let
neriešim,
you
a?
find them on your own in your area. Take off that medallion. I can't stress this enough. If you do, it'll signify your passion for Sonichu and a brighter future. Forget about all those haters that don't hate you. They're trolling you. They want to see you become this way. Don't you understand there's no reason for you to get upset at them? That's what they want. If they see you upset, defeated, and angry, you're just giving them victory. Your latest comics is a retaliation as a result of that, and they love it. They don't view it as an attack, they view it as a victory. If you feel you can't do any of this, get a therapist. Get a real one. Ask
Ako
your
nevyhodia,
friends
odchádzam.
to do something about your life instead of
Vyhodili, no.
Chris, you've got a way to fall, but you can change that. This didn't even get a reply from Chris. You can imagine how successful and intently helping this was. Later on in the month, Chris goes back and forth between dating Blanca and a new troll account called Panda, and more images come out. This time of Chris making sweet love to his Officer Nasty doll. This Skype conversation of his with Panda, where they discuss, it also leads to his eyes. From it, we can glean that Chris believes that men have a limited amount of things, which Chris refers to as muffins, the same way women have a limited amount of eggs. At this point, Chris was well aware that everything he told anyone always ended up on TV, but since he wanted to keep lying to himself and pretending Blanca and Panda were real girls and not trolls, he started pretending everything was due to him being hacked. Early on in October, the trolls got him to mail her Astonishing medallion, along with a heartfelt letter. After receiving the package on October 9th, it was instantly leaked online, prompting Chris to make a video doing damage control, saying that Blanca wasn't the one behind this. The random trolls that lived in her area and intercepted the package. He also lied about having gotten the medallion back to make himself look like less of a loser. This lie was dispelled on October 20th when a video was
20 mám.
trolls putting the medallion
Je to tesné, ako začali 57, takže máme aj nejaké návrhy.
burning it all together. A
Ako-
day later, Blanca broke up with Chris, supposedly over the photo of him wearing his mom's underwear that the Pickle Man chicken had been taken. The same day, he releases an update declaration that feels reached the lowest low. A few days later, he was pushed to doing a Q&A with the people from his IRC chat, and attempts to get him in better spirits, but this wasn't very effective. After years of claiming to be lonely, depressed, and sad, and people were emotions. This is the first time Chris genuinely seemed completely despondent, without the motivation to keep others regular spiel. The only mention worthy thing from the Q&A is that he pretends he's met a girl in real life, saying he's kissed her and lost his virginity to her. He quickly forgot he told this lie and resumed his lamentations over the loss of Blanca, while Vivian E was still trying in vain to prove to him that she wasn't another troll. The next 2 months are notably uneventful compared to the rest of the year. Other than a few Q&As and his IRC chats and conversations with Panda, right near the year's end, we have the founding of 2 online forums, the Sonichu Girls Fan Club and Gays for Sonichu. It would still be a while before he said anything about the latter, but just days after Sonichu Girls popped up, Chris was already posting on it himself, introducing himself, and once again, reigniting his sweetheart search. His introductory post read, "Yes, it's your man of the day more than an hour. I've read my accent/voice was a favorited feature. Blush. I've rarely thought my voice was that
What's
alluring,
the
but
now?
in my honest opinion, it sounds like a direct match to Sonic the Hedgehog. Anywhere from the classic.
Ako sú šokovaní, sa to spĺňa, tie limity.
And when singing, I can have a frank sense
Veľmi tesne, ale...
Yeah, honestly, I honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still single either. Even my own mother finds me handsome. Oh, no, 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 no. Aside from the understood facts, I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side, to the point where I'm capable of learning from that to better understand how to treat women in a caring, nurturing, positive way. Sometimes I wonder between my caring attitude and the lack of a sweetheart, if I was born the wrong gender, I would wonder what life would have been like if I'd actually been born a girl. But afterwards, I realized that I should still appreciate being born a boy to gentlemen. God gave me the package and I signed for it. And while it is true, and I am not ashamed to admit it, that I've seen my fair share of it, I have learned how to better, positively treat a woman before, during, and after the act. I would definitely stay until she woke up, and I would call her back later to see how her day was. And I would have put the seat up, then back down when I use the restroom she would use later. I care more about every woman's feelings and opinions over their body. On the flip side, I feel discomfort around men because they can be such mean and cruel jerks. I should go on with what I detest about them, but I will not stoop to their level of cruelty. Also, I feel discomfort when shopping for underwear for myself. They do not need models pictured on the package. It grosses me out to see that thing. It's bad enough that I sometimes see my own look down, which I don't feel as much discomfort. But the very sight of others is kryptonite to me. It makes me feel like throwing up, even when the image randomly pops up in my head. The amount of foreshadowing is tremendous, but the lack of self-awareness manages to be even more fantastic. He genuinely believes that the Sonichu Girls forum popped up organically, and beyond that, that there's a worldwide fan base out there somewhere. At this point, Chris Chan's popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next, and dedicated trolls who saw Chris's full potential and were keen on letting him slip away anytime soon. 2009 held exponentially worse things for Chris. The year started out slow, with Chris doing very little besides continuing his work on the Sonichu episodes and his correspondence with the Sonichu Girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating in groups that use severely autistic man and his
Začína strácať.
Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the ride are astounding. Sometimes funny and sometimes pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris is contacted via emails by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's biggest franchises. The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Ash, who later became the central troll in the 50 saga, at least for a period. Chris fell for the Shigeru bit, especially since a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already preparing the groundwork for it, emailing Chris as Takashi Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing.
Veľmi čudujem, že to ako tak stíha spĺňať. Veľmi tesne, ale stíha.
Chris was already announcing that Sonichu and Rosachu would be in Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking the polling of Chris, simultaneously posing as multiple different characters. After establishing the connection with Nintendo, he began emailing Chris as Greg Mays, posing as another Nintendo employee that was in charge of updating the Sonichu website with an appropriate redesign to market Sonichu for Animal Crossing. By doing this, he finessed the admin password for Chris's site, promptly logged into it, changed the password, and locked Chris out.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Sonichu fan base, unfortunately, due to a troll having found access to the database behind Sonichu.net, it is temporarily shut down and you cannot change the password at the moment. Greg Mays, if you do not re-upload Sonichu.net
Veľmi sa čudujem.
before you even started,
Lebo tam dosť beháme, asi tam není až taký rozdiel. Lebo tie limity, vyzerá to, že je to plus minus to isté. Plus minus, nedostanem, že by bol.
Chris read as follows. It is I, Jason Hendrick Howell. If you ever want to see your beloved site restored, you must meet my demands. If you ever wish for me to hand over your beloved website, you must announce your homosexuality to YouTube. You must not reveal that I told you to do this. Otherwise, you will never see your site restored. You must detail how you've been kept in the closet for so long. Your search for a sweetheart is a cover-up, and why Sonichu is so gay. You must be angry. Of course, you could always make a video proclaiming how straight you are. Either choice, gay or straight, which will it be? Chris quickly obliged.
I, Chris Chandler, am straight. Don't you forget it.
By this didn't satisfy Clyde's demands for a longer video, wherein he explained why he was straight and totally not gay. Chris once again replied.
So I tell you for sure and for sure that I am straight. I can tell you right from my life and my stories about to you in just a few short minutes. Anyway, right. So, Christian Weston Chandler, I'm straight.
After this, Clyde's next request is for Chris to upload a short video where he and his parents go over his accomplishments in life. That video would never be made. Instead, Chris's next upload was him denouncing the ED page at 4chan once again, though what led him to rekindle this beef is unknown. This lack of compliance with Clyde led to the site being hacked once again. In the email, he admits to Chris he isn't Jason Powell, the creator of the ED page. Chris doesn't even quite absorb this information, replying with threats instead about involving the police in the situation and praying to God and Jesus for Clyde's death, while Chris continues to refer to him as Jason. This led into a voicemail Chris left for the real Jason, who had no idea what was going on or why he was receiving This would do nothing to stop all of Sonichu's web presence, along with Chris's personal accounts, from being constantly hacked and vandalized in all sorts of ways. Because of this, he ceased communication with the Sonichu girls, unknowingly ending their cryptic troll campaign. However, he only did this after sending all of them locks of his hair in plastic packets, along with certificates of authenticity. You know, just in case someone tries to make fake Quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to make sure people knew these were the real deal. In the meantime, over at the Shigeru email situation, because of all the hackings, Chris's identity came into question, and to prove that it was actually him and not a troll, they made a video addressing Miyamoto and showing his driver's license on camera. Chris also made another update to declare that he continues to be straight as an arrow, despite what his more recent outgoing email maintained. In order to prove his straightness, he claims to have a subscription to Playboy and stomps on the dough he got from Adam and Eve. A couple of days later, in his IRC chat, when Clyde accuses him of wearing women's underwear, which Chris did do at least once, Chris inexplicably decides to reveal the fact that he has, I quote, numbers of pairs of dirty, crapped breeds. Amidst his claims to loathe penises and love boobs and Chris also claims that at those times he mostly slipped out without my knowledge, in reference to his bowel movements. During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides staying in those IRC chats, interacting almost exclusively with trolls to a masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth getting into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperated to say that Clyde is Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would say that's cruel if Chris hadn't flat out ignored multiple people that told him Panda was a malicious troll because he'd rather believe he had a girlfriend. If their objective was to freak Chris out, they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after repenting for hacking the Sonichu site and being willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the words coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious of the whole thing and just admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris planned to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that, he spent a few days offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince Paris to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he spent the past few days with Shigeru Miyamoto, which confirmed that Chris had just been lying. Soon after, he admits to Clyde over emails that this video was a lie, and later on, makes this same admission publicly in a new video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes several references to skiing and in short, as if that was...
To jest w szoku, co, już tyle doma, jeszcze nie, no, to jest
himself seemed important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass of Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for his behavior, which I can can only assume was some attempt to get back on Reggie and Shigeru's good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life is right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold, Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who uses his high-pitched voice to pretend to be a girl called Julie, and this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of history, at least early on. While Clyde Cash stuck to tricking Chris into admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless, Blue Spike went much further. Initially, the Julie LARP consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio would surface of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry ghost, where Chris is Sonichu and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu, Chris electrocutes Julie's genitals, seems to have a lactation fetish, and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup at the end of this hellish event. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup on my side, and I just make sure to put all my spit in the cup there. After recycle, I rinse the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own semen because, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, as a lot of guys, I'm sure, have done the same thing in their time. Anyway, I recycle it, so that way I won't lose any unborn children. Then I can still have a good number of good keep maintaining that by recycling it. Though personally, I've been getting sick of swallowing my own, so lately I've been disposing of them. Where to begin? So Chris spends 20 minutes creating while in character as Sonichu, having phones to a 13-year-old boy pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he'd be engaging in cyber with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on him.
Nothing. Give me that crap. Now what's going on?
Can you get out of here?
No, I will not. People tell me that you're about to do yourself on YouTube.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Will you wake your mother up and find out?
No.
Then get out of here, off that internet.
Fine.
What's in your trouble?
I'm not going to kill myself.
Get away from that TV.
Fine.
Get away from the internet. I'm cutting it down right now.
No. Dad, no.
Yes.
No.
What are you doing?
Don't do it, Dad.
I'm gonna shut this thing right down.
No.
Yes.
No. Dad, no. Stop.
Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay? Go wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. Tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down.
No.
Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved. Honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place. But this crosses multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonichu is one thing, but having cyber with someone as mentally debilitated as him borders on unspeakable. Besides, Blue Spike eventually said he was having phones with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for what? What was the point in doing that exactly? And where were this kid's parents? How can you be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how could the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting himself and Chris to this hell? All of this is beyond unexplainable, and I doubt we'll ever get a good explanation. Bob managed to spare himself, never knowing the full extent of what was going on that night, and when he walked in, Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at Chris and delivered the line he's probably the most famous for: "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same time was leaked. All the while, Blue Spike continued to share sad conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public. As some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body pillow of Kimmy, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long, and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to an adult website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time tracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following Following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris out of a genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street-smart survivalist. If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around your little hometown in your mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio, was the co-founder of Sonichu Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I received much support in the trip not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna, as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. Even these spirits from my past Western family members who were buried in the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 changes of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and a portion of my roadmap with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, $16 in my wallet, my phone will be fully charged, and I have a freshly filled tank of gas." On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate troll or to catch a predator sting operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified the police and filed a missing persons report and feared that he would get himself killed on the trip. The ride to Ohio would be mostly uneventful, and when he was crossing state lines and passing the toll booth, Chris managed to lock himself out of his own car. Luckily, someone else in the toll booth had AAA and called up him to help Chris get back in his car. In a fateful coincidence, his other stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually, he made it to the random address given as Max Julie's residence, but all he found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother. Fortunately, this trip was harmless for Chris, and after calling his parents, he headed back to Ruckersville, getting home at about 3 in the morning. Despite how much trouble he got with his parents, who threatened to leave him homeless if he ever did anything like that again, and despite the money he wasted and the fact he was tricked into going there, Chris himself eventually came to hold quite a positive outlook on it, saying he enjoyed the sights as he drove. After his
Tommy
safe return,
Kiba.
he had one last conversation with Blue Spike, where he relayed the story of the trip. While Blue Spike
Znamená,
still
mali by sme...
to Ohio. The conversation shows that Chris continues to be the talk about Julie's face even after
Takže sme mali ťahať jeden šperk znova tento týždeň.
produced postcards with frames from Chris's sex tape with Kimmy and sent them to Bob. So it took away Chris's ability to make videos, which is quite fair. It should have been done a long time before it came to this. Just 2 days after this, another absolute tragedy happens, also due to the malevolent deeds of Blue Spike. On the 3rd of March, Chris gets in a call with Julie, Max, Clyde, and a few other people. The circumstance now was that Max had control over Chris's PSN account, his Yahoo email, and the login information of...
Ako je šokujúce, že to vychádza, to sme v šoku.
Threatening to sell his accounts on eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore. Max gets Chris to do his bidding. The particulars of this began mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as the mayor of Quickville, and have himself in prison. However, things would go downhill in a way that every other troll didn't expect and weren't okay with. In the middle of this hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonichu medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his butt. Throughout this entire ordeal, Blue Spike's psychopathic, mean-spiritedness came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls had intervened, telling him to stop what he was doing and to run way past any line of sight. Blue Spike had followed up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against, and the other people on the call once again intervened. After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make the long overdue reveal, stating that all of this time Chris had been having fun with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of being a pedophile, and that Chris Hansen was having arrested. When Blue is about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in the wildfire, like many of Chris's other faux girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're going crazy, okay? They don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, there are more things to life than your PS3 or your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no Sonichu fans. Nobody gives two shits about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. He's been fooled so many times. What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believe. There are very few moments in history as grueling as this one. Thankfully, it seems Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact with another girl named Emily on the 19th of March, chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated the whole thing and planned to head to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learn that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the Watchmen movie, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris, while Bob is mostly just confused about the situation. After the date, he calls her up, but not before he receives hookers at his door, ordered by Clyde Cash. Later on in March, Chris uploads himself giving a tour of his house, as well as a video of him singing a song where he declares his love for Martin. Chris also mentions Megan, but only to ask for trolls to stop bothering her. After the end of the Julie arc, Chris moves towards another potential sweetheart by the name of Ivy. He also pledges to leave YouTube forever, though just a week later he returns, announcing his new website. Shortly after this, he makes another video greeting Ivy, which is paired with yet another video, this time of him kissing Kimmy to stay tall with an image of Ivy taped to her face. The first half of April is more or less calm, with Chris uploading a few funny videos, such as this one where he pretends to be some kind of Irish Easter bunny. By the 16th, the miscreants leaked 3 videos they obtained directly from Chris by pretending to be girls. One where he's drinking his own spin mixed with Fanta, one where he's spanking his own naked ass, and lastly, one where he's dancing around naked in his filthy shower stall. While absolutely depressing, Chris takes these in stride, as just a day later, he uploads another video kissing Ivy's face on Kimmy. It's also in the month of April that the long-forgotten Christian and the Hedgehog Boys drop a comeback album. Other than that, we have a potential marriage proposal for Ivy, and a couple of other leaked videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
Now the watching a strong man lifting very heavy office chair. Note, the chair weighs a grand number of pounds. Now we will be seeing the strong man lifting the same chair with a very heavy basket full of junk in the chair.
As well as a video of him sprinting naked in his room, which I can't show you, but you can imagine how graceful it is. One of this month's highlights is a comic Chris drew for Ivy of himself about to begin intercourse with his giant ding-dong. Of course, these instances of trolling are much more lighthearted than what preceded them. When informed that a little girl called, bear with me here, their words not mine, Shane Chong stumbled across the videos leaked of him doing those egregious things, Chris felt compelled to explain himself, and so he did. In a couple of videos he posted, he says these things he did were normal and good, and Ivy, the person whom he admits was the reason at least one of the videos was made, is definitely a real girl and not a troll, and that they soon will meet up in real life and have sex, and it will be awesome. One of the videos got linked to the website Bark, where it got over 200,000 views. This landed him in the public eye of mainstream media. A few of his videos were being featured on the Boston radio station, while his admission to drinking his own spin was being discussed on an LA radio station. Chris Chan's fame had gone nationwide, but he had no idea. As while this was happening, he was too busy drawing a comic of himself marrying Ivy, as well as a view of himself as Sonic having explicit with a Sonic furry version of Ivy. He also attempts to put his autobiographical article on Wikipedia, but it gets taken down and he subsequently protests. By the 15th, his relationship with Ivy quietly ends and he takes down all the videos mentioning her, and Clyde announces that they broke up. Later on, Clyde goes into detail about what caused the breakup. It was revealed during this time that Chris had gone to the police because of Josh and with Rocky. As previously stated, Chris kept mentioning going to the police, but I didn't think he'd actually do so, as that would entail explaining things to his parents. Also, Bob and Barb have always been extremely afraid of the authorities. Bob hid the vast majority of troll material from Barb. The breaking point for Bob and Barb has been Josh. He had sold Chris a PSP with a non-existent feature for a higher price than the normal PSP. While Josh was scamming Chris scammed Josh back by giving him a bad check. Bob and Barb ended up agreeing to go to the police with Rocky to catch Josh and only Josh. They agreed only to discuss matters regarding Josh as they were handling Clyde and the other trolls on their own terms. Taking advantage of the situation, Rocky blindsided Bob and Barb at the station by monopolizing and domineering the police's help. She pushed for the authorities to investigate all the trolls and Ivy as well. Despite his parents' protests, Rocky went against their wishes and ignored their harbored anxiety. Needless to say, I was pretty pissed. While Bob and Barb and Josh continued their feud over a PSP, I broke up with Chris over his betrayal. Fun fact, this Josh character happens to be one of Chris's oldest acquaintances, having attended the same speech therapy classes as him during his childhood. While this was going on, Quickieville.com, Chris's site at the time, got hacked, and messages attacking Chris began being displayed on it. 4 days later, the site went down, and the revelation that Ivy2 was a troll prompted Chris to upload a video to his YouTube channel saying that from now on, he would only be taking real length cameras with limited consideration when it came to finding a sweetheart. Too little, too late. A few days later, his drinking confession finds its way to the, at the time, infamous Opie and Anthony show, which was nationally syndicated in one of the largest comedy shows in the U.S. It's not sure if Chris ever found out that this happened, but if he did, it certainly contributed to the delusions of grandeur he was already harboring. At the tail end of May, Chris tries to engage in a love punch on Craigslist, but his ad gets taken down for racism. In June, his YouTube account gets hacked, and the hackers re-upload the video where he admits to being gay, which he was coerced in the first place into making by Clyde. When Chris gets a hold of his account, he immediately deletes it and favorites multiple Britney Spears videos to prove how straight he is. Later on in the month, he uploads a song called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There, a spoof of a similarly named song from the Boondocks.
Hello, my name is Uncle Ruckus. No relation. I'm gonna sing y'all a song I just made up. It's called Don't Trust Any Homos Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Don't trust any homos over there. Leaving their homo stank in the air. Then savage, the homos with their finger on the trigger. Don't trust any homos over there.
Once again, in his attempt to attack gay people, he throws some racism in for good measure. Also, he appears not to know how to upload a video not recorded from his camera, and is manually holding up a sign that says, "This video is audio only." Besides this, the month is pretty scarce of any salacious occurrences, other than Chris drinking his first ever alcoholic beverage, and a pretty strong one at that. Meanwhile, possibly one of, if not the best Chris trolls makes his debut in the latter half of the year. C-Chan Sonic Juice WC, better known as Liquid Chris. Despite sharing essentially no similarity with Chris Chamberlain's last name, Liquid Chris decided to make the account to claim that he was the real CWC. In early July, he uploaded a video formally denouncing the original Chris Chan, whom we'll be calling Solid Chris whenever both him and Liquid are being discussed simultaneously. Initially, Solid Chris chose to ignore this, either out of laziness or because Rocky, his advisor from church, helped him avoid needless conflict online. At this time, Larry Buddy Jr., or Guru Larry as the channel was called, conducted an interview with Chris and began uploading selected excerpts online. In this interview, Chris is decidedly uncooperative and not his usual energetic self, so it's unknown if this was accidental or done intentionally by Chris to appear as more of an unsafe diva who is used to being interviewed. Rocky's efforts, however effective they may have been at other moments, came up short on the 17th of July, when Chris uploaded multiple videos attacking random trolls, calling them the R-word, which Chris previously denounced prior to this, and also telling them to keep themselves safe. The thing is, the people that Chris was targeting these messages had already closed their accounts by the time the video went up, so this was completely gratuitous. Because of the not exactly terms of service friendly rhetoric Chris was espousing, his channel was shortly terminated thereafter. A day later, he makes a new channel called IBA Chandler, and he makes a post titled A Near Public Apology, where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions of attacking those users. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept being hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wearing a Sonichu medallion in the video, which in Christianism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the V board of 4chan, though little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the Chris Chan classic Rollin' and Trollin' comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in the story.
We're coming to you live from Quickdale today. We're over at the Quickdale Pavilion. The Big Dog Boys and Pastor Christian there. Big steak from over here every Friday night. And,
Ako spomíname tých 60,
In it, Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register and no Sonichu medallion on. Even if he was kosher to doing this, which he most likely was, just doesn't really really confident in himself. The video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than you'd expect. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Rollin' and Trollin', Chris uploaded another video dispelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job at his farm as an old man. After Liquid Chris supposedly sold some Sonichu merchandise at the candidate convention, Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derides the fact that Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper, when he, the true and honest Chris man, only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid's battle to reclaim his PSN account from hackers raged on. He kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos, which leaked to the V board, contains Chris humping his PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid Chris, even making version versus chat type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one.
za 46 minut, som dal 62.
It took me weeks to affect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess. This isn't ever really explained, and of course it did nothing to sway the people swarming his comment section saying Liquid Chris was the real one to deliberately annoy him, so Solid decided to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry to the third round, Liquid Chris took advantage of the fact that Solid's online handle was IBA Chandler, and decided to allege that his real name was Ian Brandon Anderson. This led every troll under the sun to instantly pack Solid's comment section with mentions of Ian, which deeply irritated his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to be the center of the attention they got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, Solid went even as far as shedding his pride, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged. And I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris's real name is Jeff, while acting like his dad somehow got in touch with the task force to settle this matter once and for all, and that all Liquid had to do in order for Solid to call them off was to admit that he wasn't the original creator of Sonichu. As you can imagine, this didn't have very much of an effect, as Solid's threats were obviously unfounded. After Liquid's 5th entry to the competition, Solid drops one of the most memorable highlights of his YouTube content, succinctly dubbed Chris Chandler.
And another thing, my name is not Ian Brandon. I am Christian Weston Chandler. So get it through your damn skull and call me the real man that I've got that would give it to me. And up there at Regency Square Shopping Center, June 1989. You damn fucking bastard!
Apparently, he was deeply irritated that Liquid hadn't done the entire song, but opted to just do a portion of it and then do commentary. Whenever he isn't comically raging about being called Ian Brandon Anderson, Anderson, who's once again threatening Liquid with some type of unspecified legal action. There was a virtual certainty Solid never actually went through the hassle of registering Sonichu as an intellectual property, so it's not a very credible threat, is it? He also reiterates that the medallion is made of Crayola model magic and not paper, which only signify how much importance he attributes to the exact composition of these Sonichu artifacts. Like it must be made of just the right combination of materials, or else it cannot be consecrated as truly Sonichu. A few days later, Solid Chris posted another video saying all of the same things, but this time without the rages, probably due to some hassle with Rockies in the form of them screaming and throwing tantrums like a 10-year-old doesn't do him any favors with the trolls. While he's certainly not at his most likable, this month is punctuated with a post from Chris where he expresses his disgust and disapproval of some fan art that was sent him, which included Guro. It's a category of not safe for work stuff that includes
Это фушка, да, да, было, не? Это странно, но...
Sonichu that was sent to him included pedophilia. Surprisingly, this has been one of the things that he's been the most consistent on over the years, despite the blue spike occurrence. He also claims to have the mind of a family man and compares himself to Homer Simpson and Peter Griffin, as if that was necessary to justify his opposition to drawn CP.
Это фушка, да, не было, это фушка, это фушка. Cassandra кончена не была.
Liquid is Solid, each get to take 3. Most likely due to the influence exercised by trolls, one of Solid's judge picks chose Liquid, giving him the win by 4 to 2.
Фушка, да, не была,
Liquid
это
uploads a video
фушка.
celebrating his win, and at this point, he's become extremely good at impersonating the real Chris's mannerisms and way of speaking. After a few days of silence, Chris decides to manifest himself, only to claim that the contest was never to decide who was the real Chris, but just for fun, obviously because he lost. Behind the scenes, Chris was furious at the gal pal, Katie Bay, who voted for Liquid, emailing her saying, "You know yourself after the extensive online history that I am the real deal. So why did you final vote for that brown imposter? I am on an emotional edge right now, and I apologize for raising my voice like that. I implore you, Kate, please change your vote. I had just dedicated 2 white stripes songs for you during a recent KCWC Light Everything Lunch outing. Sigh. Stay safe. Christopher Christian W. Chandler." Unfortunately for Chris, votes couldn't be changed and the result was set in stone. For a while, he was noticeably affected by this, behaving a lot more irritable and vengeful towards people. Vivian Gee, who had been remarkably amicable to him in emails, would once again start giving Chris some negative attention for promoting DVDs of her audiobooks of Sonichu. He commented on a YouTube video of her saying, "And you, Vivian, I liked your book, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let you get away with that counterfeit law-breaking stunt. Christian W. Chandler." To which Vivian laconically replied, "It ain't law-breaking, bro." On August 14th, Liquid Chris respectfully bows out of being an active Chris troll, with the in-universe explanation that he will be focusing his endeavors on turning Sonichu into an acclaimed media franchise. This once again aggravated Solid to no end, as he would publish yet another diatribe streaming his personal information at the top of his lungs to prove he was the real him. This is also the source of the Curse Ye Hameha video played earlier, but we'll play it again right here just for good measure. It appears that Chris takes the Curse Ye Hameha much more seriously than everyone else did, as soon after delivering it, he becomes remorseful and claims that it was too great a punishment for Liquid. He decides to issue a retraction and forgive Chris for his past misdeeds. We stand a merciful king. As Clyde had previously mentioned, Bob and Barb purposely decided to not involve anyone else in the troll situation, claiming that they were dealing with it on their own terms. Partly, this was because they didn't want anyone else finding out how inept and negligent they were in regards to their son's obvious special needs, but to an extent, also because they didn't know how bad it was, most likely due to Chris downplaying or straight up not telling them about it. The Chandler family's strategy, or lack thereof, when it came to family trolls, was compelled to change after Bob found out Chris had uploaded 2 tours in their house that revealed where they lived. In emails, Chris says, "Because of my months-old mistakes," referring to the house tour, "my mother took away my car keys, my driver's license, trapping me in a house that Love built. But years later, chaos ensued. Song. Mom and Dad are both very angry with me. I'll call my detective tomorrow. I don't know. You have in with the trolls. Please see if you can talk to them."
Dosta se za 52 minut.
Stubborn, stupid, and cocky to help, but any port.
To nie jest złe, a?
I gotta get back to searching on YouTube for similar videos.
So those are-
Rally the good of loyal troops. Yet another major reason to take down that ED page, because they probably have all that shit on there as well. And all it took was one troll calling my house and telling my father about seeing a portion of his wall of records in pictures. The same day, Chris takes this concern to YouTube in quite a peaceful fashion.
I am the captain's log introduction because this is dead serious. The inside and outside tour I did a few months ago in my house, everyone in it, my mother, I agree with me, it's my fault, I am it, it's my fault, I want everything about my house, all the internet.
Yeah, please, get everything off the internet now. Curse the trolls.
You might have noticed the strange jump cut in the middle of the video. That's because there is a full uncut version of it, which was leaked by Vivian P just a few days later after the upload. In this extended version, Bob walks in and begins explaining to Chris that the reason he's pissed off at him for exposing the house isn't just that it violates their privacy, but due to how filthy and unkempt their living conditions were due to the fact they were hoarders, the health department of Greene County could condemn the house to be demolished and they'd be evicted and left homeless. Because of this leak, along with their previous feeds, Chris was furious at Vivian, expressing his wits as she suffers a heart attack and subsequently blocking her. Concomitantly, Chris revealed an email that he had recently begun applying for retail jobs at Target and Walmart, probably in order to suit his parents' bonds about how much time he spent on the internet. However, he stressed out about potentially losing his disability checks. When he looked for a job, Chris discovered he really enjoyed wearing sports bras, describing it as a guilty pleasure. At the same time, he was using comment sections to signal that he was suffering from something like split personality disorder, and that his ultra-religious tool asked him to come out of the closet. For quite some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of September, Chris finally registered Sonichu as his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's visual drawings gets leaked, this one of him having a foursome, which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues and all. Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself are the members of his Guitar Hero band, according to him. While September was somewhat of a more quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the grindstone as far as work on Sonichu was concerned, October was full of interactions with trolls. On the first of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors, as well as to defend himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posted this comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good. Here, she is really hot, even better than when she had a makeover. If Seth would let her turn 18, I'd be all over her sweet breasts. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my opinion with you guys, frankly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris winging out and raging things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This fit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflict with Clyde Cash, which are still going on and developing into multiple threats and invitations to a real-life physical fight between the two. Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt at blackmail by blowing smoke at Clyde, suggesting that he may have some kind of compromising picture of him and demanding that Clyde stop the trolling. Of course, Clyde calls his bluff, and nothing happens as predicted. In his attempts to be intimidating, Chris does some flexing of his massive guns, even attempts to do 30 push-ups while listening to Eye of the Tiger. He does manage it, but it's noticeable that he set up the camera in such a way to conceal the fact that he had his knees on the ground the whole time, which made every single push-up way easier. Though not easy enough, considering he's grunting through the entire thing. During October, there's a brief return of the Liquid versus Solid conflict, the fight for the heart of Casey, a mutual love interest of theirs. And the month closes with Solid Chris making a video addressed to her parents, saying how much of a better boyfriend he would be instead of Liquid. For context, Casey was Liquid Chris's real-life girlfriend who was roped into the trolling campaign and played along. After a 2-hour-long phone call with her retired Marine father, in which Solid is humiliated for being a narcissistic and entitled man-child, he uploaded Sonichu Special number 4, in which he shoots Liquid Chris in the shins and gets together with Casey. This culminated in another call, this time between Casey and Solid Chris, that lasted for about a half an hour. For the first 20 minutes, Casey's reiterating what her father said, which really puts Solid in distress. However, this distress doesn't hold a candle to how he gets when Liquid Chris joins the call. The shouting match instantly erupts, with Solid losing his marbles every time he's referred to as being Brandon Anderson. It's interesting that when other trolls call him this name, he can keep his rage without much of an issue, but Liquid saying it immediately gets under his skin. Insult is added to injury when Liquid calls him fat, which Solid strictly denies, despite the evidence suggesting otherwise. Liquid says he and Casey made passionate love at Solid's house, at which point Solid decides to wake up Bob and Barb to get them to fight Liquid for him. Mind you, this call took place in the middle of the night, and this madman actually woke up his parents to vicariously attack an internet troll for him. The call comes to an end with Casey declaring she will marry Liquid Chris.
So this is bizarre.
And Casey continues to carpet bomb Solid Chris with the truth. She tells him he won't make it past 30, and that just like every other potential sweetheart before for her, Chris will immediately forget about her as soon as she's gone, going back to his usual routine of playing video games and being a general man-baby, while Chris does nothing but sigh. After liquidating Casey's marriage, Chris actually did try and muster up some kind of genuine melancholy, even posting video of himself doing his best to cry on camera. As Casey predicted, however, he was back to his usual self the day after. A little while after this, he shoots Vivian Gee an email with a very different tone. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past personalities, emotional outbursts, and past communications. I have decided I would fully approve the continued audiobook videos and sales for the return. I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made and all that you put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD and DVD of the audiobooks and 2 of each other additional merchandise aside from the audiobooks. I extend an olive branch of peace, and I await your well-thought response. Have a good, safe day, Miss Vivian. Initially, Vivian was doubtful that this all-business tax that Chris was putting on had anything behind it. In order to have him prove himself, she sent him an email detailing the kind of things he'd have to do if he ever wanted to make Sonichu anything besides these schizophrenic doodles on his website. She began pressing him on emails, asking him how he spent his time, telling him to get these pages of Sonichu done every day, suggesting new ways to market and promote it. It's actually impressive that someone actually put time and effort into trying to make Sonichu into a thing, because despite Chris's psychotic obsession with inserting it into every facet of his life and clinging to it as his magnum opus, he was more than comfortable to let it just fester in obscurity. For the rest of '09, Chris was cooperative with Vivian's efforts to whip him into something resembling an actually productive artist, even if he frequently failed. Another thing Vivian pushed him to do is start taking and responding to fan mail, even if most of the mail won't be coming from actual fans. Surprisingly, based on the mail from the first edition of the mailbag, most of the interactions were pretty positive towards Chris, even if occasionally trollish and ironic. Until the end of 2009, he would do around 30 mailbag entries, and this proved successful at keeping his followers engaged and interacting with the content. While things began running a bit more smoothly on the Sonichu end of the CWC operation, his YouTube was as erratic as ever. Upon Vivian's request, he posted himself doing parkour around Sonichu, except he calls it parquet and just does some light jogging. Also, due to some interactions from the mailbag, Chris also begins to attack the idea that Asperger's syndrome is in any way related to autism, and to this day it's not clear why he takes offense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people. Autism's stolen valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Weston Chandler, of sound mind and body, cite the following from honest personal opinions, and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making this statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that false rumor that the two are anything to full similar. Firstly, I can verify that I was diagnosed with autism with papers in my parents' filing cabinets, and I quote, Mr. Chandler is a 22-year-old man with a history of developmental delays in autism. Despite these limitations, he seems to have been quite successful in maximizing his academic abilities. Despite his significant delays in language, he has over the years developed relatively effective communication skills. And with that, I have not only helped cultivate the first generation of autistic people, but I have gone beyond the Autistic Dreams Academy, communicatively and socially. Still, I have trouble maintaining eye contact. My mentality is sometimes slow and quick at other times. The people who first evaluated me ever even stated that I would never even make it to high school, much less even write his name. Take that and smoke it, oldest doctors. And those with Asperger's dared to try and take the shine and limelight away from us autistic people, not only with their social flaws and such possibly similar-faced autism, but to shun us autistics by being better communicatively and mentally than us. I have received a message from one who dared to call me normal in comparison to him. If anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think they can one-up or even match autism with the lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them, who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Even their title is flawed, Asperger's. It can be misconstrued into a most terrible cut of meat from any animal, even something that can be picked nasally. I have fought long and hard to make a stand for the autistic people. I will most certainly not let these imposters steal the true original title of autistic from any of us. Victory over autism belongs only to us true autistic people. You would never expect a mentally disabled guy to find a way to be ableist, I guess, but Chris Chan has no limits. To add to his war against Asperger's, he creates an extra mailbag called Autism Mailbag dedicated solely to blowing up on anyone that tries to inform him on what Asperger's actually is. On the 9th, Chris makes a video complaining about how trolls bought up all the ad space on Wikipedia, a site created to document Muller's adventures, only to use them to display gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed, only to be replaced by more gay ads, along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also has him asking for €1,000 from his European fans, and then pitching
Co za kokota sem išlo do piče?
guy to Seth MacFarlane, who some troll said was considering making an episode with CWC in it. His pitch consisted of an elaborate crossover that included in CWC dating Meg, and he was confident enough that Seth would watch the video that he left his phone number in the description, which obviously was exclusively used by trolls who wanted to harass him, and never used by Seth MacFarlane to get this deal of a lifetime together. In the midpoint of the month, Chris decided that the Hedgehog Boys music wasn't enough for him, and he tried out being a solo rapper. His first song, called iPods Down and Listen Up, has him describing himself non-consensually making love from the perspective of the animal. Not kidding, here are the lyrics. I tell you what, ladies, I have a game. Let's play Jungle Fever. I'm the manly tiger, you're the sleek panther. I pounce on you, you run away. I haven't missed, but I chase anyway. And we chase for a while, and then you wear out, and you think it was a gal. And then we pump, and still won't have your little tiger panther cubs. To top it all off, he finishes the song by shouting out Viagra. A few days later, he posted another rap, this time in full Juggalo garb, but this one isn't original and just a cover of an already existing song. The year closes with Chris expressing his discontent with people managing the Wikipedia because they wouldn't allow him to edit it to his liking, which meant removing anything that wasn't saccharine, astonishing, or shit. The year of 2010 begins with the ads once again being replaced, this time with comics of Asperchew, a troll campaign designed to do to Sonichu what Chris did to Sonic and Pokemon. Copyright abuse and plagiarism. The tweaks made to the character in order to keep it original were also selected to maximize the amount of anger in Chris. The name of the character, Asperchew, is because he suffers from Asperger's. So if Chris were to accuse it of being derivative of the CWC extended universe, he would also be guilty of likening Asperger's to autism, which he would hate. With the success that Liquid had infuriated Chris by imitating him, the combination of copying Chris with Asperger's was sure to be effective. The ads on the website even had depictions of Asperchew and Sonichu with some degree of homosexuality suggested, which ensured the CWC stamp of approval. Meanwhile, Chris quietly established contact with another girl, and though he tried to keep it private so the trolls wouldn't get to it, he couldn't help himself and began name-dropping her in his videos. In a lot of ways, this girl was Megan's successor, but her communications with Chris were a lot less cogent and lasted less as well. While Chris kept pushing for them to date and being kind of a weirdo, she kept herself in a safe distance. On the YouTube end of things, having a new good intentioned gal pal has nothing to calm his anger, as after a wiki created for Asperchew to further liken it to Sonichu, Chris threatens to kill them with psychic powers. While these visible trolling stunts tried to be as entertaining
God
as possible
damn
when
it,
it came
mal
to
by som
annoying
mohli
Chris,
zatiaľ
the demeanor of the trolls behind it was not particularly malevolent. Calls between Chris and the creator of Asperchew, who went by the alias of Alec Benson Leary, show that Alec was trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing, make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this: "My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congestive heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week. Redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be on peaceful terms, and that we can all move on with better stories that are more canon to all things
You got
Sonichu.
fucking people here, like million of
They
people.
consist of mailbag answerings, bio page creations, captain's log updates, etc. I appreciate your loyalty and patience. And also, thank you go out to all who have sent me positive emails and U.S. mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards a few who sent me offensive.
I think this is
appropriate
worthless.
fan art. In the updates that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on Chris, what happened soon after definitely did. Because of an oversight while making his little Big Planet level, Chris accidentally left in the full name of the girl who he had been interacting with, and the trolls picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CW Wikipedia could offer. Her response was to tell him to get all of her information off of his things, and that if someone were to go after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was this:
God damn, another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing.
After some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violations, Chris decides to send her a letter and once again invite her out. This was her response: Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you were going to be there. And I'm not going to the thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little gift. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone from phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear from you ever again. You hear me? And who cares if you're a fucking acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm asexual, so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a chief would want your small beside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as foot downs go, but given how things went with Megan, it was probably for the best. Because of the compounded negative feelings, Chris quits the internet, only to come back in a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work is being done on Sonichu, which drives Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris and Sonichu. On emails,
Like,
says,
how many of you is here and you get them, you let them do this shit,
you
man?
have weeks to update with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating. A week ago you said you might update, but then you do nothing. You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonic.
This is not
to your
effective
friends.
as
After
shit.
this, their communication slowly died down and eventually stopped altogether. For the month of June, Chris's drinking once again burst out as he began attending Fridays after 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes just posing menacingly in his sports bra with the writings "Want Woman" emblazoned over it, and last but not least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm. An account of the sighting reads, he was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little mini fan base looked like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason.
How the fuck you let them do this shit? Who is the fuck is here, man?
But it says something like friendly and flirty man zone or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left a few minutes before the music was over.
Ah, this
Oh,
is
it
horse
was
dog.
Chris's
Too many
attention.
fucking
I
shits,
bet it was
man.
funny as hell. Following one of his attendances, Fridays after 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until the brilliant idea of paying a visit to the game place crosses his mind. He instantly drives there while obviously under the influence and decides to try and take pictures of the manager, Mike, to use as a dartboard. That's the story that Chris told in this video about the incident anyway, because according to Michael, the police and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him believe
Oh, come on.
and if they
What's
took
this?
pictures
It's,
of Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for him to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the call of duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on his way out, he tried to run Mike over twice, as well as the unnamed woman
God
once.
damn it.
Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to drive away, but due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. In their interrogation of him, he immediately
What is
breaks
this?
into a monologue about how internet trolls ruined his life. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him delete the photos. Speaking of the trolls, Christian decides to one-up them. Instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them, he takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believed. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attacks against Chris. Falling for it, hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of Jinkies Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory post. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind the Jinkies. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate it with my friends like I would have wanted to, because I was hitchhiking my way to Ruckersville from Boston. I'm crashing at a house where I have some relatives there. They're the black sheep of the family, and they're not close within the same house. It is
Oni su na kokotskom spotie.
siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes who overlooked me. And a better part, their house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly, though, the blinds to his bedroom are always closed. But I still get some sights of him and the family out of their house.
Oni su na kokotsko, te kokoti spotie, oni sú.
I'll be spending my sophomore year and so on in Greene County High School. I promised I'd write my gal back in Boston, but what happens here, she doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I'm a stud. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me the ropes of high school life. They were both 16. I looked up to them, like I would have for my older sister if she wasn't such a drag. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made it my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry and my girlfriend Lisa.
This is
little
bad fucking
took me in
spot.
with gratitude on my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage freak. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo under gay clothes. I was blindfolded during the entire thing. I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from summer camp when he was a child. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of his troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the time from exits and entries from the Chandler Chateau, looking for a pattern. There is definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at DK, and afternoon outings to I don't know where. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the mornings. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn them. Some with, hopefully embarrassing photographs of Chris as I learn and take. Smell you later, Junior Jenkins, Jinkies. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it. You can look it up for yourself, but it's basically like summer camp erotica written by Chris. What the is this post? It makes sense for him to make the troll character he's playing kind of gay as a roundabout of attacking, them. But the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's story? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was
This is worthless. Ak to najdobre nebola si to odkázať do piče.
I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to be
Moment pravdy.
something Chris did not do. All of his other posts with Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alec, the guy behind Asperchew, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris via emails. And as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this way. I've had the question of sexual fantasies posed to me before, and there are a few. One is having sex in a swimming pool to emulate a dream I had of being lost in a water-filled labyrinth and intercepted by a woman who made out and game for instance, as long as you're my partner, and we wore a strap-on to use the butt plug with me, as long as it is not super shape. I would also like oral swing set, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once. Freeway with
87.
others I can't remember right now. Feel free to suggest other topics, and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay as long as it's
Za hodinu 17.
a quote to live by.
Je tu brutálne spomalujem. To mi než prestalo mi tu padať všetko.
Roughly the diameter of a fire hydrant. Another email to Jackie. He also admits he would apply to an escort service, passed out cars, even put an ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Cantor, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he succeed at getting paid for it? According to Chris, his attempt to become an escort wasn't necessarily related to his youth forlorn and Destiny's love quest, but because he's in debt. In more emails, he explains that he has just one credit card and that he owes $720 on it, though he's only paid $50 on it monthly, which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being debt-free. Despite Jackie pleading with him to be more frugal, he's unwilling to cancel his Netflix subscription or sell any of his 400 video games. Actually, I have to correct myself here. After repeatedly telling him to sell his video games instead, Chris did get rid of them. By that I mean he exchanged them for store credits at GameStop so he could buy even more games. Truly hopeless. On top of that, every month he buys a $50 PSN card to buy add-ons for Guitar Hero. He also admits that, though he has told his mom and Rocky about the debt, he's kept Bob in the dark about all of this because he didn't want to get yelled at. Meanwhile, the troll set up a reward system for whoever gets their hands on or destroys relics that belong to or came from Chris. One of the larger payouts of $9,000 was for someone to sequester and destroy his PS3 due to how much Chris noticed.
Oh, wow.
Initially, when Jackie brought this up as a potential way to make money, Chris reacted negatively, saying, I saw their rewards topic. Firstly, let me inform you that considering most of the trolls are immature, underage, demented, twisted, sick, evil, and such, the rewards would obviously be false. If a troll actually comes up with such footage and gives it to someone like Clyde Cash,
So make
Clyde would not
so.
give out any money. So with that considered, I would never make such a gay video, or PS3 wrecking video, or even $1 billion. And with that, I would appreciate if you would not even think of me making any footage for the troll's money ever again. Please. However, in his despair for some quick cash to pay off his debt with, ideally before Bob found out, Chris destroys his PS3, which at the time was at least worth a couple $100, or maybe even more if he marketed it properly on eBay with some games. Given Jackie was the only one who talked him into it,
To nepadá vôbec nič, že týto proti
PS3
nám.
would mean Chris was moving forward from being a man-child and becoming an adult who gets his joy from being with his sweetheart. Of course, as he himself predicted, Clive never paid for this. This doesn't at all hinder his trust and love for Jackie, though, and soon after he declares his love for her, followed by sending her multiple images of drawn, not safe for work stuff of her, which I obviously can't feature uncensored. Also, upon Jackie's request,
Love you
Chris
so
used
much.
a more cosplay as Dragon Ball's Mr. Popo, which obviously was just Alec getting used blackface. This was just one of many instances of Chris doing cosplay, other victims of which include Fred Flintstone and the infamous video of him turning into Sonic with a defective ear.
Hello, folks. Well, that was something completely different. I'm not trying to catch all the power.
Už je tu sáčka, ktorý to berie.
This is the game, my super mode. If I actually had the superpower.
Other illustrious productions from the period include not one, but 2 different videos of Chris simulating himself giving birth.
My goodness, I had just blood growth, man. If I find out that
Je tu sáčka, ktorý to berie.
hey, guys, I'm now intimidated by my legs.
As well as an attempt at doing a single pull-up, which he fails. Finally, Alec is no longer capable of keeping up the loving Jackie facade, and after months upon months of half trolling him, half trying to genuinely help him, he cracks when Chris suggests a friends with benefits arrangement and applies to a barrage of heroes with the most scathing words you could think of. There are some girls who are perfectly willing to have a casual face relationship with no strings attached. However, these girls always possess the same quality.
Dorazím to tu už do Amateur expedície. Budem tu 8 minút, 1:30 odchádzam.
Or they feel like no one could love them and that they couldn't deserve a real relationship or something like that. Basically, every minute they're in this sort of hollow mockery of a relationship, they're in pain and suffering. But you probably wouldn't care about any of that since all you want to do is have sex with them and not ignore them. See, the thing I bet you will care about is that those women only care about the shallowest aspects of the men. By that, I mean they want guys who are good looking, muscular, manly, and have big You do not fit any of those criteria, Chris. You are deficient and overweight, flabby, you have virtually no muscle, your skin is pasty, and your forehead is covered in acne scarring that is the most readily visible thing about you, even in low light, low resolution picture of a video. Your hair is thinning and looks stringy and greasy all the time because you don't take care of what is your body, you get the nutrients you need to maintain it, so you probably don't wash it all that much. When you dressed up as Bush and Sonichu, your distended gut was hanging so low it completely covered your belt buckle and much of your front pants. It reminded me of when Peter Griffin is naked and they don't have to blur his genitals because his giant gut covers them completely. All of those are things that you can take care of if you actually try. You can stuff yourself with fast food and soft drinks and hungry man dinners all day and night. Make no effort to exercise and keep in shape, which is why you can't do a single pull-up if your body is falling apart before you even turn 30. Also, your is rather small.
Dám ty 100 aspoň.
Girls who want a friends with benefits arrangement just want the biggest, straightest they can find. And trust me, they don't have trouble finding them. For every one of a guy like you, there are 5 or 10 guys who actually take care of themselves physically, but these girls can choose from instead. Oh, the other thing is that these girls will often forgive a less than attractive physique if the guy in question has a lot of money to spend on them, but having never tried to pursue an actual career or earn money in comics, which you have claimed many times you always wanted to do, means you have no money either. And all our time communicating with each other, you show that you're incredibly petty and vindictive. You show that you care nothing for other people's property or livelihood, as evidenced by the ridiculous grudge you still possess against Michael Smith. You went into the store he was in charge of running, you hogged his TV to play your games, even though he never owed you that. And then when he tried to assert his dominance over the business he runs, you scrawled vile graffiti slandering him in his own store, and you refuse to play by the rules, and that forces the day in you. And years go by, and you still hold this childish grudge, to the point of repeatedly trespassing on the store's property and taking pictures of his children in a threatening manner. You are hateful and judgmental towards entire groups of people you know nothing about. You hate gays for absolutely no reason. You're afraid of black people. You think calling someone is an insult, and yet you still get super self-righteous and act all offended. Someone is disrespecting you because they don't like your autism.
Určite by som chcel dať 6 za 6 minút a odchádzam. Aj keď teoreticky to môžem ostať, sa to vykryštalizovalo, ale...
You criticize other people for social networking, saying the internet is turning them autistic. Even though
A nie je to dobre, stále to bitches.
all day long. You throw words from the Bible at people.
Znamená maximálne to budem 5 minút.
Lie, cheat, steal,
A
launder
odchádzam do
nerds,
prdele.
threaten bodily harm on others, and a whole host of other activities that God doesn't like. And whenever you are cornered and can't explain away your rampant egotism and hypocrisy, you'll just claim that the trolls are responsible for all your problems, great and small, and act as though your bad internet experience excuses you from having to take responsibility for anything. And what's more, you expect others to do everything for you and offer nothing in return. Whenever either of us offer you an idea on how to deal with some compliment of yours, you come up with some rationalization why you are too lazy.
Jo, tej nebola Stony, to trochu držali na úzde, ale tu už sú pičisovia.
Over. But you refuse to consider any solution that is offered to you. You talked down to me, insulted me, lied to me repeatedly, refused to do something I asked you to do many times, yet you still expect me to be some perfect girlfriend who makes you happy all the time. You place your prized video games above all other concerns in your life. You drop the majority of what little money you have every month on video games, and then whine about how you don't have money you would need to accomplish actual goals. You complain about other people being addicted. You make excuses that once we're together, then you will improve yourself, suggesting that you expect me to be a babysitter and give your life direction because you're too lazy to give it direction yourself. If you had been a good person, things might have turned out different between us, but you proved your inside was even uglier than your outside. The most succinct way to put why you are not currently ready to be with a girl is that you want to be taken seriously as an adult man, even though you're a person who sits in your room playing video games all day, leeching money off the government and tipping over people who are homeless and starving, and at the same time convincing yourself that God wants you to have free money, have no goals, no aspirations, and no direction, to avoid any and all work left of play, whines about his father telling him to be short, real adults who have to work 60 hours a week and take care of themselves, all the while growing fatter, balder, greasier, and closer to death off your diet of fast food and hungry man's and a total lack of exercise or activity. You need to change all of these things about yourself before a relationship, friends and benefits or not, with any girl is practical. You might be wondering, after I just got done explaining why you should be asked friends, why I would want to be your friend, and that's a valid point. Well, I want to be your friend because I think it is possible for you to change, become good, and get things you want, and it's not hurting me to help you to try. One more thing, I have to ask you again, what has Rocky really done for you? Has Rocky helped you get a girlfriend and or partner? No, you're still alone and a virgin. Has she helped you get healthy or develop a need to interact with adults? No, you still live like a slob and play with toys all day. You are severely depressed because you don't have a social life, but she hasn't helped you with all of that. All she tells you is that nothing is your fault and your problems will be solved when the trolls are gone. Well, when the trolls are all punished, you'll still be a lonely, depressed version with no real social life, no job, no hobbies, and nothing significant in his life. Why don't you ask Rocky to help you with your actual personal problems instead of just blaming the trolls for everything?
Budeme mať hodinu a pol a nebole zvyšnú.
Change by yourself. Doesn't Rocky? Or does she just tell you that it's okay to sit on your ass playing video games and doing nothing with your life? I've got news for you. If that's what she's telling you, it's that she believes that you were stupid to accomplish anything. She's just too lazy. Anyway, I know this probably sounds all pretty brutal and shocking to you. That's why I want you to save this email and read it over and over. Read it again each day so the shock can fade and so my message can sink in. Because you really need this message to sink in, Chris. You need to do something different with your life. If you don't, then the life you have now is all you'll ever have. This email, unlike most of the other emails trying to get Chris to realize the world of truth was effective. However, it wasn't effective at getting Chris to improve his life. Instead, it essentially caused what is called an ego death, though it would take a while before it manifested.
Awesome.
He still replied to Jackie's email, only to say that she had hurt him deeply, and then was in fact bigger than previously photographed, and no longer bent. Oh, and he's not overweight. In the follow-up email, he says, while the truth is appreciated sometimes, there is a certain level of truth-telling that should never be achieved. Because of hurting the other feelings and emotions worse than they already are. Is sympathy a lost art in this damn digital communicative age that makes more and more
Dám tu
society...
stovku za tie 2 minúty, za 4.
Sympathy has nothing
Alebo
to do
koľko
with
to
this.
mám?
I have spent months sympathizing with you on every subject that bothers you, but it has gotten you nowhere. You still sit alone in your room, depressed and resentful towards the rest of the world. You don't listen when people sympathize with you. I chose my words very carefully because I knew they would shock you. I knew that shocking you was the only thing that might stand a chance of making you realize you don't have a luxury of just sitting and
Dobre, dáme.
yourself perfect for you.
Teraz sme ďalej, tej
Complain
výborné.
about not receiving sympathy, but when have you ever offered it? When people sympathize with you, all you end up doing is demanding that they fix your problems for you. You don't sympathize at all with people like me or Samantha when we get frustrated at how you routinely ignore our advice and would rather piss your life away playing video games. Friendship seems to be a one-sided affair with you. You expect sympathy, which I think you misinterpret to mean coddling, but don't return the favor. The same day as the first email and exchange was sent, Chris uploads a video announcing that he's leaving the internet.
Attention, read my lips. Online socialization is a bust. Socialize in real life is the top. And also, no more videos. Emote and use social sites like MySpace and Facebook. I'm out.
Unlike Despite all of his previous claims, he actually managed to keep himself from uploading videos to YouTube for a total of 8 months. This could have, and in my opinion, should have been a major turning point in Chris' story. Despite his obvious learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. It was when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it. Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest. I mean, if anything, that's what he needed. That's what a lot of people need. In this period of public silence, his conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, Chris mentions that Barb's mental health has also begun to deteriorate, as he essentially expresses that due to how fragile their familial unit is, given financially, emotionally, and pretty much every other day, he no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of this, Chris films himself sticking his feet in snow for a Jackass challenge.
About 6 minutes in now. I've had previous experiences with last week, and I've even stretched it a bit.
No to už hostem, už to dorazím.
7.
Besides his now private VSN, Chris is exclusively communicating through emails and no longer socializing online. This also marked an entire year of absolutely no updates on Sonichu. It wasn't until March that the aforementioned ego death that resulted from the Jackie email reared its head. Chris realized that indeed he couldn't go on as he was, but instead of improving who he was, he decided that he wanted to be someone else. Near the end of March, he emails Jackie saying the following: "The emails I'm sending you are strictly confidential. Do not share the content of anything I send you with anyone. I've gone through an emotional 180 more or less in the past month. In a nutshell, I've grown my hair out and I'm continuing to let it grow. I've learned the best term to describe me, tomboy. Yes, I am a tomboy, and I'm damn proud of it. I've embraced and appreciated my feminine side. I'm still totally heterosexual. Otherwise, I would be a full-blown you-know-what. I've also had my ears pierced with amethyst studs, my birthstone recently. I've also been more self-confident, and I have a sweet sachet watch, hair, and wink flirts, and I'm breeding women left and right. Hello. Also, here's another way to consider me. I have a Ken doll, any Barbie can dress in their clothes. If I don't feel most comfortable in them, to model them for her. Come shopping with me, sweetie." Chris, who is infamously homophobic, is now dressing up as a woman and has a sachet watch. Couldn't make this up if I tried. The pictures he was referring to in the email eventually leaked, and they look about as mesmerizing as you'd expect. While Bob was going through a surgery to remove a tumor in his colon, Barb was concerned that Chris was becoming a transvestite or gay of some kind, which Chris resented. This culminated on May 17th when Barb randomly conjures up the idea that Chris is preparing to kill her, so she threatens to kill him, takes the car keys, and last but not least, she cuts Chris's hair, which according to him, broke the last straw on his camel's back, causing him to call her a B-word.
Idem to spát, já se vrátím na ty posledné části, to je jedno. Už teraz to jde.
His hair as a necklace, as a charm to make it grow back faster. I don't even know. On a forum for tomboys and tomgirls he joined, Chris shares that his parents hadn't been accepting of his transition, and that Barb had tried to pay him to stop wearing panties. When Bob found out, he shared many of Barb's concerns. While he did stop uploading to YouTube, he was still producing videos, some even of an explicit nature, for Jackie, where he assembles one of his dolls and twerks in the fitting rooms of a clothing store. A couple of months after this, Chris sits naked on a store-bought page in a forest for Jackie's amusement, while Bob dies of heart failure 2 days after turning the ripe old age of 84. Much later on, it's discovered that when Bob died, he had already been hospitalized, not for any cardiac issue, but for bug bites. As he aged and his health deteriorated, he stopped doing maintenance in the house. And since Barb and Chris never did any in the first place, their home became infested with the bugs. Poor guy, what a way to go. Just a month after his passing, Barb and Chris are arrested for running Mike over, this time successfully. The story goes that Chris saw the game places under new management and deliberately ignored the fact that Mike was named as part of it. After entering it, which constitutes trespassing, he took pictures of Mike with his 3DS and yelled out, "For the internet!" Presumably, the cops were called by the game place's management while Mike followed the Chandlers back to their car. And, no joke, according to Chris, Mike began hitting himself with the car. And no, that's not a joke, that is what he claims. After that, what happened is no longer a matter of what Chris or Mike claimed, but what the cops themselves witnessed. Chris and Barb failed to stop after their quote-unquote accidentally hitting Mike, followed by Chris assaulting someone, most likely Mike, and Barb attacking a police officer. The court proceedings drew well into the next year, and thanks to a pair of CWCpedia users who lived near the court in which the hearings took place, the information about it was spread despite Chris's radio silence. Despite filing protection orders against both Barb and Chris, Mike didn't intend for them to get felony charges and hoped that the judge would take their plea bargain. Ultimately, Chris was sentenced to community service, 1 year of probation, mandatory psychological treatment and evaluation, which would result in jail time if he didn't comply, plus $247 in court costs. Barb, on the other hand, got community service with 2 years of probation and almost $500 in court costs. Besides the hearings, 2012 was a quiet year, and the only one since the beginning of his online presence with no YouTube uploads. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventful. This is the year Chris lost
To
his
dorazí,
virginity
no.
to a lady of the night. He posted on Facebook about it, saying, "I've been in a good mood a lot lately, because I finally had..." So I'll divulge a couple of details. I mean, seriously, I literally awake, and the first thing that comes to mind is the occasion that I'm smiling for hours. She was a very nice and sweet early 20s woman, and even better, she's half Cherokee. We've hit it off from the shared characteristics of being good people, and a very delightful and pleasant conversation.
Bude mi chýbať menej ako 50.
I put together a nice gift basket for her to show my appreciation. Oh, I forgot to mention, she really enjoyed my gift. It was so big and good that it put the last dude she was with to shame. Her work. While initially pretending this was some kind of romantic rendezvous, eventually, over private emails, he would admit to having done it with an escort. Do yourself a really big favor.
Ja, že
Go
to
on
bieda.
Craigslist for your area, find yourself a to play with, dump your virginity. For me, it was the best thing I was ever able to do for myself, twice. Now I don't feel as bad because I won't be dying an untouched virgin, and I have not obsessed about it so much since then. Plus, she was a nice woman, the one who did it, caring mother of two, half Cherokee. She was really good. Much later on, he retold the war story of how exactly their interaction went down, which I won't read out for the sake of your sanity and my own, but it's not that hard to find. One thing that's worth mentioning is that he goes out of his way to say that he gave her the same strong-handed massage he gives to his mother, which is both deeply disturbing and incredibly foreboding, like many things are with Chris. Most of 2013 is little to no significant activity from Chris.
Takže budeme mať okolo 300, 310, okolo 310, 320. Zajtra sa bude ťahať.
Brasseries for males to see if he can find other
Ale
men who
už
get
je to
interested in
pictures,
wearing
je to
bras
pictures.
as a totally straight heterosexual tom girl.
Už im to
You can imagine
vylizuje.
how successful this endeavor was. In February, he made a new video but didn't upload it to YouTube, and we only have it now because it eventually leaked due to the diligent work of trolls. In it, he calls out his half-brother, Cole, for not inviting Chris and Barb to his wedding, and scolds him for not giving her attention as if it was his job. As if he hadn't extensively explained to him over emails why he moved away from the Chandler clan. Another sign that Chris was completely divorcing himself from reality was that, around this time, he left his church, which had for a long time been one of the few positive influences on his life. Explaining the decision, he said, "I, Christian Wesley Chandler, will not be attending church for a long time. The pastor banned me from the church for a month. He has banned me from speaking my piece during the sharing of joys and concerns, and from that, I have felt unnecessarily silenced. I also feel my meetings with Rocky no longer have much effect on me or my life. My life continues to be at a disappointing standstill of sadness, loneliness, and great stress. Only the people way older than me ever do so much to greet me, and I have very little to share in common with any of them. Nobody even close to my age or even in their 20s gives me much to do, or include me in their conversations. Aside from that, I am hated by a number of people for reasons beyond my full understanding, because I always tried to be a good and nice person for a long time, and in public I'm constantly overlooked, ignored, or ostracized by everybody. Even speaking out gets me absolutely no attention. I continue to be paranoid of most everyone because of them likely being among the internet trolls that still continue to haunt and taunt me. I am still long desperate for a woman to be my sweetheart. I am tired of being single, dang it. I continue to serve my family the best I can, and I continue to feel sad, depressed, and lonely. My heart feels numb, and I'm forced to keep a great emotional distance from everybody outside my house and home. I am an autistic, mental, and emotional mess, and there's very little I can do to help myself beyond my knowledge. And God sees fit, for some hate-filled reason, to continue to curse me as a jinx. And so, the church is not helping me much in my life, mentally or emotionally at all. So I will not be coming back for a long time. Along with his distance from the church and his hatred for Megan after years of barely mentioning her at all. In a Facebook post, he called her an ungrateful B-word, essentially saying that she owed him for the stuff he chose to buy her voluntarily through eBay. He also says in the version of her he put in the Sonic comics, the Gazi La Skunk no longer trusts her, whatever that's supposed to mean. To top it all off, he accuses her, and the army of trolls is now convinced with being ordered by her, of being responsible for his dad's death. Certainly, the fact Bob ate at Burger King for decades, or his multiple bypass surgeries, or the fact he was 84 had nothing to do with his passing. It was all Megan's fault. Finally, he comes back to YouTube and only to post a Lego recreation of his high school, which is a little too close for comfort to a doom wad of his school, if you get what I'm saying. For the longest time, Chris, much like his parents, was a pathological hoarder and only bought more and more paraphernalia he just kept around and never got rid of. It's the man-child classic. However, it's at this time that we see him putting up certain things for sale, which is quite unusual. The first item, comically enough, is a package of all his used that he listed on Craigslist. This odd action went overlooked, at least for a little while, because all of the attention towards Chris Chan was brought to when the Chandler household went up in flames. The main theory as to why it happened was that due to general hoarding, the kitchen sink was inaccessible, leaving the downstairs bathroom sink to be the main source of water for the Chandlers. Because of this, an unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was the coffee brewer, which had an extension cord looping over a door. Because of the door opening and closing, the cord's plastic covering was gradually chewed away until the wires were completely exposed. This part is pretty much confirmed, as the fire department itself named it specifically as the cause of the fire. After about 3 hours, the firemen managed to put the fire out, while Chris went on Facebook to complain at Keurig, blaming them for the brewer's faulty wiring. With a house that was as much of a fire hazard as theirs, it's unsurprising that a 3-hour-long fire absolutely ravaged their living space. At the time, they made it out with pretty much nothing but what they had on their backs. It would take about a year for the house to be restored to its former glory, and during this period, Chris and Barb lived at a rental house provided by their insurance company. Fortunately for them, after the place was cleared for them to visit and inspect the objects that had been damaged by the fire, many things were left unscathed. As soon as the chaos died down, Chris returned to selling things on eBay for cash, though people generally presume this need for money was caused by the fire. On an unrelated note, in April, he says this on an email to one of the pretend girls he was communicating with. A new feast. I have just randomly done something that would normally be useless and trivial, and it would be something that would be more often done in a dream. But I actually did it, and I felt like I wanted to tell someone who would keep it confidential and possibly be interested. Right now, I'm telling only you in confidence. Warning, it is obscene, and I mean no offense. I have reached from behind and under and pulled my penis and literally stretched it to be wedged between the middle of my butt crack. I could push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I have just bathed. Oh my god. And while stretched, the balls can remain tucked in. And I can walk like
Budeme
that.
chýbať iba hodina.
It is that long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here, wherever, Scott County and Cherokee women are really missing out. Thank you for listening and keeping it confidential. On second thought, I gave you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an elegant gentleman. He's now practicing aerobics. People have been speculating that he had some psychological complex that made him want to bang himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character, and now it come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remained homophobic, struggling to consider gay males a legitimate category of the LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another explicit morsel of Chris's gender expression is the, and I quote, uncouth. You may be wondering, Tom, what Lovecraftian and horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain. I had something dudley that is radical that I did for my lesbian skull. I got a new piercing on my taint on Monday the 15th, about where my clitoris would be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel-straight piece with steel spears, of which I rendered to them as my I am tending to it cleaning personally in daily baths or showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day. I, Kirsten Weston Chandler, was no order outside opinions from anyone. I've long been thinking about getting a piercing on my face with a steel spear from where my clitoris would be if I was more female. In my soul identity as a female, and a lesbian as a fair substitute for that, and to stimulate the woman's clitoris via scissoring. Years ago, after watching the lesbian couple giving each other in the sophomore movie The and to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am seriously into women. They'll defend me, even when I don't totally grossing me out. I'm glad that I suck it underneath my taint, so I don't have to look down at the ugly bulge. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been and never will. And for every one of you sods who continue to mislabel me as a homosexual male, or hint towards anything of that even in distasteful jest, you can all kiss my of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged the parts of his little missive to go into the ins and outs of bonobo Chris's, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm real iffy on how accurate his locating of the organ is, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to use rubbing alcohol on a recent piercing, but then again, even if you got both of those things hilariously wrong, there's just no topping the fact that you chose to pierce his perineum. The words perineum and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence, and here we are, Chris Chan. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date, and eventually it did take place. Catherine's retelling of how it went down following. Chris wanted to spend an entire day together, go broad shopping at Target with him, wanted me to spend the night and watch movies with him, even asked me what I liked for breakfast and he could find. It would have been kind of nice behavior if it weren't the first time he was going to meet this woman. I told him a few times that I wasn't going to spend the night with him, but he persisted in believing I would. He was 2 booths down, I bit the bullet and went over. He wanted me to use some stupid pickup line. What's a pretty girl like you doing in a place like this? But I just asked if he was Christian. He also heaved up and squawked, Catherine, you're here! Then he side-hugged me before I could employ evasive tactics, and I led him to our table. The look on the waitress's face was priceless. She may need some serious therapy after this. Chris was wearing a red t-shirt and gray undershirt. His kilt, really some old lady-style plaid skirt to the calf, with turquoise tights and grungy sneakers. I thought he would wear high heels, since he said he likes wearing. His hair looked like straw, probably from the bleach he used to use, and he had a silver hairband and green earrings. He had on blue eyeshadow and purple eyeliner and red lipstick that appeared to have been applied by someone with advanced Parkinson's. He smelled very strongly, what we later found out was that Britney Spears perfume. He seemed genuinely amazed I was even there. He kept trying to hold my hand, so I negotiated lunch like a T-Rex with stumpy little arms. Then he tried footsie under the table. Andy stared at my face a lot. In retrospect, I could have fallen out on it. Farmer's family apparently also has farms for useless drunkenness too. A few days after the meeting, Chris told me that when Barb was young, she aggressively went after her sister's husband or fiance. When he offered to show us his house, we took him up on it. We followed him even though Al knew where we were going. Chris seriously drives like my demented old grandma who doesn't have a license anymore because she kept going the wrong way up one-way streets. The place is bad. Much smaller than I thought it would be too. It's overgrown and there's broken glass everywhere. Everywhere you look there's stuff. All garbage. Bob's old workshop is full of rubbish. His greenhouse is doing slightly better, but not much. There's an early 90s Cadillac in the yard covered in plant growth that hasn't been moved since the fire. They want to sell it and expect $2,000 to $5,000 for it. We go to the rental. It is literally stacked to the ceiling with stuff in places. No exaggeration. Chris occupies both upstairs rooms. One is full of Lego, including melted and warped fire damage Lego, a lot of it, and the other has the same grotty
121.
The Chandler's pets pee and poop in the house on newspaper because they're too lazy to take them for walks. The dogs are untrained, hate strangers.
Posedal som za menej ako 2 hodiny.
Their bellies all but drag on the floor. One nearly bit me when I offered to let it smell me. When we made our escape,
Respektíve môžem povedať, že za 2 hodiny.
Well, I'm waiting for the sweetest, the most honest woman in my life.
To na to, že som veľa strácal, že to bolo v sračke.
I waved at him when we got in the car and he still thinks I'm really pissed.
Začali sme 2:57. Ja, za menej ako 2 hodiny.
Or maybe that. Probably that. After this, Chris goes to a gay club looking at the future and goosebumps and he attempts to donate, but gets rejected. Truly, nobody wants that comeuppance. Another unexplainable surge of aggression would flare up in protest of Sonic's arms and the Sonic Boom game being
Zde čísla sú dobré.
beige color.
Vychádza to minimálne na tých 60 na hodinu.
The entire group to protest the change. His obsession with stopping the game from being sold around him got so bad that, after he had already been banned from every game store in the area due to his protest, he decided that on the day after Christmas, he'd once more go into GameStop and vandalize Sonic Boom copies. A Tumblr user who happened to be present and know of Christian eventually made a post detailing the occurrence. I was in GameStop looking at the 3DS rack when I heard a racket from my left.
Začínal som 2:57.
3 to 4 employees in the corner. I recognized Chris's voice before their appearance. A woman was telling Chris that they'd been banned from the store and needed to leave, to which Chris responded with something like, "Oh, come on. Can't we let bygones be bygones?" The employees ignored him and continued to tell him to leave and threatened to call security. Eventually, they dispersed to do so, which was about when I began filming. A woman buying a game at the counter asked the employee she had been interacting with what had just happened, and the employee replied that Chris was some guy that came in from time to time to mess with the Sonic Boom games because he was upset that Sonic's arms had changed color, or something to that effect. Sadly, I did not check to see what happened to the Sonic Boom, and only stayed for another 5 minutes or so before leaving. In the brief but very telling video that we have of the occurrence, we can see Chris in what can only be described as an incomprehensible getup, imperatively telling people not to call anyone, presumably because of his terrible fear of being pinned down and handcuffed. As he speed walks out of the GameStop, it's visible that he sprayed something on one of the employees' faces. Later on, it was revealed that he had maced this man for simply standing in his way. Unbeknownst to the bystanders, Chris was at the mall with his mother, but he got in such a state of nerves in his hurry to leave, he left his elderly mother alone at the food court and drove away. We know this because when the police arrived, she was interviewed, and soon after Chris was located, he was arrested and charged.
God damn, ideš tam jak kokot a nechceš sa zobrať.
Unlawful release, which is right fitting. I few days after the arrest, Chris was released on a $2,500 bail, and in October of the next year,
Yeah,
almost
but-
a whole 10 months after the macing, Chris managed to plead his Class 6 felony down to a misdemeanor level assault and battery, and was served with 180 days of probation and a $541 fine. This is a relatively light sentence if you consider the fact that while he was attending the court hearings during the time it took for the case to close, he never showed remorse for his actions. In a Facebook post he made immediately after being released, he said, "To preface what has happened recently, I simply remind everyone that Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not freaking blue." In fact, Sega had never changed them or reversed the change between February and November of this year in the new Sonic Boom video games and
fine.
cartoon series on Cartoon Network, as well as the toys.
Let's go,
I would
350.
never have a protest in hotel the way I have. I peeked at the GameStop and I spotted the new Skylander figure, Blastermind. I was set to buy it, and I was going to consider checking out for the Wii U pre-owned software selection in their 3-for-2 deal. In a sense, I was not looking for trouble. But then this male loomed out in front of me, frightened the crap out of me, and he said in a booming voice that only scared me worse, "You are banned from here. You need to leave now."
Zvykať na hodinu.
My shopping, I veered into the Wii U direction. When he
Hodinu.
startled me and boomed it as well. Still feeling frightened and mentally
Hodinu
I didn't grab my
40.
pepper spray to use in defense. I
Pet.
offered a few people solutions, but she ended up sending him to security. So I shouted, "Fine, I'm leaving." I dropped the figure. On my way out, I told the male to not get anyone, and we both stopped near simultaneous. I still felt my own worst for wear with the fear, startled, paranoia, and I did not want him following me and causing more trouble upon me. And then in my defense and not to make my escape, I
Prečo nezoberete
sprayed a minuscule
tohto?
amount of pepper spray downward, not in his face, and then I left. I did not learn until much later that this prince had done a lot worse than I had imagined it would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager and active manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the concept of the pepper spray, or that it was illegal for use in certain situations in the state of Virginia at all. And I had tried the stuff on myself days before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well. Like sampling a perfume or deodorant. It took me out damn well. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fan, and aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course I washed my hands.
Hodina
It took me
48.
minutes to make it bearable in there again. In the end, I was the victim. I did not cause the original provoking. The assistant manager made the first attack onto me and provoked my defensive response. I was minding my own business, not looking for trouble. And then he startled me, similar to a potential rapist in a dark alley in a big city. Any of you would have done the same as I have in defense.
Takže hodina
And we can sue Sega for
47.
changing Sonic's arm color and ultimately this male getting pepper sprayed. Think about it seriously. If this wasn't bad enough, just a few days after the GameStop debacle, he was up in Walmart causing a ruckus and threatening to pepper spray the employees when they told him he was trespassing. Over his correspondence with a Kiwi Farms user about the incident, he referred to himself as Badass. While explaining that he didn't know for sure the people at Walmart with Walmart name tags were Walmart employees.
Koľko
The
máme?
cherry on top is that he considers anyone using a threatening tone with him is a self-defense situation that warrants...
Skoro som to dal, 7 mi
It was
chýba.
now 2015. In his downtime, Chris worked on Sonichu for the first time in 5 years and posted to YouTube apologizing for his past homophobia. This apparent change in his demeanor didn't last very long, as soon
Seven.
after, he tries to guilt-trip distant family members into contacting Barb, invites
Not
people to
bad.
his lesbian sleepover, presumably so that he can sexually harass them, as he's known to do. His work on Sonichu wasn't exactly selfless, as the comic was only reviewed when one of Chris's donation tiers on Etsy, which promised a 100-page issue of
Not bad,
Sonichu
seven mi
for
chýba.
$1,000, was met by some madman with a lot of surplus cash. The donation was to no avail, though, as Chris defrauded him by neglecting to work on Sonichu, making only 16 pages out of the promised 100. Chris's videos take a serious turn for the worse at this point, as he shows frozen samples and posts a lesbian sex audition, in which he makes suggestive motions in order to impress a lesbian couple he supposedly was corresponding with at the time. Eventually, the reason Chris had been monetizing his creations more and more is revealed in a video called Please Donate, where he explains Barb has been sued for a debt of almost $5,000 that they need to pay off, and in order to do that, they need people to donate. Mind you, he says this while he's surrounded by a gaggle of expensive toys he's unwilling to sell. Later on, the money donated begins also being dedicated to Barb's dental work, which apparently is necessary because she has a lot of cavities and asthma meds. However, keeping in tune with his previously shrewd financial moves, Chris completely wastes the money by buying things like a PS4, Transformers toys, which he later destroyed when Trump won the 2016 election, and a plethora of other useless garbage. Meanwhile, he attacks Cole for not giving them more money and claims they're so poor that they can no longer afford soup. To make matters worse, Barb gets hit with more debt lawsuits, and so does Chris, eventually totaling over $30,000 worth of debt between the two of them. With all of this mounting, they begin struggles to pay their mortgage of $115,000. And to solve this, Chris asks for $250,000 on Patreon. When people begin telling him to get a job, he angrily responds that he already has a full-time job, which is taking care of Barb, and can't apply for any other job because of the trolls. He also implies a job would keep him from drawing and writing for his books, but at that point, new Sonichu comics are extremely hit or miss and a far cry from what they once were. Over at eBay, he manages to sell a Sonic totem for $1,500, but preemptively spends the money and then fails to ship the totem, which means now he not only owes $1,500 worth of garbage he bought on credit cards, but he also has a negative $1,500 balance on his PayPal. In a particularly pithy moment, Chris posts a video of Barb begging for money with a gold and pearl necklace on, items that he bought her with the donation money instead of getting food or paying off some of their debt. While the Find a Shoe crisis was going down, another arc reared its hideous head, the Idea Guy saga. I will abridge this as much as possible because it's so comically insane, it's not worth getting into all the details about. Basically, a troll called Joshua Wise emailed Chris pretending to be a character from the anime Hyperdimension Neptunia, asking about Chris's Dreamcast and saying it held a portal to Quickville, the land where Sonichu lives. What became immediately clear was that it was extremely easy to get Chris to believe things when you dangled the possibility of leaving the real world and escaping into the Sonichu universe. It was like pushing a button that instantly detached Chris from reality altogether. In fact, his abandonment of real life was so total that it would even override his sensibilities. Through the Neptunia trolling, Chris was talked into drawing an image of himself anally impregnating Sonichu, which is a sentence I never expected myself to say. The result of this was that now Chris believes Sonichu and a bunch of other fictional characters and their respective universes were alternate realities that he could access. After tricking Chris into unknowingly spreading Wignat jokes, the troll posting to Kiwi Farms said, Chris doesn't actually know about the Nazi jokes he just told. What really happened was some white knight tried to explain to him that he was making Holocaust references, and the thing was that I saw that coming beforehand. So I told him that anyone who said otherwise was a troll. Really, convincing Chris all this is happening isn't as hard as you might expect. In fact, all it takes is one of these free photo editing sites in Audacity to make Quickville come to life. I actually once took audio from him during an interview and edited it poorly to make it sound like Christine was talking to random people fighting to save Quickville. The images in question are hilariously bad quality, but were more than enough to get Chris on board with pretty much anything the troll said, just as long as it was backed with some dribble about alternate dimensions and timelines. Chris probably converts from Christianity to the religion of the CPU goddesses, which is something straight from Hyperdimension Neptunia, and he now believes he is one. While this bottomless pit of schizophrenia was brewing up online, Chris's real-life adventures raged on. He attended MagFest to a very warm reception and even a standing ovation. Then he once again trespassed and was put on a therapeutic docket instead of facing jail time, which meant he was appointed to see a psychiatrist regularly. Later on, he asked for people to buy all of his Transformers toys so that he makes the $600 he needs to go to BronyCon, followed by his house almost getting foreclosed because they'd been delinquent on mortgage payments. Though the Hyperdimension Neptunia trolling remained benign for a brief period, it quickly devolved into the trolls running it, manipulating Chris into making humiliating videos, such as one where he slaps himself repeatedly while sounding like he's calling himself a or another one called Liquor, that is I, which they did because they had convinced him he was bisexual, and to act it out, he drew a penis on the wall and began licking it. Though it's not shown in the footage, he then showed it to Barb, who cried and ran upstairs. He attends another convention called Too Many Games and is banned from it for randomly kissing people without their consent, prompting him to crawl up in a ball, which he calls his hedgehog defensive states. A day later, he took to Twitter to justify his actions, saying the following. One question. What is wrong with this world? A peck on the cheek from a celebrity that one likes. Positively, mind you, is not offensive to me. Finally, the Neptunia trolls are brought to justice, so to speak, when Null, the owner of Kiwi Farms, makes a thread called The Christian Extortionist, dedicated to expose how Chris was tricked into shelling out about $6,000 in gifts and cash to the trolls, as well as having Chris admit to being a pedophile and raping his mother in order to blackmail him. This shift in the tides pretty much marked the end of the specific troll's activity. However, despite this information making it to Chris and him becoming aware that the majority of his current beliefs have been shaped by malicious trolls, he would outright refuse to abandon
Magic
those beliefs.
evasion.
The epilogue to Sonichu 13, called Awakening of a CPU, Chris said, they were royally messing with me, as well as literally screwing up the Earth, Equestria, and even the CPU goddesses themselves destructively. Wise and his associate, Stephen Boyd, extorted $6,000 out of me in Steam and Amazon cards and other toys. They will pay me back the $6,000 with interest. Regardless, the joke is on Wise because his slanderous, destructive efforts only strengthen my own psychic links with our world. There. And the CPU goddesses and I became allies. And everything that was destined, prophesized, and fated of me, and the link between those earths and dimensions came full circle, deja vu, and all that. And we are still continuing on as such. Also, I am awakened, and I am still learning of my powers and everything. I had lived a long, trying, and mentally and emotionally enduring life, made my own progress, recovery, and whatnot. Me, a half-Sonichu individual of this Earth 1218, destined to be a console patron unit. So yeah, Chris's mental state was pretty much irreversible. He then announces the dimensional merge on his YouTube channel. Basically, it means that soon the Sonichu verse and real life will become one, and he'll be able to transform into his other forms and use his powers. Of course, when this doesn't happen, he comes up with a cockamamie expression as to how it's being delayed by an interdimensional war between good guys and bad guys from every fictional universe. The very next video has him screaming because he got blocked by the Brony crew of TF2 Analysis on Twitter, to which he then begs to be unblocked. In December of 2019, Chris shares a dream he had in which his current self is being pursued by his old self, once again reaffirming his narcissistic fantasies. 2020 then rolled by, and of course, Chris used his stimmy checks not to pay for any of his insurmountable debt he was dealing with, but to buy an iPad. If you want to get a good feel for how decrepit and demented the Chandler household had gotten by that point, then just watch this.
Hi, Cole. Thanks for the flowers. They're beautiful. That was very sweet of you. I remember all the cards and letters that you mailed me when you were in college. I still have them, and I still read them. It's so nice to be reminded of your love and support. Thank you very much. I love you.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. Hey, Cole. Got a little message for you myself, brother. This is actually Sonichu. Yeah, the one and only prime of the Sonichu species from our sister dimension that's literally right next door to you. Hey,
What
you've
the
been hanging out
fuck?
next to Iron Man.
You could say Chris Chan's singularity was fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunia delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential. I genuinely do not want this to get out in public ears and radar, especially anywhere on the freaking Kiwi farms. I have been more positive lately. Masturbation has become easier and more fun with me in recent months. With the more recent significant detail, I have a sex partner of our 1218 half of our universe. She's been very satisfactory. Her identity needs to remain a strict secret, and this is a mutual, genuine affection. I'm finally getting the long overdue experience, and she's helping me explore. Since we've started this ship progress with the first intercourse last Sunday, I've been feeling a lot less physically stressed and improved quality of life. We're mainly still exploring the options and teaching each other up to where we find what works best. She's physically older than I, considerably fragile, but she has great inner strength and soul power. This was odd. Chris was known to lie, but seldom did he ever lie about actually having sex with somebody, which meant that he was probably telling the truth here. But who could he have been talking about? Well, on the 28th of July, he had a call with another one of his online trolls, a girl called Isabella Janke, and in this call, he confided something he hadn't yet told anyone else.
I don't want to believe labels and all, but I can obviously tell when incest fanfics have come true. And I'm not sure with care and caution. It was a time approach. So I just gave her comfort and talked with her, and we just branched out slow and steady. And I encouraged her positively, let her make the first move. She wanted to do it.
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
Yeah.
It's worth noting I have a separate dedicated video about Isabella Janke, which was released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes in more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public, Null became involved and started questioning Chris about it, to which he replied that this was consensual with Barbara. The air had shifted, and Null became noticeably more revulsed while talking to Chris, and he shut down the GoFundMe page he had set up for him. The police were informed, and Chris was served with an emergency protective order until the 5th of August, and was forbidden from communicating with his mother while she was was at the hospital for a senior care inspection. Furthermore, Noel decided to follow up on another lead regarding Chris and Barb's relationship, saying, Chris gave me access to his emails years ago to help out a while back during the Joshua Wise situation. I've had access since. Chris is aware I have access to his emails, and after changing his passwords recently, gave me access to them again. I've helped him deal with trolls signing him up for spam and newsletters and other things like that. I was going to send Chris's GoFundMe money, but after talking it over and sleeping on it, I've canceled the payment and I've asked GoFundMe to do a total refund. I told Chris last night to spend one night sleeping in his vehicle and that this morning it would help him figure out a way to have a roof over his head until August 5th. I suggested that he take some time under the stars to reflect on his situation. Every so often, Chris gets an email alert that Barb has sent him money. I've always been under the impression that Barb tightly manages his finances and sends him a pittance. However, to my surprise, at 12:38 this morning, so less than 8 hours ago, Barb sent Chris $750. I asked Chris about this. The attached images show him questioning Chris about it, who replied that Barb hadn't sent him any money at all, which was a blatant lie, which he justified by saying that it was an emergency, and that he planned on sending her the money back. Noel adds that this could classify as a violation of the protective order since he's prohibited from stealing from Barb, and he notified the police. At about 6 p.m. on the 1st of August, the police would arrive and arrest Chris while he rambles about Sonichu and the Merge, all filmed by Killstream host Ethan Ralph. Going to jail and being separated from his network of supporters and enablers certainly had no beneficial effects on Chris's state of mind, as he actually became more insane during lockup. In a letter of his he sent from jail, he says, Firstly and vitally, it should be made obvious and clear that aside from Andy Warhol, my life events at present and so far can directly be compared and matched with that which have been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth himself in any holy Bible. Sounds reasonable. In a later letter, he justifies what he did to Barb, essentially claiming he did it for her benefit. You may or may not have heard of Christine, our Lord, having foreknown of an eventual circumstance upon Barbara, that had our Lord not cleansed her aura and regrets, she would have ended up separated from our Lord by such a circumstance as a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical premature death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 24th, 2021, Barbara was in the van and got hit by a tractor-trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and aura of our Lord from that soul bonding. Barbara has 2 broken ribs and a bump on the head. Chris continues to send many more letters and even drawings from his cell, all the while continuing to ask for over $100,000 to pay off the mortgage of their house. Though now he refers to the donations as tithe and the house as the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars. Onlookers wishfully believed that perhaps this time the people around Chris would realize that he was simply unfit for living in society. For just a hopeful second, the possibility of the CWC Sonichu Empire meeting its demise in a jail cell glimmered in the horizon, but in Christery, no hope is left unshattered. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, probably go outside after watching this video because this one was way too long. Leave me alone.
Piče zlamy jako hovno. Oh. Ľudia si stať, že zaostala chvása. Dobre, o 11. máme. Teraz máme priestor, máme priestor. No, priestor. Dobre, tak chvíľa na série nebola stolná, ale vidíte ďalší šperk. Čo je solidné. To znamená zajtra pravdepodobne. Zajtra alebo stredu. Je tam hodina 10 na nebula, čo je nič už.
Okay. Again, pipe revolver. Well, okay, I should be more specific. Weapons that I actually care about. All right, good luck, man. Yoshi's doing the level 20. All right. Have fun with that. There's a stump with a decent amount of loot. Mini quest from a holotape in the graveyard behind the church. Oh, okay. Jeez, I didn't know about that. Or again, it's like one of two things. Either I knew it and forgot it, or I just didn't know it in the first place. And I couldn't tell you which one it is. It's like there's so much in this game that you touch like one time when you first start and then you never look at again that it's easy to go, oh, that's brand new, and it isn't. But it's also easy to miss. Like something like that, super easy to miss. All right, we're just going to run on by here. I think there's not that many Scorch left in that spot, so. But you made it to Flatwoods, though. That's pretty good. What character or what 20 level 20 preset did you choose, Mandy? I'm not sure what I would choose with this particular rule set. I'm not sure which way I'd go. I mean, Bat Specialist is completely pointless. Gunslinger, all right. Oh, there's death number something. Got to sort out dinner. All right, John. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your dinner. Or enjoy sorting your dinner. Oh, wow, there's a skating Protectron. Is that a... Okay, there's a Protectron. There's a... I mean, the thing is, they won't attack you. They'll just float and stuff. But still, it is one of those things. It's nice to know that you're in danger or not. Nomadic Moth. Hello, hello. They should put Caesar's Legion in Ohio. I don't know. I mean, the thing about Caesar's Legion, in fact, the thing about a lot of the older Fallout games, and it kind of started with Fallout 4, is Fallout has become more sanitized.
Okay, Zima.
Right? I mean, if you think about it,
Welcome,
like slavery. All right, that's over on the other side of the hill. Like they got rid of slavery, right? Like there's not really slavery in the in 4, and definitely not in this game. And so something like the Caesar's Legion, where they have slaves, where they've got, you know, they string people up, and yeah, like I don't necessarily think your idea is bad. I just think it's unlikely because what do we have? Oh, it's a ghoul. It's just the it's like Fallout has become more. Damn it! I knew that reload was gonna get me too. I knew it was gonna get me, and I'm all the way back here. I knew that reload was going to get me. All right, death counter, it's up by 1. Oh, it sucks when you see it coming and you can't do anything about it. And for you literally have a repeatable quest. Oh, that is true. I guess that is true. I forgot about that, Lord T. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about Nuka World on Tour with the whole slavery thing. They did add that in. Where's our slavery here? Are you in the server too, Bane? Oh. You can't join event? I tried joining it. I mean, I tried it.
Ak nájdeš kalendár 7000, 7000 v živote ma nebudem, to je tá výhoda. Najtežšiu sračku v živote robiť nemusím, to je veľká výhoda.
Jeez, all right. I was so far. I should have put down a 10. That was rough.
To je veľká výhoda. 7000 v živote ma nebudem. Ale ďalšia vec je, že dovolia potom na 100% dve legendárne zbráne.
No, I believe you. Bring back slavery. Well, I'm not necessarily advocating for slavery, but the game is definitely, like, if you look at the tone of this game overall, it's a lot different. You know, I mean, they had the Raiders.
Ak je najťažšie kalendár 7000 bude,
People that turned into Raiders.
tak na 100% už dovolia používať dve legendárne zbráne.
That's about as dark as it
To
got.
znamená, v momente, ako dajú najťažšiu sračku, dajú ti možnosť používať dve legendárne zbráne, easy peasy. Ja nemám ani jednu, čo je easy peasy.
Thank you, Pissed Off Goat. I'll have to think about what I want. Thank you very much. Wow, that's very generous of you. I didn't put up a goal today because I had
Ja nemám ani
it
jednu.
in mind, but I wanted to. I think I'm gonna save it for Friday.
Nemám ani jednu.
What do you want? Let's see. Let's save ourselves some of the walk. Come on. There we go. We'll save ourselves a little bit of walk. Those reloads will get you though. Wow. Pissed Off Goat is the GOAT. You're the GOAT today. And then if you look at Starfield, I mean, Starfield is so... Yeah, it's so sanitary in terms of just, you know, everything. In terms of tone, in terms of just... The characters are all very vanilla. Not all of them, but most of them are all very vanilla. And I would like to see some darker stuff in the games. I mean, that's kind of how Fallout... I mean, that's kind of like a hallmark of Fallout. I wonder if I do an area loot, if the note's not even there. That's kind of a hallmark of Fallout, right? Is like some darker themes. And it's not really... Yeah, it's definitely not in this game, not for the most part. I mean, there's a little bit of... It's more a case of, you know, they have supplies that we want, and we're going to take them, which is, you know, I get that. That's a bit. There's a big step from going that to, you know, enslaving people or whatever. But you know, Rad Rumble, ha ha ha. Yes, you can't run. If a roach farts, your bloody bill will go. Okay, where's my bag? Where's my popcorn bag? Although I don't know what I had on me. It wasn't much. Oh, right here. It's floating in the sky. All right, so... Oh, there's a ghoul. Yeah, ammo supply is not a problem if I would just like, you know, reloading is not an issue if I could just like hit my shots. There we go. Okay, so we're getting closer. Still nothing there. Should I sleep for well rested? I'll do that if I remember. I'll do that before I talk to Duchess. I'll sleep in my camp before I talk to Duchess. Oh, what's my food situation? All right, let's do that. In Starfield, the pirate act like they're like pirates from the Disney Channel. Really, I mean, they're not. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I mean, I like the quest line overall, except for the loading screens are the worst. I mean, and that quest has like the worst. It's the worst example of loading screens. But in terms of like as a pirate faction, they're not. Yeah, like I said, they're like the Disney version of pirates. Like Pirates of the Caribbean, you know, the pirates in that movie and those movies are way scarier than the pirates in Starfield. So, but I'm just hoping that it's not like, I don't know, is it like an attempt to be more mass, you know, to have more mass appeal? You know, it's like, well, if we appeal to everybody, the problem is when you appeal to everybody, you don't really appeal to anybody. And I just wonder if that's intentional. It's like, well, if we just sanitize all the, you know, the tone of everything, will we just have more appeal? I mean, their games have no trouble selling. Like, if you look at Skyrim, you look at all the, you know, basically all their games, they have no issues with people buying them. So, okay, something, oh, not a Liberator. I mean, things like Liberators are the worst because they, yeah. I mean, they can actually hit pretty hard, especially under this rule set. And I don't really want to have Death by Liberator. I haven't had Death by Liberator yet. I know it'll happen at some point. In fact, it may happen with the inoculation quest because you have to go down into the that building, and yeah, it's dark. And hey, Joe, welcome. What, a Tremor type enemy? I mean, like from the movie, like Tremors, where it actually goes, burrows underground and comes up and whatever. Like Dune. Like you should play Dune. I hear Dune has stuff like that. You can always have a Chinese faction Ohio area. You know, that was when I played Fallout 3. And here's the reason why Fallout 3 for me, I like. I'm not saying it's better because it's all personal taste, but I like Fallout 3 over New Vegas, and the reason is the map exploration. And some of it has to do with just like you go down into some subway entrance and you come out in some hidden area. Was that like Arlington? Is that the spot where it had the like the days and you end up with like it's almost frozen in time. I mean, obviously they're all coolified, but still, you know, these Chinese soldiers that are, you know, this food factory is in front, and like just cool stuff like that. And then, like exploration, because you don't ever have to go there, right? Like that doesn't have anything. Anyway, that's what. Welcome. But I mean, you never have to go there for questing or anything, and yet when you do, it's like this rewarding thing. You just find this really cool area. So yeah, that's. I like stuff like that, which is one of the reasons like Starfield for me wasn't. It didn't have that, but I mean maybe it had that, but it did never have that I ever encountered. Let's see here. Remember something in the Wild West spot in Nuke World that have a huge like bear sign?
30 mil Glambo. God damn it, man. What a joke.
I mean, Nuke World in Fallout 4? I mean, it had the blood bugs, right? Like, you could have those.
No pressure, but we're all counting on you.
So, are not the blood bugs, the blood worms, right? So you're talking blood worms only huge. All right, there's a ghoul. What's my leveling looking like? We're getting there. We're getting there. I know that ghoul's not going to drop a gun, so at this point I'm saving my bullets for things that might drop guns. Let's go down this way. I want to make a direct route. I just want to get there so I can turn it into quest. And then, right here. I've never ever looked here. Ooh, pocket eraser limbs, baseball grenade. Yeah, wait, yeah. Oh, there's this is how you pick up the fishing quest. Yep, alright, exit. Alright, exit. So now you have I discovered Fisherman's Rest. Oh my gosh, oh, that's cool. So you can actually, that's actually kind of interesting. Your fast travel's turned off, I assume. Oh, look at that, I can fast travel. I'm not going to do this. I would just see it work. So that's actually pretty cool. So if you want to do fishing, that's actually awesome because that means if you're a brand new player, you can click on that thing, pick up the quest, pick up the location, fast travel here, talk to the guy, get set up for fishing, and then leave without ever having to engage in, in the, that high level area that's over your level. So that means as a low level, you can get hooked up with fishing. That's awesome the way they did that. I like that. That's really great. Fish for XP, yeah, like 1 XP, 5 XP. No, I'm not looking to fish. I was just checking that out. So that's actually, I didn't realize that that's how they did it. That you could actually leave the vault, read the sign, and it would actually give you the location as learn. And then you could actually get your fishing pole, and then you can fish wherever you went. And you don't have to engage in that high level area. That's actually really cool. What build am I going for? Like a stealthy sniper is what I'm looking for, Go. That's kind of the idea, because in this game, or in this particular mode, my best defense is just not to be seen. So if I can hit them from far away and I can not get detected, that's my best chance for survival. So that's what I'm going for. Fertile soil. Yeah, fertile soil. That's one. I can't. I mean, I could probably fast travel to you, but no. I got a quest to turn in. I'm trying to do this without fast traveling. I am questing. That is my goal on this particular one. I never expected to have a full team of people. I will say. I hope the people joining me are having fun. Let's see. Might as well pick up wood whenever I can. I mean, I did build the camp, so that took a little bit, but I don't anticipate doing much with I think my camp is probably about as built out as it's going to be. Although what I may do is when, if I'm done with when I get to the point where I'm done with the forest, I may move to have another camp. in another region. I don't know. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do as far as how far I'm going to take this character. I think what I said last week, until I get sick of it. So which is usually what I do. That's usually the way I play the characters, is until I get tired of doing them. And then I start another one. All right, so we should have a pretty straight shot if I just avoid the, the farm over there, which I felt so dumb. Like when I went over there, I did loot the shed that had all the fertilizer in it, and then I went to plant some stuff. And fertilizer. It's like you forget everything's so plentiful, but fertilizer really isn't as plentiful. Chameleon armor. Well, legendary effects are turned off. Oh, I don't know if I can fast travel. I don't want to try right now because I'm not in a spot where I can get back to easily. Not sure Teep is having fun. Plus, if I end up in danger, I won't be able to fast travel away. I'm questing. I'm doing my questing thing. So yeah, I'm hoping for two things when I turn this quest in. I'm hoping, number one, that it levels me up to level 10. I'm hoping that happens. And I'm hoping this is the point where I get the hunting rifle plan. Because I know you get that. Like, you get two plans from her. One is the hunting rifle and one is the bow. And the bow is at the very end. Like, after you've done absolutely everything. Oh, there's the fertile soil. Using Bane for fertilizer. He is organic material. So, yeah, you get the hunting rifle plan and the bow plan. The bow plan comes at the very end. The hunting rifle, I think, comes at this part. I think when I turn this in is when I get it, but I'm not positive. We'll find out shortly. Well, I think if Jeep wasn't having fun, he would have stopped doing it. Because really, it is, at the end of the day, it's just a game, and if you're not having fun. So I'm going to assume that if he's on the server, he's having fun. It's like Fallout 76, like you've never seen it. It's like anyone who thinks Fallout 76 is hard, well, jump on my server and then tell me if the normal mode is hard. After that, just jump on the server and play exactly how you normally play. And of course, if you normally play as a stealth sniper, you'll probably be okay. But if you normally play as a run-and-gun character, well, have fun with that. All right, so. Although I probably will be going through Flatwoods next, because the next stage is to go into Golly Mine, which I don't know that I'm quite feeling at the moment. Let's see, is this one? All right, so he's either not respawned or he respawned and got killed again. I don't know. All right, so let's go up here. Scrap some stuff. I'm going to sleep. Tex. Oh, wow. Thank you very much, Tex. Oh, it's a super sticker, so I can't actually do anything with it. But thank you very much, Tex. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very generous. I didn't even set a goal today. Now I feel bad. I should have set a goal. I will set one on Friday, though. I know what I'm going to do on Friday. But it didn't really seem like it was. Yeah, we'll talk about it on Friday what it is. Ooh, pemmican. Give me. There's some pemmican. There's some ammo. Let's see. Let's rest up. Get the 5% bonus. I don't know if it's still going or not. For the student level up, and you do like those stickers. Those stickers are fun, yeah. Yeah, it's been so long. I got to the point where I got so indifferent to leveling on my other characters that I just don't even bother sleeping anymore. I just forget about it because levels start to just not mean a lot. But on this, all the bots explode on death. Yeah, well, yes, they do. If you're crippling them, I mean, that's the thing. If you cripple them, if they haven't crippled them, they will explode. So, yeah, if you shoot them and it cripples, they will explode on death. And you
Skurvysínsky kokoti, nemáte hotové misie? Viebovia dobití v mozgu. Primitívovia, zaostali.
You can go through Tunnel of Love to get a bow plan as
God
well.
damn it.
Is there a bow plan in Tunnel of Love? Like, is there a bow plan just sitting there loose?
Kokoty nemajú hotové misie o 11:00, jebovia.
Another sticker. That one's fun. It's like a little pear with a headband or something. That's cute.
Narušený hajzli.
Thank you very much, Louise. Thank you. You guys are all very
Podrovnaný
generous. When I say
parchanti.
guys, I'd be very generic about it.
To je sračka, Vienita.
But yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's see. Duchess, give me something. Give me some good news. I did. Definitely not the usual cakewalk. No. No. Unless the cake has monsters in it. Maybe. Missing muscle. Yeah, I don't know that I want to go into Gully Mine yet. Sure, I'll find your people. Hopefully this is a quest. I'll find out. Hopefully this is like, okay, there we go. That's okay. So I got level 10, so there's half what I wanted. So I can make some bigger armor. So I'll go through Flatwoods. I'm gonna buy the plan for the and I got
Oh, iba 2 dní goblinov, to je nič.
a hunting rifle.
2 dní goblinov,
Yes. Hunting rifle plan. All right, I'm gonna make a new. Okay.
2 dní goblinov
Awesome. All right, this is all kinds
a
of.
Last Depot, že tento týždeň sa rozpracuje.
I knew the hunting rifle was about this spot. I wasn't sure if it was that state.
Last Depot sa rozpracuje.
We've got craft a hunting. I'm so glad that they removed the crafting restriction from Gunsmith. And I'm pretty sure this hunting rifle doesn't have anything special on it, right? It was just a hunting rifle. Yeah, all right. So let's unfit. We're gonna scrap that. Well, let me craft another one first. I did that once where I scrapped the weapon I was using, and I didn't have enough materials to craft a replacement. So take all of this every time. All right, let's craft a new hunting rifle and let's craft the other ones. Machine guns, hunting. Oh, I can do cold shoulder. Takes legendary modules though, which I don't have.
A tu bola kurva.
Oh, that's interesting.
Man, vy chore kokoty už naozaj. Je to primitivizmus dať každému rovnaké denné misie, táto pičerna. Kokot vymyslí.
Even though it says legendary modules to craft, like that 4 times ammo capacity is actually not quad. It is just, it's like hard coded in. So I think you could actually still be able to use this as a quad. You get the bonus to cryptids because I don't think. I don't know. I haven't tested it, but I'm guessing all the effects on this would work because none of them are considered legendary. I'm guessing. I'm not going to use it, but I'm guessing. So this should give us a decent step up in damage. And let's scrap the other one just to, let's see here. What did I learn? I don't know what I learned. I don't know if it's because this thing popped up or because, okay, I know all this stuff. Oh, sometimes the help with this. Oh, a lined short barrel. That's not what I wanted. Darn it. I want a scope. I wonder if I could craft a few of these. I probably don't want to. Oh, let's see if I did level 1. How many of these can I do? I don't know that I want to craft. I mean, I don't know if I want to burn through a bunch of materials. Let's grab like 4 of them. And then scrap them.
Sme hotoví. Hotoví so všetkým.
Perforating magazine. That actually I just want a scope of some sort. Scope. Awesome. Let's see. Wait, make sure I scrap the right level.
Denné misie, všetky hotové. Vyžené misie, všetky hotové.
That'll work. Okay. No suppressor yet, but that's okay. So we've got standard receiver, vicious, standard doesn't matter. That doesn't really matter. Stabilized long barrel. This should make aiming better. Sight accuracy less. Yeah. All right. So this will be a little better for what we're doing. Let's see. Perforating magazine. Little armor penetration is like the worst thing in the world. Short scope. And well, let's put some camouflage.
Ledva som to stihol, to neuveriteľné.
At the end of the quest or the mission, you think you get when you get the Tommy gun with the hearts. Oh, there's a bow. Does it actually give you the bow plan as a thing, or you got the event done? Awesome, mate. Awesome. So it has a chance to give you the bow. I mean, the bow plan can be.
O 3:00, o 9:00.
I don't think it's a guarantee from that event though. Let's see here. Got that. Now, did it put it in the right spot? It did. All right. So now our armor goes. Let's use the metal chest piece here. Do I want to fix it? So was our resistance before. So that goes from 4 to 20. Let's see what we can do with this armor because I think it's gonna be a while before we're level 20, and I don't usually invest in armor below level 50, but I think it's worth doing here. We can do painted. Ooh, I can do lighter build. Fiberglass cork. Oh yeah, that'd be worth it. That's gonna save us a little bit of weight. It's gonna hurt condition ever so slightly. Let's do, whoops, painted. That'll give us that. I would like shadowed, but painted, that'll hurt condition. Do we want to, I mean, I guess I won't fix it because I'm not really looking to get hit, so I won't repair it. But let's see, let's scrap this leather.
Pozrieme sa na goblínov. Skúsime nájsť nejakého goblina,
And I
goblera.
think I'll probably buy
Tako
arms or
kreknúť
legs.
to.
So when we get a
Skúsime to
fight, it's on my
kreknúť.
arms or legs. It doesn't really matter which. So what's our resistance?
Skúsime to kreknúť.
133. Maybe we'll be able to take a hit. I'm hearing my own footsteps and it's causing me to, yeah. Let's see.
Skúsme to
Oh, I have
kreknúť.
a level up. I have to take a level up too. So let's do the, let's just eat everything that's not. Let's put.
Skúsme to kreknúť.
And I have a level up. We'll get there. That's nice. Level 10 though feels like we're having a good big step up in terms of just, you know, our weapon got a little bit of upgrade. I still need a better pistol, and I may. That's the thing. So let's do.
Skúsme to kreknúť, haleluja. Skúsme to líznúť, haleluja.
And our rads are kind of. We lost spoiled meat. Let's put that away. Let's do a rad away to looted. I already milked the Brahmin, otherwise I would do that, but I already milked them on this server, so they're not going to be milkable again. Let's put away boiled water and what else? It's always nice to have that. It's such a weird system when I'm gonna sell all of the. Oh, actually, let's do. I'm gonna store all the Nuka Colas. The reason I'm doing that, just on the off chance that I happen to run into the grenade plan, I probably won't. I think we're gonna leave the power armor chest. I can actually wear this now, but I think I'm gonna put it away. And we'll store the fusion. What's our fusion cores? We've got one at 24, we've got 24%, and two at 50%. So between all of those, we have like 1.5 fusion cores. And junk here. Oh, and a level up, which I keep forgetting about. Perk pack. Oh yeah. Anything but it was tense. Yeah, tense is fun. I mean, imagine Fertile Soil being tense. There's bodyguards. I might as well equip it. Since I have teammates, I don't, you know, I won't always have them. What does this give me anyway? It's probably not going to be that. Bodyguard, 8 damage and 8 damage. Well, I'll take it. As long as I have teammates. Let's see. Here, what was the other? So, Born Survivor. Born Survivor might be useful at some point. Probably not for a while, though. We'll just keep them. I won't scrap them, but we'll keep them. Moving target. I don't see ever using that. Good doggy. Probably not. I don't know. Can do. No. Let's see. Green thumb, maybe. All right. Let's look at luck, first of all. Yeah. Yeah, shield might be good. Let's see. What am I going to take under luck? Luck doesn't actually need to be very high. Then I just have to carry like 100 of a thing on me. Junk shield might be worth it, actually. Let's see, agility. What does agility have? Anything new? No. And agility's really disappointing. It's like I need to be stealthy, but I'm not really getting anything. Here I'll start taking gunsmith, I think, in the next rank. That's like 11. Charisma, no. Endurance. We have anything under endurance? Okay, natural resistance. Fire, and I mean, this probably won't come into play. We'll take it. I mean, extra endurance is good, and that's a good perk, so we'll take that perk. All right, we're ready to. Oh, there's Mandy. Hello, Mandy. All right, so a scope. I finally have a scope now. If I could just get stabilized arm mods, that's what I want. Stabilized arm mods. That sway is something, but still, it's a big step up from where we were. And I have lots of ammo. I'm guessing this won't be hostile, right? That won't be hostile. I have Brahmin in Flatwoods and Charlie. I haven't, but I know that Jeep has been in Flatwoods, so I'm guessing he might have milked them. I don't know. I didn't want to have to count on that. Hey, Jim, welcome. Make sure to donate multiple hundreds of Mario coins for this. Yeah, Mario coins, yes. Let's see here. I mean, I could kill it for the XP, but what do I care? All right, so we're gonna have dogs here. Yeah, my God. See, now I have a choice. What's my cap situation looking like? Yeah, 481. That is the downside. So when you play with just quests and not events, your caps build really slowly. Oh, that's one thing I didn't check. My water. Yeah. I don't think these hold much anyway. I think these require that. But still, might as well take the water while I can.
Moje to chce studeného dažďka
Because if
všasno.
nothing else, I can sell this. Oh, maybe they only hold 2. Yeah, they only hold 2. Yeah, they don't hold much. But that's all I had. Plus, I don't really have water right here anyway, so I mean, that's kind of my only option. And I can only build so many of the things, so I did what I could. So I did the pemmican, right? I got some pemmican, right? Oh, the spoiled food, too. We'll spawn down a tent. I don't want to have to run back to my camp constantly. I was going to store this full of food in case we ever did Viv. That would be something to do. I don't, like I said, I've said many times, I don't know why I planned it for the series. I guess that means I don't have one. Spoiled meat. All right. We're good. We're good. Oh, transmitter signal. All right, yeah, I'm switching gears here. So instead of this, we're going to do an ounce of prevention. Since we have to come back up this way anyway to talk to the overseer eventually, we might as well do that. And then I might just go into the responders, the fire breathers. Ooh, wow. That could be a thing. Now, I'm guessing there's dogs over here, but I don't know. I mean, I know that they can be here, although, is that a dog? Let's try a baseball grenade. They do, let's see, that's more damage. That might be too far, let's see. Are you serious? Like, none of them? Grenades in this game suck. Like, maybe, of course, I don't have anything to, like, set the range or anything, but still, like, that should... Alright, whatever. Is it because they're bouncing and they're just running too far away? Oh, I'm not doing much damage to him at all. Imagine if he turned hostile and you died by a prize bot. That would be amazing. You're like, how did you die? Oh, prize bot killed me. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling the level 1-ness of my weapon. See, maybe I should make that a priority. Like, I was going to do I was going to get heavy leather, but I almost think I need to... Well, of course I can't.
Takže nebolo aj hodinu 10.
Because I have to be level 15. The 10 mil pistol, it goes from level 1 to 15, I'm pretty sure, right? So, even if I got the 10 mil pistol... Yeah, never mind. Every time I think I should upgrade this, I remember
The Fractured Worlds je kľúčový, ale to získať... To je keby si si nachrechol.
Are there mole rats here, or I'm not seeing any? I'm not seeing movement at all, but that doesn't mean anything.
A tí imbecilovia dajú za strašne tučné sumičky. To strašne tučné sumičky, tí jebovia náhnití. Kto či toto niekedy klesne. Kto či to niekedy klesne, Fractured Worlds.
Kidding me. You little jerk. Okay. Let's increase the counter again.
Kto či to niekedy klesne.
Let's give up. At least I put a 10. I'm glad I had the good sense to drop a 10. That's a thing. Yes, man.
To sa predal za
All right, well,
7450.
the whole decision I had around what should I do? Get heavy leather, or because I still need to replace all my armor pieces, or at least 4 of them. What should I get? Heavy leather or a 10 mil pistol plan? Heavy leather it is. Let's see, I have nothing there. I don't know if I dropped anything. I don't think I've looted much.
Tu nechyba veľa paket, ale... Moc sa mi s tým nechce zaoberať. Nevidím, nebo na to nejde dôvod. Nejde dôvod sa s tým zaoberať. Vidíme, že máme solidnú rezervu.
Idea where the little rat bastard was. Yeah, I mean there's some stuff in there. This is real. Whoa, 57. Yeah, well that's total.
Vidíme, že máme solidnú rezervu.
So I have the 5 from last time. Yeah, today I've actually done pretty well considering how far I've gone. And like 2 of my deaths actually came from. They came. I went all the way up to West Virginia Lumber without dying, and then on my way back, I died once. Right here. I think I was down right here. Yeah, I was almost dead so far. So I died once here. My tank was all the way back there, and then I just died again. So yeah. So yeah, my desk. Let's go in here. Probably have been already, I'm guessing. But just in case somebody hits something, I want to pick up this. There we go. Always pick up the leather armor in there just so you can scrap it. So that's going to be our first stop. We're going to go to the vendor here. Why? I mean, the only vendors I have encountered is that one.
Ich to môžeš do nekonečna vylizovať. Keď máš chuť vylizovať niečo.
Full health raid ready player in this mode. Well, Bane can tell you that he joined me he joined me on Friday.
Môžeš do nekonečna vylizovať.
Character that's unkillable, he says in live, and he died rather easily. So everything's good because legendary effects don't work, right? So without legendary effects, like things like overeaters aren't going to work. So it's just, I mean, enemies are hitting 10 times damage. That's a lot.
Kaskala má silu. 440 plus 119.
Probably doesn't matter. I mean, I'm going to remake all of my armor. Well, I hope. Actually, I don't know if I am or not. Depends on my leather supply. I may be killing some cows. I don't know. Let's sell some things first. Let's sell any bourbon.
That's a big bobo.
Let's just
443.
Molotovs I don't need. Armor. Let's sell everything that's going to spoil. How about that? Maybe again, I'll eat that. I should cook that, but I don't care. Let's do that. Not that much water. Sell some of that Radstag meat rum. That could be useful. Comments. That could be useful. Daddy-O, don't need Daddy-O. Day Tripper, no, don't need that. Disease cures, maybe. Healing salves, no. Med-X, maybe. Mentats, no. Rad-X diluted. We'll just keep the Rad-X diluted. Out of the way. We'll keep some of them. Oh, I should have. The stuff point might come in handy, so we'll save that. Stim packs, let's save like, or let's get rid of like 24. Take it out. Didn't I have a super? I thought I had a super. Maybe it got used. Oh, it got used because I have strongest first. No, it's 8 balls. All right, so now I have 629 counts. All right, that's not the worst. Do I have a great attack? I think I don't have it. You can take only 1 hit from the ghoul, 1 hit from the robot, 4 hits from the scorpion. That was in the forest too. You wait till 11:30 and we start thinking about crap to fall asleep. Oh, okay. Hey, Shello, another leather piece of house with the right hand road. Yes. Daddy over in Steve. Yeah, but I'm not worried about that. Okay, so arms and legs. Let's take the legs. Yeah, we'll do it with the legs. 10 pistol, 450, so I need a bit for a 10 pistol. But who knows? Maybe the quest will give us what she was watching earlier. Let's see. Let's do this. Now, hopefully we can craft. Well, we're going to craft legs first. We're going to make that up. Ooh, maybe there's another 10 pistol. There is not. That stuff hasn't respawned yet. I'll take that. Yeah, right here. It's been. We've already had some loot in here, which is what I expected. Let's see, that I've already learned. All right, let's craft. Heavy leather leg. I learned Shadow for something. I don't know what it was. right, so there's a leg right
Alright, yeah.
there. Oh, I have 100 leather. That's nice. And I have a leg right there. All right, let's grab some more. Oh, white one.
Alright,
All
yeah.
right, hang on. Let me see what my resistance numbers are, because I don't want to be too out of balance with too much metal. And I have a metal torso, so a metal torso with leather limbs is probably the way to go. So what's my resistance at now? Ooh, 80. And then 74. I don't think I want to go down metal.
Ja, tie veci z lāca zāžujú, tie pičisovia. Nevedia lācnu silence šancu. To je vánači.
Let's go down. Baramintads work best for XP leveling. Yeah, Circuit Breaker is not so bad. Yeah, Circuit Breaker is actually pretty good as well. I mean, they're like not because they can get around the rules, right? Like they get around the rules of, you know, legendary effects turned off because they're not really legendary. It looks like shadowed. Okay, we're gonna do shadowed. What does that do over standard? I mean, that'll help us be a little stealthy. Miscellaneous pocket, I don't care about. I forgot to do another. I could upgrade my my backpack. Okay, so now our resistance is 82 and 78, and let's just grab some light armor. I guess. Let me see what my regular armor is. So we're at 1 and 2. So if we do 3 and 5, then I guess I'll take everything that'll be a bit different. So there's a left arm and then a right arm. And what can I do to those? Anything? Oh, I can do studded. Oh, okay, we'll do studded. So our energy resistance should be pretty good. Yeah, let's do studded. And I reduce shadow, but if I can't do shadow, we'll do Alright, so once I put that stuff, then my...
Kāds to pekne vylizovať, jo?
Oh, okay, so now our resistance is actually getting not amazing, but not learning.
Kāds to úplne rozlizuje, no.
So I got my level 110 mil pistol.
Manticore bratia, Jevžena Gregor.
Will be a
Jevžena Gregor.
potato juice for extra HP, AP regen.
Točíme to tvrdo, ale...
Alright, I think we're in good shape. Save it. I need to do a quick save. Still no stabilized arms. No stabilized arms. I mean, I would, but if we had it, we all get to level 100 or 150, we can do the flare event in the airport, see how things go. I do not think this character is even going to hit level 50, Mandy. Yeah, I was picking up everything while you were off, and then now that you're here, I don't need to loot anymore. I did it. I'm like, I saved the looting for when you're not here. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's so nice. I wish we had the zoom feature.
Manticore bratia.
This is gonna make so much difference.
Jevžena Gregor.
If I could get a suppressor, then it would be even better. That's right. I mean, I can't really sneak that well.
Nechce klesnúť tento
At
vrat.
least I can hit stuff. That other one's always hiding, though. Oh, someone's seeing me. Someone's doing whatever. Maybe it might be a cow that sees me. It's like I want to go over and loot the bodies, but oh, he's right there. He's laying down. There we go. All right.
Nechce
So
sa
this
to
is
ísť
so
dole.
much nicer having a scope.
Tento hnísel.
Last one is sleeping. Yep. Flatwoods is full of a lot of. Yeah, Flatwoods is great. When I first started playing, I used to make almost daily runs through Flatwoods. I would just go through and just clean it out, just to have jump. Because that was when you actually had to loot. You don't really have to do that anymore. The game enemies, that's all they drop now is just junk. So yeah, you don't. It isn't. It's kind of sad. Like I wish that we had to go around loot farming and whatever. Because I think about it once in a while. It's like, oh, maybe I should do a video on how to find this. And I'm like, Does anyone ever go looting anymore? Do they go looking for junk? Unless it's for, like, if it's for a challenge, sure. You know, like for score or whatever. But for actual craft, like, do we even craft stuff anymore? Let's see, what's anything over here? Oh, this is amazing. If I had stabilized arms, it would be amazing.
Chcel som odkúpiť poslednú tretiu odomknúť, ale... Popravde kadí tabak.
Ah! I don't want to look through a scope and see them that close. I mean, he's melee, so it's okay, but still.
Popravde kadí tabak.
Yeah, he's just dropping it, which is fine.
Toto by som mal feedovať opackami.
Oh, okay, that's just a deer. I know there's another scorch, right?
Devotee of Flame.
Oh, another one right there. Okay, that one I missed. There we go. All right. I feel like we're making progress now. I have a scope, and we'll switch to the close-up weapon in case another one. And none of them are dropping weapons because that is not what we're doing today. We're not dropping any weapons to make things easier. And enemies already don't drop armor. Is there any loot here? Like, are there any like boxes or anything? Graham's at the Wayward. There you go. Yeah, he showed up on my last stream too. Anything here? Oh, caps. I'll take caps. Yeah, caps collector is something I would probably take. I don't know how good it is. But I mean, anything that would give me extra caps and from containers, I'd probably take it. Because caps are going to be hard to come by. Seeing a big uptick in flex farming on Xbox? Really? I mean, I know when the when they first announced the Ultra Sight, change, I'm like, okay, I was thinking I might do a flex guide, and then they just scrapped it. So I don't think that's just like a random settler or something in there. And then they scrapped the change, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess flex farming is interesting. Any reason why? Still loot, but salt is the bane of my cooking existence. Yeah. I mean, I loot. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I loot, but I don't, like, go farming. I don't do that red runs or acid runs. Because it isn't necessary. But I still loot. And that's part of it. I think enemies now, they drop so much junk. They don't drop weapons and armor now. They never recruit. But they don't drop weapons. Now they just drop junk. Often it's like rare stuff, electric fiber optics, and copper, so you just get, so this area looting, so much stuff that I don't need to go to, like, jump bus. It's on whatever. You wonder where it went. This debris hasn't been stacked. There's a couple before copper comes in. For like crafting like Ultra Sight I guess. I'm still torn. I haven't decided what to do about the copper change. Number one, I haven't decided if I'm going to go with the Gaussian gun or not. Because I'm thinking of switching my main back to Commando. Just because I can make a build that's really good with like 10 less perk points than I need. Because everything else just takes more. And I'm kind of tired of having to use up all my stuff. And I'm kind of getting more with heavy guns as well. So I may switch back to Commando. Okay, there's a Scorch there. I mean, it's like I can shoot them, but I don't necessarily need to. And each individual, it's not like Scorch are dropping anything amazing. But. Angry Diner, hello. There's so many, and that's true. There's also resource collectors, like there's the food, like there's all the food collectors, number one. So like in terms of having to, even farming food, I hardly ever do that. I used to do that on a regular basis as well. Go farm ingredients, craft a bunch of food. And one of the reasons I switched to herbivore is because we got resource generators that gives us all the good stuff. And as a herbivore, you don't really need to craft much, for the most part. You can either get it from the resource generators or vendors. You can usually stock up. Like if you're playing Melee, you can usually get all you need just vendor hopping. I mean, all the tasty foods and there's something somewhere. Brackets are doing the brackets. I have come over
Víš, resetuje tebe sa studel, drž graša.
Don't help me
Hurt yourself?
Like right here. I'm just like, come over this hill and boom, super mutants in my face.
Anything heavy, just leave it.
Which I don't want it to happen. So we're being very careful. All right, well, there's something going down there, but that has nothing to do with me. So we're just going to keep on going this way.
Come again.
Loot everything all the time.
Still nie držaš.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily pick up everything, but I always area loot. Like if when I kill enemies, I always just area loot. But yeah, in terms of taking all the loose items, I generally don't. I just don't need to. I mean, that's the thing. It's like most of my characters, I have more junk than I could. I mean, I can turn off Fallout First now. Never loot another thing, and probably never run out of anything. More than likely. Ooh, frag grenades. That's a score for sure. Let's see. Is there anything in here? It seems like there's junk or something. Yeah, there's junk right here. In fact, what I should do is put down a tent right here by the station. That's what a smart person would do, because my last tent is back at Flatwoods, which would be unfortunate for me. Can you put it right here? Yeah, it would be unfortunate for me if I had to respawn all the way back there. Saltron spawn point. Yep. But as long as I just keep going, like if I get, because it's once you go over the bridge, or once you get like halfway out of the bridge is when the enemy can spawn. And so as long as you don't come back, generally you're okay, but I have actually had that where the Assaultron spawns on the bridge. And so, yeah, I've run into that. It's in my head, believe me. All this stuff is in my head. Let's see. I don't think, have I picked up anything to sell? Baseball grenade, stealth boy. All right. I mean, I'll keep that stealth boy. I don't think I'll need it. But yeah, we're going to be careful here, because I have run into that where I start crossing the bridge and there's an Assaultron like coming the other direction. Usually it spawns over here, but the Assaultron spawns over this way. It seems like we're probably okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, let's just start the heart again. Yeah. I love when they just spawn out of there. Jeez. Atomic Punk, hello, hello. You only have one character? Oh yeah, I have 10. Boo. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. What's everyone's steel count for fun? 355. When I was looking the other day, because I was looking when I did the video on the copper change, and so I'm in the crafting bench so I can see my supplies. I'm at 400 and something on steel. On my main character. That's on my main character, but I have more than one. So between all my characters, I'm probably at 1 million. There's something up here somewhere. Oh, there we go. I did. Steve, hello, hello. Ragged look is pretty scary. Well, it was just the fact that there was nothing there, and then I turn around and he's like, boom, right here. So, yeah. The enemy spawned out of thin air. Pipe bullet. God, oh, and leather. Okay, so they're dropping armor, which is okay. I want to put a tent as close to this place as possible. Like, I'm not super worried about the ghouls, but those liberators over here, I'm not. I don't know if I can put a tent on here. I maybe can't. I may not be able to put one. I mean, we have like a location here and location there. I may not be able to put a tent anywhere near this spot, so it may just have to be across the bridge. That's why a very common way of using the first boxes is get a free month and farm is well. And that's the thing. They even give you, like, if all you want is the junk, they give you one week a year free. You can farm a lot in a week. Like if all you did was go, okay, during that week, I'm going to farm like crazy. You can get a lot of stuff, and you could definitely stockpile, especially things like steel. So, all right, this one will be a little bit of a thing. We'll see how this one goes. GFOS, hello, hello. Make sure I caught all the things before I go inside. Got the Nuke plan yet? No, I haven't. I would save a Nuka-Colas just in case, unless you're asking someone else. Let's see here. More steel than Pittsburgh. Well, and I don't have like I don't. I mean, I know there's people that have like millions of steel, so I'm not like me saying I have like 400,000. That's not a brag. That's how much I have. But I know there's people that have way more than that. Maine probably has over 600. Well, exactly. See right there. Yes. Seward, are you for the trial to come?
Nepozerali, či něco
I mean, I
ale
could
nebudu
do a hunting
tuším,
rifle
to je nové
place. I
stereo,
could learn some mods or whatever.
nové šmízy.
There'll be another one down here. Usually you can get in and out of this place where you only have to deal with just this
Iba dva
one.
dní,
What I just shot you,
útok,
you don't have to
streda.
deal with.
2 dní goblinů.
But right there.
Aj koniec. Depresívny hadky.
Here we go. All right. So usually that's enough. Like they won't tend to follow you down here.
Toto bolo veľmi ťažká štreka.
Because you never know.
Veľmi ťažké
Two hunting
petonizactvo.
rifles. Oh wow. All right. I'm starting to get weapons that are. Take a bobby pin. I don't really care about that other stuff. Let's take the.
Prečo ukazujú toto? To stojí jak hovno.
It's actually what I should do before I loot all this place is let's pick up this thing.
Prečo ukazujú tej série?
Yes. 3 million total is probably pathetically low. Yeah.
Kokoti?
All right, so we need. Imagine if this was like it was before, where you had to get the 3 blood samples,
Kokoti?
or is it 4 blood samples? It was 3 blood samples, right?
Kokoti?
Yeah, because it was a mole rat and no, it was a wolf. Yeah, it was a mole,
Takže to
wolf,
ukazuje
a
ako
mole
v ňu.
rat, and a ghoul. Oh, maybe it was only 3. Okay, let's see if we learn some mods from these hunting rifles.
On sú sprostí.
Well, that wasn't a hunting rifle. Okay, let's leather arm. Oh, that's sturdy. That's I don't really want to mod. That's fine. All right, here we go. True receiver. Nope. Oh, I saw the S and I was thinking suppressor, but no, it's severe. Hard would also be good. Do headshots you learn from. I do what I need to do. Uh-oh. Are they shooting at me? No, I'm hidden. I don't know who they're shooting at. Oh, Manny's down. I do what I need to do. If a torso shot will kill them, why do I need to take extra time? I'm not the sniper, you are. Oh, let's see. Anyone want some smokes? If I ever go to prison, I'm set. I hear that smokes is current. Uh-oh. Sounds like one is like right here. There's your headshot, Bane. Are you happy? I gave you a headshot. There you go. Leave me alone. That one's got a gun. I don't want to die in here. There's another headshot for you. See, gave you 2 headshots. Come on. He's saying the same thing. There's 3 headshots. Oh, no. There's 3 headshots. Crap.
Oplatí sa mi, že sa to používať.
There we go. I'm still in danger. I don't know for what. Kneecaps. Kneecaps where it changes server settings sneakily and then has Bane on and headshot Bane.
Nevyzerá to
What
tak.
am I changing the settings to where I would be able to do that and he wouldn't be able to kill me back? Like what am I doing with this character? What setting would I do that would give me an advantage over him? That Scorched is blind. Yes, luckily for me.
Toto je silná vec.
Now, to be fair, when I do a headshot, I'm just pulling the trigger. I'm trying to emulate what it would be like if I was the one shooting.
100%. Dajme tomu, že by si mal dobrý roll. Máš 80% šancu, že infliktuješ bleeding za každý bleed.
I'd be more likely to shoot myself than. Oh, can I put a tent over
A
here?
second bleed on the enemy killed. Wow.
I really want to deposit all my junk. Probably can. We're like too close. It's like we have all these 3 locations that are convergences of whatever. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe we can go down the road a little. There we go. All right. I just feel like I'm probably gonna get bite the dust against the Liberators in there are just gonna be difficult. All right, let's do some. Since we have to drink anyway, let's do a pemmican. Get our food our food up, our health up, and hope for the best. 3 headshots after 500. Yeah, but it was how many headshots after he said headshot, right? Like nobody was asking before. It's like I could nail every shot as a headshot, but I don't like to show off. Junk in the trunk, exactly. Be more likely to break your wrists and shoot your own forehead. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't own any guns, so I have nothing to like, I have no idea how I would do. My expectation isn't that I would do well. I mean, it's not I doubt I'm some sort of gun savant. Oh wow, look at some more. Oh, I'm getting scored. I like the accidental score. That's my favorite thing. Be some guy that could just like pick up a gun and just there's
Skill
one
level
over there.
stats.
Now, if aiming a gun was just like in video games, because I know
How does
that in
this
like
work?
Microsoft Flight
Skill
Simulator,
level
supposedly that's
stats.
good enough that you could actually fly a plane, just if you're really good at that. I don't think that this is the same. Okay, there's a stupid jerk
Legendary
over
affixes.
there. Now the question is,
Increase hit damage.
the question was, can I shoot through this? Because sometimes like you can't actually shoot through the legs. Like you see an opening there, but it's actually not an opening. It's more solid than anything. And I'm to the level now where I'm worried that my level 1 gun is not gonna. Okay, where is it? Oh, is he right? Okay, so they're not super tanky, which is good. Which means I can use the fast firing gun, but still. All right.
Toto je solidné, lebo dáva to atributy,
There's too many things blocking. A grenade would
má
most
to
likely
kritický strike multiplier,
semi-auto Ruger
32
22
strength. Máš 100 sily, máš 50 kritického strajku. Tento primal kadencia sa dá používať. Dá mi to všetky atribúty. Ak tam hodím dobré roly,
I actually went to a shooting range when I was a little
no to
kid.
kadencia je
So
silná.
probably less than 10 years old I went. And I shot a 22 rifle at targets. That's it. Like that's it. That's the entirety of me shooting guns. Ooh.
Increase hit
Okay, if I can
damage.
hit them from a distance. The problem is I can't VATS. Like there's no.
Táto kadencia sa dá používať.
So unless there's that one down there. I have no idea. It feels like they're all over the place. Or maybe I should open this. Where is this? Where does this go out on anyway? Mostly I'm just thinking I could let in some light.
Ako, ak tam dostaneš plus 9 kritický strike
I'm
chance,
looking for like
to je to najdôležitejšie, aby to bolo natopované.
movement. Like if I
Ak
could
tam budeš
set
aspoň 7 k atribútom a 7 kritických strike chance návrh, tak to je tučné k dielu.
that'd be better. I think having that door open.
Táto kadencia sa dá asi ako jediná. Teoreticky.
There we go. That was a headshot. Auto shotgun. I've never fired a shotgun. Shot
Toto
a
sa dá tiež.
rifle on range, a 9mm MP5. Wow. I mean, I have the thing that's crazy. Is
Ak
I
máš
actually
silné
have
idoly, toto je brutálne
one
brúcne.
of my best friends when I was a kid. Well, we still.
Ako zoberme si, že máš idoly,
He's
ktoré ti
got
dajú tónu
eviction notice.
fyzické penetrácie.
Bane, eviction notice. Well, that's not distracting at all. That Grafton monster. But one of my best friends as a kid, he actually bought and sold. He was like
Tučná
dealer
vec.
guns. He actually had a dealer license at one point where he would buy and sell guns. And
To sa tiež dá.
I could have. Like he had a.
Ale máš lepšie, to je to, že tam sú lepšie veci.
At one point, I doubt he still has it, but yeah, he'd go out to the desert and shoot things. There's one right here. No. I think all that armor, that beefing up my armor did help. That only took half my health. There's another one somewhere.
Takže asi jediné,
Up top, and then there's
čo by som vnímal, je táto kadencia, táto relika.
that one. Wow. All right, let's get our fuse and get out of here.
Teoreticky. No iba teoreticky. Táto kadencia asi ako jediná sa dá využívať.
At least I don't think I care about that one. Unless like
Bo tam je ten kritický multiplier a kritická šanca.
my plan is to.
Tiež má všetky atribúty, čo je solidné.
Yeah, it's in that office right there. Bobblehead spawned in there too. Wow. And then I have a friend he's got a black powder weapon.
Ale ještě to
And
není
he
nič
has
také
recently
mázané.
offered to take me out. I'm like, yeah, we should do that. We haven't done it yet, but I
Není tam
was
nič
a
také
recent
mázané.
offer that I got. So, because I've been curious.
Není tam
to
nič
see
také
what
mázané.
happen.
Z těch Primal věcí uvidíme.
Well, I mean, actually, I had a lot of friends with guns. Just like it seemed like
To
all
zbraň
my
se
friends
dá.
got into guns, you know, here and there as
Ale
adults. And I just never did. I mean, it wasn't something that I didn't hunt when I was a kid. So
no ale ty musela mať top roli.
I did have a well. In fact,
A aj tak je to otázne. Ešte by musela výjsť ona.
from when I was a kid. I haven't shot them since then. Let's see, where's the other one? There's always two. The ghouls over here Sid.
Ale bude to tvrdé, no bude to tvrdé v tom epochu. Bude to tvrdé.
Better take. I actually did not expect to go through that liberator area without dying. Oh, there we are. All right. This whole part went better than I expected. That's actually pretty surprising. Collect a bud sample, collect the loot. All right. Wow, this is. I feel bad. I have a death counter.
That's
And I'm
some
not
little
using
shit too.
it as much as. Yeah. I feel bad. People feel like I'm betraying them by not having a good enough death counter. Can't fast travel. Pyrolyzer is a quest reward. What?
God damn it.
Pyrolyzer. Just got pyrolyzer as that rare. What is the pyrolyzer? I'm trying to remember what that is. But no, it's a guaranteed quest reward. I'm trying to remember where it comes from though. You feel bad. Yeah, you feel bad. You feel betrayed. You just want me to have like a. You want 3.5 hours of a death montage for a live stream. That's all you want. Where the death counter is just constantly rolling. Oh, it comes from. I know what it is. It's the quest you get when you go underneath in the sewers, right? It's that one. Is that the one? That missing ghouls quest. Yeah. Think about black powder delay from trigger pull to the gun firing. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, that's definitely something I would like to do. It's just not something. I mean, it was one of those things that came up. We was talking about it one time, and I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds interesting. And he's like, yeah, we should go out and shoot sometime. You know, it's one of those things. People say things, but I'm sure if I said, hey, let's go do that on such and such a day, he would totally do it too. But it's not something that ever occurs to me until just now. All right, so we want the fuse right here, and we want to analyze the blood sample right here. Type in the little typey thing right here. Stand in the little standy thing right here. And just like that, I am cured. And I think I get what do I get? I get a couple of plans, but it's just like the diluted Rad-X, Radaway. Maybe
Co najčo odsypať.
over 200 counts. So I need another 200 and something to get the 10 mil plan, which I think is what I want next. And I want to got an arrow.
Už to niečo
Cool. I was
točiť.
hoping I would get an arrow. Then I love. Oh, and I love.
Koľko shardov? 2? 4?
Oh, and I got a tattered dress. I don't care. There's no chance I'm doing that quest. Let's see. I want to get gunsmith.
Už to máme rezervu. Máme rezervoár.
Yeah. Just anything that'll make my guns break slower. Although
Taký malý rezervoár.
it's probably not much of an issue. It also gives me more intelligence, so I can level up. So there's that. Okay, so fire breather is back. So what should you want that? There should be some best with this one. Well, that's what I've been doing. Now isn't there a vendor inside the firehouse? Is it the one of the robots? I guess something.
V podstate teraz by som si mohol už ísť láhnuť.
Congrats on the air. Thank you.
Vystať kocúra.
Carry over to live. And I thought of that. I'm like, what if I got like a rare thing, like some rare drop, some rare apparel drop? And then they carry over. Go break in the wrong track. Yeah, but I tend to pay more attention to that.
Vystať kocúra.
It's just, because I'm not gonna like stock them on repair kits. I don't want to spend my supplies on repairing. I'd rather spend them on crafting and scrapping to work models. Yeah, on the second floor. That's what because I know there's a vendor there. I was just trying to remember. So using BP weapons on your outkill. I love BP weapons. Oh, you still are? That's awesome. I mean, I still have my ghoul character. I just haven't played it much lately. In fact, lately I've just been playing my main character as much as anything.
Už to niečo točiť.
Well, we have all these games coming, and it's like, yeah, I don't really feel like, because like my archer I haven't played because, you know, bows are going to be a lot better. Yeah, with all the perks, I haven't really felt like playing that all week. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of how I am. I kind of want to play like finishing characters. And honestly, playing the ghoul gets old for me. It's like I'm playing the ghoul, and it's like, okay, this ghoul management thing is just like there's no passive glow gain, which is just frustrating. So for me, it just gets old. So I'll play it for a minute, and then I get tired of it. The ghoul was like fully baked instead of half baked. Oh, floaters and everything. There, I'm gonna be.
To znamená, zajtra by sme mali vylizovať.
Quad pump rifle breaks constantly.
Zajtra by som mal mať 600, pravdepodobne.
Really? Okay, interesting. I know there was an issue with shotguns a while back where they weren't actually breaking. They weren't breaking at all. So I think that was a mistake. So they've
Máme Nebula Stony, by sme chceli vylizovať.
I want to go in the front because this will block one of the linings. So we'll craft a
Otázka je...
upgraded lining. It won't be huge.
Nebula je jediná vec, ktorá sa oplatí ťukať. Nebula ťaží, je extrémne drobná. Ale ináč tu nie je efektívne čo vylizovať. Toto sú také takzvané, my to voláme, že neefektívne rúbanie. To už je neefektívne rúbanie, kde pozeráš nové na trhu a tam to končí.
No longer pellet count, but shot count. Well, and it factors in like how much damage you do also. Hang on, I gotta turn her off. The amount of
Neefektívne
damage
rúbanie.
you do also affects it. Because if you do something like a, because I was trying, what was it, a dragon? I think it was a dragon online, and it breaks after like. And that's after starting at like 160%.
A to už je neefektívne rúbanie. Môžeš to rúbať, môžeš to vylizovať. A to už je neefektívne. Môžeš dodať goblina, a to je neefektívne. Hovorím, toto nie je celodenka. Hovorím, 2-3 hodinky denne. Okolo 2 hodín denne. Pretože Nebula je 5 hodín. To nemáš každý deň. 5 hodín na 7 dní. Takže Nebula ti nezožerie 14 hodín týždenne alebo 5 hodín. To znamená...
Okay, let's...
Tu máš 300 deleno 7. Deleno 6 môžeme povedať. Tu máš 50 minút denne, máš Nebulu. V podstate Nebulu máš hodinku denne. Ja? Nebulu máš hodinku denne a 1 hodinku stráviš s dungeonami a s kontaktami a s lizardami. No to znamená 2 hodinky denne, no okolo 2 hodín denne. 2 hodinky denne. 2 hodinky denne. Potom už je to o ničom. No nerátame, že sa nahlásiš na nejakého bossa, keď chceš. Chceš nahlásiť bossa, chceš vylízať bossa, vylížeš bossa. A ináč trón je 2 hodinky denne. 2 hodinky denne máš dosť tejto paseky, korek. No, tak nerátame, že sú chorí goblini a iné paseky tiež.
Really? You can suck the round plenty of time? That doesn't sound right at all. I mean, I can try it. We'll just see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna get rid of all my before we do that. So if I respawn, I know I'm improving. But I want to upgrade my Under Armour. It's not a big upgrade, but it is something. And when you open that chat, the Overseer cache and Fire Station chat box. Oh, I got a place for it, right? I guess I'll sell that. Let's see, is that heavy? That's light armor. What am I looking for? I am looking for this. So now we can go up to 2. So it's an extra 222 and 1 endurance and 1 not amazing, but I might as well take it, right? I'll take every gauge I can get. 4 millimeter. I may do that. That may be the way to go. That would be the smart way. Since I have to go that. If you go into the mines during load bearing, they have loads of crystal veins. That is true. Well, it depends on the load bearing, right? Because some of the load bearings have a lot of copper. So they don't all have the same thing. If you go to like the whole mine for that, a lot of crystal there. Usually it's like, I don't want to waste some acid. Acid is now very common. Let's see here. Where did I put my tab? That's over there.
Takže už to máš moc čo vylizovať, áno?
I'm trying to think if there's a better spot for it. I mean, if I have a spot over there and whatever, yeah, maybe just go down this way. Like go from the capital and just work my way down to this stuff. That might be the way to do it.
To nemáš čo vylizovať, už je iba také podradné. Len si tak podradné točiť nejaké fragy, ale to už je podradné.
Crystal, what is it that needed repairing with crystal? I didn't know that was a thing. If you are hand repairing stuff without the without repair kits, make sure you use Weapon Artisan or Fix It Good. You know, if it's weapons or armor. Because that'll make a big difference. Take it up to 200 condition, 200% condition. Pardon me. Oh, Tesla, right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I've just been using repair kits so long. I don't know what anything takes to repair. Yeah, there's probably no place. Well, I might be able to put a tent. Oh, probably a pool somewhere. I'm guessing. When I say somewhere, what the fuck? Okay, so I want to go. I know there could be Snallygaster. That's actually pretty good. I was actually aiming for the legs. Because if I have to reload, it's not as big a deal if they're crippled. Alright, there's that up there. Yeah.
Jak chce mi toto robiť? Vôbec.
Okay, so there's a Snally. I don't necessarily want to worry about the Snally.
Neviem čo robiť.
Snally's not on the left.
A volaj, tak sa už blíži koniec.
Try to ignore it. Snally's will wreck you. My very first short that I did on my channel was a Snally. I was doing my very first RNG playthrough, and I just got wrecked by a Snally, and I was like in the middle of the Toxic Valley, crying for help, and someone comes out of nowhere, some other player comes out of nowhere and rescues me with like 2 seconds left on the timer.
Kadi na to, neboj ma to.
And I'm all cheering him on, going,
Oj, toto nie je na celý deň.
Did I get rescued? Yeah. That was fun.
Ale asi to nie je hlavne na celý deň, lebo sa blíži Last Epoch. Možno ma viacej žraloci zaujímali, keby som vedel, že aj tak niečo točiť, ale už za chvíľu čo točiť. Takže už nemusíme nejako žralokov rúbať silou mocou. Len toto dáme.
Shoulder shot. I got him in the shoulder. Is that a scorch? All right, here's a headshot.
Môže pozrieť, či sú nejaké nové informácie, ale...
That's why I have center masochist. Because sometimes the crosshairs lie.
Ale to je nič.
No timeouts? No. Everything's fine. Now, does the turret attack me, or does the turret attack what's chasing me? That's always unclear. The turret isn't showing... Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's not hostile, I hope. Let's see if I can put a 10 down. If I can put a 10 down right here, that would actually be kind of amazing. Kind of amazing. Not 100%. Damn it. I can put one down anywhere. Yeah, it looks like 10 is just not going to happen. Hey, if you deserve it, you accept it. Turret is friendly to the player. All right. Because I actually have had a shoot at me before. Now, if there was a, I'm not shy about timing people out. If there was a timeout to be had, I would go, oh, Mandy's in trouble. All right, now I'm in caution from something. I don't know what. Oh, right there. All right, we're making progress, clearing the way. Maybe because I'm low level, I'm not getting super mutants. Maybe, I'm not sure. Or maybe the super mutants are going to be farther. But usually it's either scorched or super mutants here. So yeah. Of course, I can clear the route, and then I might die in the building because there's enemies in there. All right, so this looks like we may have a clear route. Further up the ledge. Place it before I start running. It's fine. If I have to start from all the way back there, then I have to start from way back there. That's just, you know, sometimes, although maybe I could put one, actually, maybe over here. This might be a spot where I could place a 10. I'll do it back here. Maybe. Because I know you can build over, like, right around here, so... Come on.
Legion.
Let me do it. Although this is pretty closely. Maybe? Maybe? It's like, oh, there we go. If I have to go too far, then it's not, you know, it's not worth it. Oh, there's the unexploded. Is that the unexploded bomb? Or the crashed satellite, rather? All right, so if we have to start over, we're kind of close to the starting line. Pardon me. Danny's in trouble or just...
Do štvrtku to nestihneme asi.
Scoresby saw you from 150 feet.
Ale budeme mať tých 5 miliónov 400 možno, ne? Aj toľko asi. Ale to už je jedno. Za chvíľu máme 25 a kadina. Takisto som rybarčiť prestával. No za chvíľu sa môže rybarčiť v plnom prúde.
Well, and when all else fails, I mean, when you have
Už končia tieto
the
sračky.
enemy can one-shot you, if a torso shot will kill them, then I don't need to get fancy and try and hit a headshot.
Zoberieme tieto veci.
It's like you don't need to do fancy if you don't need to. You do kind of what works. Let's see, what do we have? All right, we've got some... I wish we had a cover system. And I couldn't tell, it's kind of dark. I couldn't tell if there was another one on this level or if it's up another level. If it's up another level, because unfortunately it doesn't stop the game doesn't pause when you hit the terminal. All right, we're gonna do this.
Vyzerá to ako Gitchový hníz. Niektorí z nás to volajú Gitchový vrat.
Is this side quest or Runner's High? That's what we want. Okay, well here's hoping that I did a good job. Did I push the button? I didn't push the button. Here's hoping I did a good job clearing the thing.
Tu zoberieme tiež asi všetky tieto.
My AP is not going to be. Yeah, my AP.
Kontakty nie sú podstatné.
Okay, there's one down there, I heard. Come on, AP, you can do it. Oh, crap. All right, there's the next one. There's the one. I didn't do a very good job. Oh, that was a pretty good animation too. I clicked on respawn and that's what happened. All right, back here. You do need to improve your aim because if I ever find Todd, he will get nuclear winner back. Oh yeah.
Vystaví som si kocu.
But a nuclear winner.
Ja napiť pánovi štvorku, náš bugári kamerovi. Tak si trošku dať do nosa.
I'm just like shooting. I'm not a sniper. I'm just like, oh, there's a guy that just jumped at me. Probably, I'm guessing that. Well, let's go clear this other scorch now. I'll probably have to start over.
Tak si napraska trošku servátku.
Maybe. I don't even know.
Si napraska servinu.
Seeing things up. Oh, there he is.
Náš pán štoloverka, náš gurman. Idem mu dať do nosa.
Maybe it's him.
Takú tabaku.
There's another one up there.
Tabakové nátierky. Smeďokovi. Určite je smedný.
Wasn't he like over here somewhere? Like right around this area? Because we're just going to the timer run out and try it again. Wasn't he right around here? Because wasn't I up here? Like I was up there, right? Isn't this where I went down? I mean, I guess I would know because of my death pack. Ah. Oh, he blew it. He had me. He had the drop on me, and he missed his chance. All right, I think we're in better shape now. Let's see. I'll get my loot bag maybe when I do the run, but I didn't have much on me. All right, let's go back and try this again. Just run there and back. Forget the route. Maybe. We'll see. Did a group training simulator with him for everyone else. Mag dump while you went through less than one mag. Nice. B-dubs, hello. What build am I going for? I'm going for a sneaky sniper type character, so I can just avoid dying, avoid getting hit. I need to survive. Yeah, I need to survive is what I'm going for. Oh no, I failed the quest. All right, we'll try this again, and hopefully this one will go a little better. Now I'm kind of curious when you're doing the score. You know, when you go through the mine. How does that go? Like, if you die in there, do you just respawn inside there, I'm assuming? All right, so it's up there. Let's initiate this again. Let's see. Side quest, runner's high. All right. You spot the start of the tunnel. Yeah, this is a custom server, and so enemies are going. It's in the description. Like if you look at the description of the video, it actually shows you what the settings on the custom server are, and enemies are hitting for 10 times normal damage, or I take 10 times normal damage because it does say I didn't grab my bag. Oh well. I don't think I went the right way. I didn't follow the route at all. That's okay. Yeah, it says you take 10 times normal damage because it says damage taken, and so maybe it's that. So I mean, maybe a distinction without a difference. I don't know, but in either event, the amount of damage you take is a lot more than a normal server. And I have no fast travel either, which isn't actually true. I mostly don't have fast travel. All right, so I got a checkpoint. Now, if I was smart, I would go back the way I came. I don't need to do I can just do it in reverse because I know this way's cleared instead of going back to where there might be scorched around the corner like there just were. All right, come on, AP region. Oh, I hear one. I hear footsteps. Ah, shit.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's not fair at all. That's complete bullshit. The fact that he could pass through me and then I can't shoot him. Okay. Oh, I can't believe I survived that at all. Oh man. Only stealth can play. Let's see. Snallygaster in the forest is such a bad RNG. Yeah. Well, there's always there's always Snallygasters in this area. Over by the capital, that's like a normal thing. But if you find them anywhere else, yeah, that's really bad luck. Covert's going to be hard. It is. It's very difficult. It is very difficult because I don't have any suppressed weapons yet. So I can sneak a little bit. My agility is not that high, but I can sneak a little bit. But I don't have. I don't think I could sneak that the whole way. I think I would run out of time. So I can sneak a little bit, but as soon as I start shooting, I don't have a suppressed weapon. Only died 8 times in 2 streams, so he's doing a lot better than you thought. Yeah. I actually thought I would die more today because of this, although it's not over yet. We still have the, what is it? The fire, you know, the tunnel, whatever. All right, so I'm not going to worry about my loot bag. So I need to go back. Oh, I got to turn that quest off, so I didn't have too many markers. All right, so we need to go to the final exam site, which is up here-ish. So, yeah, I guess this way. There's not really any good way. I mean, I'm used to just like, I would just fast travel there. But there's not any good way for that. But I only had 40, I had like 40 seconds left running it. So I don't know, maybe because my route was bad. Not like I want to, you know, experiment, do it over and over again. All right, there's some shooting over there. So I need to get up the hill. Oh, there's another turret. I didn't realize, is there something in here? Is there like a little, if I go in there, it'll probably shoot me if I go in there. Picked up a little bit of radiation because of all that. But yeah, let's pick this stuff up. No weapons, of course. Why would they have weapons? You have to enable fast travel. Join your team. We can try to do some events. No, I don't want to do that. I didn't want to do events. I just want to do some questing, Bane. That was kind of what I wanted here. I want to do like a survival type playthrough. Not necessarily playthrough. I mean, like I said, I don't know what I wanted to do in this, but I just want to do questing events. I'd rather just level up slowly this way, make it more difficult, because events can just like propel you so much, because you get like you know, caps and XP and yeah. And I decided I'd rather just do this, make it more challenging. Although dying in events over and over again, that probably wouldn't be that fun actually. Just like you died. At least you don't drop junk and you don't have to, you know, you respawn in the event. So there's that. Yeah, the Snallies are over here somewhere. Unless I turn around and walk into one, which could happen. Events are 10 times harder. They might be, but that's not that's not really what I'm going for. I'm going for a specific type of experience. So I'm going for like a questing, you know, questing experience is what I'm going for. Were you just using the fixer while sneaking? No, I don't have a fixer. All I have is a hunting rifle right here, a hunting rifle and a 10mm pistol. This is the 10mm pistol I started with. The level 1 10mm pistol. Now I'm in caution and something, and I don't know. Oh, there we go.
Whatever.
The worst is when you're in danger and you don't know how many enemies there are. And I killed that one, and luckily that was all there was. I think there's nothing else.
Oh man. Oh fuck.
Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
He said it.
If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killing. Thank you.
As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just.
They're actually baiting him so hard. Who has the? They really want him to do it again.
This isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that
yep.
had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you?
Oh, this guy's questions are crazy.
Thank you for your question. So, first of all,
Thank you for your question. Yeah, right.
and we supported the idea of the United States, of personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. I think this
That's
is
good
great.
because I remember last time I think he said he wasn't on board with that. Like he didn't want to do that. Yeah, I could see this actually getting resolved at this point.
President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah,
Isn't that right? I said the one that attacked you last time. See, that was I remember that.
I apologize to you. You look wonderful.
So the same guy that was talking shit about not wearing the suit next time, now they're happy that he's wearing the suit. Oh my, he actually looks good in it. He does. He does. Things are looking like this could actually get resolved.
Upon peace, God willing to get peace, are you open to holding an election in your country?
Oh.
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes.
During the war, you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections. Oh, I wonder what the-
The N-word. You know what the N-word is? It's no.
Say this. Exploit learned. I guess so, guys.
Pozrieš to piču sa raz a už mu to non-stop.
When a father, an ex-football player, demanded his 6-year-old son lose some fat and shape up, he forced him to run on a treadmill. This run was so over the top and so much more than the boy could handle that there was no coming back from it. On the footage, Christopher is seen walking over to Corey as he runs alone on the treadmill. Christopher then leans in, turning up the speed on the machine. This is too much for Corey, causing him to trip and fall down, being thrown off the treadmill backwards towards his dad's feet. Christopher then picks Corey back up and puts him on the treadmill once again, increasing the speed even further as well as the incline. Corey then falls again and again as the speed and exhaustion is too much for him while Christopher merely watches over him. Eventually he lowers the speed so that Corey can run, but his frustration is very clear on the video. At one point in the video, it's said that he is even seen actually biting Corey on the head as some sort of bizarre punishment. In the end, Christopher leaves the gym, frustrated with Corey trailing behind him. Given Christopher's expression, he almost seems surprised that Corey is even following him out. When Corey went to see his mother again on April 1st, she noticed the bruises all over his body, even on his face and forehead. She made another call to the New Jersey CPS that very morning, but nothing was done. She took Corey out to a pediatrician to have him evaluated, but the doctor found no serious health problems, only bruising and scrapes consistent with falling. Corey then told the doctor that his dad had been making him run on the treadmill because he was too fat. Brianna filed an emergency application for custody, fearing for Corey's safety, but it was rejected. The court said, The court does not find that Corey is in danger of imminent and irreparable harm. Therefore, the court does not find a temporary modification of the parties' custody and parenting time arrangement appropriate at this time. Defeated, Brianna was left with no choice but to drop Corey back off at Christopher's apartment the next morning at 9 a.m., the morning of April 2nd, 2021. She would never see Corey again. At around 10 a.m., Christopher called a child services worker, furious, saying that Brianna had been coaching Corey into lying about him, with Corey supposedly telling him that directly. Over the phone, he said, "My son came back this morning and he was saying that his mom said that he had to tell the doctor that I hit him. He came home and one of the first two things he said was, 'I don't want to go with mom anymore. She's going to try to take me away from you.' And he also said, 'Mom told me to lie and I had to.'" It isn't known what happened throughout the rest of the day until later in the afternoon. Shortly before 3 p.m., Corey woke up from a nap, feeling nauseated, slurring his speech, having trouble breathing, and stumbling around. Christopher called Brianna to say that he was going to take him out to the hospital. Shortly after, Christopher was seen on CCTV footage in the hospital lobby, carrying Corey's limp body up to the front desk. Hospital staff reported that he seemed emotionless, simply leaving Corey, returning briefly, and then leaving the hospital again. A nurse on duty at the time said that Corey was taking dire, almost end-of-life breaths, even saying that Corey showed no signs of being verbal. She said that his head simply fell backward as he was brought into the examination room. He was an all-hands-on-deck situation, she said. Corey was taken in to have a CT scan, but during the scan he suffered a massive seizure, leaving him on the edge of life and death. As the hospital staff began measures to bring Corey back to life, Christopher casually walked out of the room, leaving him to pass away surrounded by strangers. He was officially pronounced dead shortly after. Hospital staff came out to tell Christopher what had happened, leading to a brief showing of emotion. However, shortly after, Christopher simply got into his car and drove away from the hospital. The police were called to come out. They had asked the doctors what exactly happened to the boy, but even they were a little stumped at the time. They were only able to tell the police that they think he passed away from internal bleeding, but nothing was really sure yet. And for a while, this would be the case. Later on, an autopsy was performed, showing that Corey had passed away from a combination of blunt force injuries, cardiac and liver contusions, acute inflammation, and sepsis, likely resulting from the multiple hard falls on the treadmill. 3 months later, the police were able to find this out for themselves, coming across the surveillance footage from the gym. As a result, they arrested Christopher on charges of child neglect out in Tennessee. Upon arrest, he blamed Corey's mother, telling the police, "If he didn't have a drug addict mother, then he'd still be alive. That's been going through my head this whole drive. She's a special kind of dirtbag." However, things wouldn't end there. In September of 2021, a forensic pathologist came to determine that Corey's death should be listed as homicide due to chronic child abuse, theorizing that the injuries from the treadmill may have not been the only ones at play, even citing that he may have been hit on the day that he died. Then, in March of 2022, Christopher Greger was finally arrested on a charge of murder. Due to how strange the treadmill aspect of this case was, the case quickly made headlines around the United States, with Christopher being branded as Treadmill Dad. People were more than ready to see Treadmill Dad hit with some hefty charges, and they awaited the day he would finally show up in court. Eventually, that day finally came. As most trials surrounding a custody battle tend to go, this murder trial came with a lot of accusations being thrown back and forth. Christopher's lawyers planned to argue that Corey's injuries were simply the result of normal boyish roughhousing. They said, "As a matter of fact, the treadmill incident was on March 20th. And between March 20th and April 2nd, Corey spent a significant amount of time with Brianna, spent a significant amount of time with Christopher, and actually tried out for a flag football team out here in Ocean County. I submit to you those bruises did occur from the treadmill, they occurred from football, they occurred from boys being boys. Christopher's legal team began to speculate that Corey's injuries might have actually resulted from the aggressive cardiopulmonary resuscitation that the doctors and nurses attempted on him for about 49 minutes straight in an attempt to revive him. They even challenged that he might have died from an infection, although they didn't really have anything to base that on evidence-wise. His attorney, Mario Gallucci, told the jury that Corey's death was pretty consistent with symptoms of pneumonia. Prosecutors weren't really having it, however. They stated that there was no evidence of anything occurring beyond the original treadmill incident. While admitting that there was no evidence of any other abuse occurring, they did say that the footage of that day alone was pretty indicative of an ongoing cycle of such treatment. They argued that Christopher may have even hit Corey on the same day that he came home and told him that his mother had been coaching him to lie as some sort of punishment, given that it was after that incident that he needed medical attention. Corey's mother came to testify as well, speaking of her run-ins with CPS and how she had seen bruises all over Corey, leading her to taking him to the doctor and applying for emergency custody, which the court themselves denied. While she was on the stand, jurors were shown the security camera footage from that day on the treadmill, with Brianna barely able to even watch. They were able to count 6 hard falls in total on the treadmill that day, with Corey falling onto his chest and abdomen each time. Christopher's lawyer brought up that Brianna had texted her boyfriend the day her son died, asking him to get her some meth. Brianna said that she didn't go back to doing drugs that day. Gallucci then asked, "But you wanted to which she responded, "Oh yeah, I was very upset about my son being abused." The lawyer then brought up that Brianna and her friends had vandalized Christopher's parents' home shortly after Corey had died. He asked her if she had indeed thrown eggs and dead fish at the home, saying, "So you were throwing rocks, dead fish, bones, and eggs at Christopher's parents' house?" And she responded that yes, she did. As the trial played out, Christopher continually called his parents in order to try and coach them in how to testify during the trial. He got a hold of his mother in particular, telling her what to say. She repeatedly told him to stop, knowing that it was against the rules, leading to Christopher's father taking the phone away and hanging up on him. The court was left to decide whether or not they could even take testimony from Christopher's mom into admission at that point, and after some deliberation, they decided that they couldn't. In the end, only Christopher's father, David, came up to testify. He said that he last saw Corey on March 22nd, 2 days after the treadmill incident. This was when he and his wife came out to show Christopher some prospective homes that he might want to purchase. He said that Corey seemed happy and energetic that day, but did notice a big bruise on his forehead. Finally, after a 4-week-long trial, a decision was made on May 31st of 2024. While Christopher had originally been charged with first-degree murder and child endangerment, he was found not guilty on the murder charge. Instead, he was found guilty of aggravated manslaughter given the method in which his son had died. Had Christopher been convicted on the murder charge, he was facing life in prison. However, with this manslaughter charge, he was more likely looking at getting a 10 to 30-year sentence. Given that he was also found guilty of endangering the welfare of a child, it was likely that this was going to be on the higher end. When the verdict was finally announced, Christopher was seen slightly shaking his head back and forth in disappointment. Meanwhile, Brianna broke out into tears. She told the media, "We're happy with the verdict and we thank the prosecutor's office. He deserves to be in jail. He's a very bad man." The prosecutor, Bradley Billheimer, spoke out as well, saying, "At long last, justice for Corey has been accomplished. Christopher Gregor must live the rest of his life with the knowledge that he and he alone was responsible for the death of his one and only son. While nothing can bring this precious child back to his family, we hope that today's jury verdict offers some semblance of peace and closure for those who knew and loved Corey." Christopher's lawyer, Mario Gallucci, said that he and his client were not surprised by the verdict, saying, "He knows it was just the first step in a long battle." He said that he and his client absolutely planned to appeal the jury's verdict. They were confident enough in their appeal that they rejected a 30-year plea offer, instead leaving Christopher to face 40 years in prison. It currently isn't known how successful that appeal will be, but many are doubtful it will really go anywhere. Christopher was thrown into Ocean County Jail without bond, left to rot away for the foreseeable future. After the 4-week trial and nearly 3.5 years since Corey died, Christopher Gregor's sentence was finally decided upon. The judge, Guy P. Ryan, gave him 20 years for manslaughter and 5 more years for child endangerment. The sentences are to run consecutively, meaning he will have to finish the manslaughter sentence before starting the child endangerment sentence. In the end, he'll be serving 25 years. With New Jersey law, he would have to serve at least 85% of his sentence to ever be eligible for parole. While the prosecutors had hoped that he would end up with the maximum possible sentence of 40 years, it's been said that what they call Christopher's limited criminal history made him ineligible for the whole run. At this rate, Christopher will most likely be in prison until he is around 60 years old.
This tummy was difficult to organize. Leave your materials here. Leave your materials here.
Eduarda Chmelára doslova šokovali slová Milana Majerského v politickej debate a predsedovi KDH poslal mimoriadne tvrdý odkaz. Hanba vám, pán Majerský, hovorí Chmelár. Odoberajte kanál Politika na rovinu, pretože ďalšie zaujímavé video sa pre vás už pripravuje. Snažím sa užívať si dovolenku, ale doslova ma z nej vytrhol predseda KDH Milan Majerský, ktorý vo včerajšej diskusnej relácii o 5 minút 12 povedal tieto šokujúce slová.
1490.
Ja nepodlieham propagande. Ja nepodlieham videjkám, kde sú naštafírované deti s prázdnymi miskami a natočia ich. Alebo tí, ktorí sú v prezlečení novinárov a pritom sú to bojovníci Hamasu. Ja tomu nepodlieham. Ja presne viem, ako vznikajú tieto propagandistické akcie. Ani Hitler by to nepovedal cynickejšie. Nedokážem pochopiť, ako môže niekto takto drzo a hlúpo popierať očividné, zdokumentované a nevyvrátiteľné zločiny, ktorých sa dá v Gáze na každom kroku doslova dotknúť. A nedokážem pochopiť ani to, ako mohol moderátor počúvať také nehorázne klamstvá a nevyvrátiť ich, či aspoň nezastaviť toto popieranie genocídy v priamom prenose bez akýchkoľvek dôkazov. Aspoň zastať sa svojich zavraždených kolegov by malo byť vecou jeho stavovskej cti. Pretože skutočnosť je taká, že je to Majerský, kto podlieha oblúdnej propagande krajnej pravice a je dokonca taký hlúpy, že si nezapamätal ani len dátum útoku Hamasu, od ktorého odvíja všetky svoje protipalestínske mýty. Ale inak tento všade bol všetko presne vie. Pre fanatikov je typické, že neberú do úvahy žiadny fakt, že majú vlastnú konštrukciu, ktorej prispôsobili realitu. A tak sú náboženskí šialci typu Majerského presvedčení, že aj OSN podlieha propagande, aj UNICEF podlieha propagande, aj Červený kríž podlieha propagande, aj Lekári bez hraníc podliehajú propagande. Všetci tí dobrovoľníci, ktorí na mieste až do vyčerpania zápasia za psychicky zničených ľudí, ktorým tam pred očami každý deň od hladu zomierajú palestínske deti. Všetci sú asi len nejaké všetko sa nám to zdá. Všetko je to človek. Ako toto môže normálny mysliaci a cítiaci človek čo i len vysloviť? Pán Majerský, zošaleli ste, či ste len obyčajný motor? Podľa vás podlieha propagande aj samotný pápež Lev XIV, ktorý pravidelne dvíha hlas proti útlaku Palestínčanov? Podľa vás podliehal propagande Andrej Švajčiar, ktorý na tých programu vystupoval ešte dôraznejšie a každý večer s nimi telefonoval? Podľa vás podliehal propagande aj Vatikán, ktorý protestoval proti úmyselnému zničeniu posledného katolického kostola v Gaze? Tí dvaja mŕtvi po izraelskom vojenskom útoku na kostol Svätej rodiny, to bola tiež propaganda Hamasu? Všetci podliehajú propagande Hamasu, len krajne pravicová izraelská vláda má pravdu? A vy si hovoríte kresťan? Čo ste vy za človeka? Treba to povedať nahlas. Milan Majerský je nehanebný popierateľ súdu, ktorý podlieha propagande, v ktorej je normálne nechať detí zomierať od hladu a legitímne útočiť na novinárov. Ste bezočný klamer. Ten novinár, ktorého úmyselne zavraždili, nebol nejaký prezlečený bojovník Hamasu, ako tvrdí Netanyahuovská propaganda, bol to prominentný žurnalista televízie Al Jazeera a spoluautor dokumentu, z ktorého získal odmenu. Ste usvedení spochybnili a vymyslení tragických tímov, že by ste sa mali za nich okamžite ospravedlniť, alebo by sa mali od vás dištancovať všetci slušní a statoční kresťanskí demokrati, ktorých povesť týmto diskreditujete viac ako ste robili. Hamba.
To je všetko?
Podpísali sme zmluvu.
Iba 2 dní Goblinov. Dva dní Goblinov. Dva dní Goblinov. Aj konec. To je ono. Posledné 2 dní. Je konec. Konec. Posledné 2 dní Goblinov. A konec. Ty to čo?
Nedokázala prihlásiť do európskych súťaží. Aké je to vysvedčenie pre slovenský klubový futbal? To je už moja prvá otázka na nášho dnešného hostia a experta Ladislava Borbélia. Dobrý deň.
Tak tu škoda slov, jednoducho takáto je realita, musíme sa s tým zmieriť.
A jednoducho, bohužiaľ, tá medzinárodná futbalová kolóna ide dopredu a možno, že niekde pokulhávame.
Na Slovensku ľudia, ktorí sa pohybujú okolo futbalu a funkcionári, často sa
jednoducho
vysvedčenie pre CA Žilina majstrov s kazašským Kajratom a majstrov s kazašským ťažiach už iba Slovan Bratislava. Ten však nezvládol úlohu favorita a vypadol už v 3. predkole Ligy majstrov s kazašským Kajratom Almaty. Trnava zdolala len poloprofesionálov z Malty, Košice a Žilina vypadli hneď na prvých prekážkach, no a Dunajská Streda sa ani nedokázala prihlásiť do európskych súťaží. Aké je to vysvedčenie pre slovenský klubový futbal? To je už moja prvá otázka na nášho dnešného hostia a experta Ladislava Borbelio. Dobrý deň.
Tak tu škoda slov, jednoducho takáto je realita, musíme sa s tým zmieriť a jednoducho, bohužiaľ, tá medzinárodná futbalová kolóna ide dopredu a možno, že niekde pokulhávame.
Na Slovensku ľudia, ktorí sa pohybujú okolo futbalu a funkcionári, často sa potľapkávajú 11 mesiacov v roku, že futbal u nás napreduje a tak ďalej. Potom však väčšinou príde ten jeden mesiac medzi polovicou júla a polovicou augusta a väčšinou veľmi krutý a tvrdý pohľad do európskeho zrkadla. Keď pominieme infraštruktúru, kde sa spravil obrovský kus roboty, tak sledujeme progres, degres alebo stagnáciu slovenského klubového futbalu.
Výsledky hovoria jasnou rečou. Na druhej strane nesmieme zabudnúť na to, že tie niektoré naše manšafty sa podarili. Sa vydarili v tých súťažiach, či už v minuloročnej edícii Slovan, či predtým v skupinnej fáze tiež Slovan. Vyzerá to tak, že jediný, kto boduje na tej európskej scéne, je Slovan. Hej. To znamená, že medzi Slovanom a ostatnými klubmi zrejme je nejaký výkonnostný odstup, čo sa ani ťažko konštatuje, najmä po tom poslednom vystúpení Slovana.
Čím je to spôsobené? Čo chýba ostatným slovenským klubom?
To je veľmi ľahko sformulovaná otázka a nesmierne ťažká odpoveď. Hej. Ja si myslím, že je obrovská kopa funkcionárov na slovenskom futbale, ktorí sú za toto platení a zrejme by sa mali zamyslieť nad tým a spraviť nejakú, by som povedal, ani nie evolučnú, ale revolučnú zmenu v vnímaní samotnej hry a tej súťažnej zložky tej hry v našich slovenských futbalových podmienkach.
Koreluje to možno aj so stavom ekonomiky a celkovým stavom krajiny?
Samozrejme, že futbal a žiadnu športovú činnosť nemôžeme odtrhnúť od spoločenskej reality, pretože v športe šport je zrkadlom spoločnosti a zrejme, či chceme, či nechceme, niektoré negatívne prvky z toho spoločenského života sa jednoducho pretlačia aj do toho športového. Či už máme nejaké ekonomické faktory na mysli, alebo máme na mysli nejaký spôsob, logistiku a proste všetky tieto elementy, ktoré vytvárajú ten komplexný fenomén športového produktu.
Náš najúspešnejší klub a sériový majster sa v úvode sezóne trápi. Z klubu prichádzajú najrôznejšie signály a indície, správy, ale málo z nich je pozitívnych. Tak čo sa deje v našom najúspešnejšom klube?
Ja to nevidím úplne do hĺbky toho klubu, ale budem popisovať fenomény, ktoré vidím. Hej? To znamená, to je výkon na ihrisku. Výkon na ihrisku hovorí, že po minuloročnom zázraku, ktorý vznikol tým, že klub vytvoril vynikajúce podmienky pre tých hráčov, športovo-technický tím, realizačný, vyťahol z toho mužstva podľa mňa ani aj to, čo v ňom nebolo. Hej? A tým pádom sa podarilo dostať do Champions League. Samotná Champions League ukázala jasné kontúry, ktoré treba zmeniť. To znamená, mužstvo bolo nutné posilniť. Podčiarknem dvakrát červenou, posilniť. A myslím tým to, že do základného line, proste to posilnenie malo od posledného zápasu, myslím na Bayerne bol posledný zápas, to znamená od januára do augusta malo prebiehať. Neviem, či prebehlo, nezdá sa mi to, pretože keď zoberiem túto zostavu z posledných kôl alebo posledných zápasov európskej konfrontácie, tak je zrejme, že stále hrajú tí istí hráči. Dostali tú istú dôveru od trénerov. A ja si myslím, že není dôvod spochybňovať to. Hej? Ale musíme povedať, že toto mužstvo tejto konfigurácii má svoje limity. Tieto limity jednoznačne v minulej sezóne prekročil ten manšaft. V tejto sezóne jednoducho v tých posledných dvoch zápasoch sa istým spôsobom stratila tá forma. Lebo nemôžeme proti Mostaru hovoriť, že by mužstvo nebolo vo forme. Hralo pekný futbal, ľúbivý, efektívny, výsledkovo úspešný. Samozrejme, to súvisí aj so superom, s kvalitou supera. A myslím si, že aj teraz mal supera, ktorý bol zdolateľný, bol v zásade priateľným losom pre manšaft a pre postup do tej, by som povedal, do toho exkluzívneho play-off, ale jednoducho ten manšaft nebol v optimálnej forme. A najmä, keď si zoberiem tú ofenzívnu časť manšaftu, na ktorom to bolo predtým postavené v tých predchádzajúcich obdobiach. A logicky, že keď neprišlo k tomu posilneniu a tí hráči ukázali, že sú trošičku mimo formy, lebo musíme povedať, že tie dva zápasy ukázali, že ofenzívna zložka manšaftu je mimo formy. Nedokázala sa presadiť. Čo by sme neočakávali proti takému superovi, ako je Kajra. Tým nechcem podceniť supera, ten super je silný, kvalitný, ale jednoducho pri týchto ašpiráciách, pri týchto ambíciách, ktoré má Slovan ako klub, jednoducho je to nedostačujúce a tým pádom ale aj tí hráči majú istým spôsobom, vieme, že existujú určité krivky výkonnosti, že po takej, by som povedal, optimálnej forme prichádza určitému útlmu v tej forme. Ale musím povedať, aj v tomto zápase nemožno haniť tých hráčov, že by nepodali maximálny fyzický výkon, nastavenia práce, schopnosti, ale jednoducho nie sú v optimálnej forme. Tie ich limity sú tam, kde sú a keď sa oni nedostanú v zápase na svoje limity, tak v tej konfrontácii potom sa je ťažké očakávať úspešný výsledok. A pre mňa to posilnenie znamená, že prídu hráči vychádzajú z tých skúseností v tej Champions League, z tých výsledkov a z tých priebehu tých zápasov, že minimálne na 3-4 pozíciách v základnom line-upe by sa mal manšaft posilniť. Neviem, či sa to stalo, myslím, že nie. Ale samozrejme, prišli noví hráči, ale nie posilnenie prišlo.
Konkrétne, kto je posilou z tých nových hráčov?
No, zoberme si teda konkrétne. Cruz istým spôsobom zapadol do množstva, splnil ho, ale nič extra tam nie je. Hej? Pokorný, nehovorím, že hral zle v Almaty, ale ešte mu čo to chýba k tomu, aby vykompenzoval Kuckovú stratu na tej pozícii. Hej? Ostatní hráči, Kucharevič je možno projektový hráč, možno talent, neviem to posúdiť, lebo z tých krátkych chvíľ, čo je v zápase, nie je tam. Nedá sa to objektívne vyhodnotiť. Ofori, ten tam neviem prečo nebol, zrejme administratívne sa nezmestil do toho kádra, čo je dosť vážna chyba, keď ho bereme, že prichádzal ako posilnenie manšaftu. A neviem, koho tam ešte máme. Ira Young, tiež mladý, určite projektový hráč, ale zatiaľ v tých okamihoch zápasových, ktorých hral, ťažko odčítať, či bude prínosom, či nebude prínosom. Ja to aspoň nedokážem odčítať z toho, čo som videl.
No jednoznačnou posilou je Rahim Ibrahim, ktorý prišiel už vo februári a je presne toto, o čom sa aj často bavíme, že Slovan s jeho rozpočtom má robiť tie prestupy v zime, priviesť hráčov aj za výhodnejší peniaz a proste nech majú tú jarnú časť na rozohratie sa.
V tomto súhlasím, že v podstate bol minimálne polročný čas na to získať tie posily. Ibrahim presne je ten typ hráča, o ktorom ja si dovolím tvrdiť, že je posila. Absolútna posila. Je to hráč perspektívny, ktorý presne v tých faktoroch, ktoré potrebuje Slovan, to znamená defenzíva v stredovej zóne, uhranie ťažkých lôb, dostúpenie do útočnej fázy, tak jak to robieval Kuco, hej. Proste toto tam je. Preto považujem z jeho stratu v tomto dvojzápase za strategickú.
Keď na vašej stoličke pred sezónou sedel Ivan Kmotrík mladší, generálny riaditeľ klubu, tak on vravel, že on je s prestupmi na 70% spokojný. V tom čase mu k úplnej spokojnosti chýbal iba jeden stoper. Keď som sa ho pýtal, či je s kádrom spokojný aj tréner Weiss, tak vravel, že áno, že o tom pravidelne komunikovali a že je spokojný. Potom o 2 týždne neskôr bol ten známy trénerov výstup, keď vravel alebo požiadal nás novinárov, nech píšeme o nových hráčoch, nie o posilách a že niektorí tí noví hráči by nemali ísť ani okolo štadióna. Tak sledujeme jasný nesúlad medzi manažmentom klubu a realizačným tímom? Tak
ja osobne si myslím, že na základe toho, čo som videl od tých nových hráčov, tak a dokonca aj od niektorých, ktorí sú na lavičke už dlhší čas, viac sezón, že ozaj tie kritické slová boli opodstatnené, oprávnené, pretože tak, ako si dovolím tvrdiť, že aj vďaka kvalitnej trénerskej práce celého realizačného tímu sa podaril minuloročný futbalový zázrak, Champions League, takisto si dovolím tvrdiť, že nakoniec ten herný prejav, tá hra, tu musia dať tí hráči. A keď ju nedajú, tak zákonite tréner cíti, že ten jeho rukopis sa nerealizuje na tom ihrisku, tak je z toho istá frustrácia. A to je aj podľa môjho názoru dôvod, prečo vznikla tá červená karta v Almaty.
Keď človek je na sociálne siete alebo sa len prejde medzi ľudí tuto v Bratislave, tak ten väčšinový názor fanúšikov Slovana je, že tréner Weiss a jeho realizačný tím doplácajú na neschopnosť vedenia na čele s Ivanom Kmotríkom mladším. Zdieľate tento názor?
To je veľmi bipolárne, čierna-biela, plus, mínus, to sa ťažko hodnotí. Pretože povedzme si, že Slovan ako klub vytvoril veľmi dobrú, by som povedal, vysporiadal sa veľmi dobre aj s logistikou, aj so všetkým, čo súvisí s organizovaním tých špičkových zápasov Champions League. Kto bol na tých zápasoch, musí povedať, že tam všetko klapalo, bolo OK. Hej. Dá sa povedať, že aj tá marketingová zložka istým spôsobom funguje, ale čo je rozhodujúce, že ten primárny faktor, ktorý ovplyvňuje kvalitu produktu, ten nebol obohatený. Nebol obohatený a z toho, čo sme videli na ihrisku, boli jasné signály, že musí prísť k posilneniu toho kádra, aby to malo zmysel eventuálne pre ďalší ročník účinkovať v Champions League. Ja teraz nehovorím, že dostať sa, nedostať sa, to som nemal na mysli. Vôbec účinkovať. Aby to účinkovanie bolo efektívnejšie. To znamená, aby už prišli nejaké body. To znamená 3-4 hráčov do každej formácie. Do ofenzívnej časti mužstva, do stredovej a do obrannej. Tam, bohužiaľ, si myslím, že toto sa neudialo. Tým pádom automaticky by malo prísť k redukcii ambícií klubových. Pretože požadovať mať tie isté ašpirácie po neposilnení a po tej skúsenosti v tých 8 zápasoch Champions League, tak to nie je optimálny prístup.
Čiže si to vysvetľujete, pretože tréner Weiss potvrdil, že zaslúži si možno väčší support vedenia, lepších, kvalitnejších hráčov, že keď dostane ten materiál, tak spraví tie výsledky?
Trošku sa mi zdá, že si hovoril, že odraz spoločnosti a tak tieto veci, ale myslím si, že z politického prostredia prichádzajú také impulzy, a to myslím komplexne politické prostredie, nie len 1, 2, 3, 4 strany, komplexne politické prostredie, prichádzajú také impulzy, že jedno sa hovorí, iné sa robí. A myslím si, že v rámci imitačného učenia aj mnoho funkcionárov okolo futbalu preberá tento behaviorálny vzorec správania, pretože zdá sa, že je veľmi efektívny.
Ako ste vnímali celé tie ságy prestupové okolo Haraslína, Erliča, ktoré už na prvý dojem sa zdali byť ako nereálne ciele pre Slovan?
Ja si myslím, že to nebolo celkom na reálnom základe, ale bolo nutné o tom hovoriť a presne to je to, o čom hovorím, že proste bolo nutné o niečom hovoriť, aj keď možno to nebolo celkom realistické. Ale dobre to padlo.
Posilnil to predaj permanentiek a tak ďalej, tak má fanúšik Slovana právo cítiť sa podvedený?
To by som nebral tak intenzívne. V každom prípade bol to istým spôsobom taký marketingový ťah, ktorý sa osvedčil. Hej? Pretože mužstvo, ktoré hrá v Champions League, si zaslúži ten divácky support. A myslím nielen na tých 8 zápasoch, ale aj potom aj v tej priebehu tej domácej ligovej súťaže.
Aby som sa nepýtal tendenčne len proti vedeniu, tak ide vypadnutie s Kajratom aj za trénerským tímom, pretože Marko Tolič to povedal veľmi zaujímavo a za mňa aj trefne, keď po zápase vlastne hodnotil, že toto je bohužiaľ realita Slovana, že v týchto európskych zápasoch a proti súperom ako je Trnava, Dunajská a Žilina sa často spolieha len na to, že rozhodne a prejaví sa nejaká individuálna kvalita niektorého z ofenzívnych hráčov, že týmu chýba väčšia kompaktnosť, organizácia a nedokáže diktovať a určovať tempo. A za to už asi Ivan Kmotrík nemôže.
No, tak ja by som tomuto určite to sedí. Toto je vec realizačného štábu, ale na druhej strane zase, povedzme, v týchto dvoch zápasoch, okrem v Kajrate, bavíme sa o faktoch ihriskových, lebo teraz sa bavíme o športovo-technických veciach. Kajrat doma pred vyše 20 000 ľuďmi si za 7 minút vytvoril 3 výhodné pozície. Šlus, koniec. Zvyšok zápasu bol neutralizovaný ako súper domáci. Dokonca v podčíslení o jedného si dovolím tvrdiť, že Slovan veľmi racionálne realistické. Ale dobre to padlo.
Posilnil to predaj permanentiek a tak ďalej, tak má fanúšik Slovana právo cítiť sa podvedený? Bohužiaľ realita Slovana, že v týchto európskych zápasoch a proti súperom ako je Trnava, Dunajská a Žilina sa často spolieha len na to, že rozhodne a prejaví sa nejaká individuálna kvalita niektorého z ofenzívnych hráčov, že týmu chýba väčšia kompaktnosť, organizácia a nedokáže diktovať a určovať tempo. A za to už asi Ivan Kmotrík nemôže.
Tak ja by som tomuto určite to sedí. Toto je vec realizačného štábu, ale na druhej strane zase, povedzme, v týchto dvoch zápasoch, okrem v Kajrate, bavíme sa o faktoch ihriskových, lebo teraz sa bavíme o športovo-technických veciach. Kajrat doma pred vyše 20 000 ľuďmi si za 7 minút vytvoril 3 výhodné pozície. Šlus, koniec. Zvyšok zápasu bol neutralizovaný ako súper domáci. Dokonca v podčíslení o jedného si dovolím tvrdiť, že Slovan veľmi racionálne neutralizoval tú silu Kajratu a proste nepustil ho k ničomu. Ten zápas bol čistý na 0-0. Remizový zápas.
Ale to nakoniec skončilo 0-1.
0-1, môžeme sa o tom baviť. Ja som to aj v štúdiu rozoberal, že jednoducho vylúčenie Ibrahima z môjho pohľadu bolo trošku prepálené. Možno je to môj subjektívny pohľad ako fanúšika aj Slovanu, lebo to je slovenský klub a ja fandím všetkým slovenským klubom v medzinárodnej súťaži. A mne sa to zdalo veľmi prísne. Možno niektorí rodičia by to tak konali, ale poviem, čo bol problém. Že on mal žltú kartu, v zápäti spravil asi za 10 minút faul a rozhodca to bral tak, že aha, však on má žltú kartu a zase fauloval. Ale jaký to bol faul? To nebol faul na žltú. Zoberme si príklad zo včerajška. Hej? Teles z Univerzity Krajova. Mal žltú kartu a urobil čistý faul, znova ťahanie za dres, hráča, neviem koho, myslím, že to je jedno, proste jedného hráča. A anglický rozhodca, ktorý to nechcel, s citom viedol ten zápas a nechcel vstúpiť, že on bude rozhodovať o tom, že kto bude mať číselnú prevahu, jednoducho nevyťahol tú kartu. Ja netvrdím, že nechcem zastávať Ibrahima, že ten faul nemá robiť, ale jasné, že keď má žltú kartu, musí byť opäť. A to neznamená, že už ten hráč nesmie spraviť žiadny faul v zápase, však futbal je kontaktový šport. Takže to je jeden, by som povedal, rozhodujúci strategický faktor Nie pre ten zápas, ale aj pre ten domáci zápas. Potom vysvetlím prečo. No a druhý faktor, že áno, pri tom penaltovom rozhodnutí, pri tej štandardke, opäť, v zásade situácia bola vyriešená a vtedy došlo k faulu, chytenie za dres, čo je naivné, detinské, infantilné a to profík kvalit Ignatenka by také nemal urobiť, najmä 2 minúty pred koncom zápasu. Hej. Ale zás, dobre, pripustíme, že polka rozhodcov z 10 by to odpískala, polka nie. Ale už to sú dve situácie, ktoré vlastne vstúpili do zápasu. Po číslení hrali 30 minút, plus penálta, nepenálta, bola penálta. V podstate jediná šanca, ktorú mali od 7. do 95. minúty.
No a na to by som nadviazal na slova Marka Toliča, pretože Slovan keby bol nie tak pragmatický od začiatku zápasu a potvrdil tú svoju papierovú kvalitu, ktorú mal, tak nemusel byť závislý od verdiktov rozhodcov.
Ale pripustíme taký faktor, že v určitej skupine hráčov, konkrétne ofenzívnych hráčov, sa nie tak darí, ako je ten manšaft na to zvyknutý. O to horšie je to, že to isté môžeme konštatovať aj v domácom zápase. Hej? Že jednoducho nepodarilo sa im byť efektívni v tej koncovke a keď si zoberieme štatistické čísla, 1 strela na bránu Almaty, 2 strely na bránu na Ternom pole. S týmto jednoducho musíme prijať ten výsledok taký, aký je, aj keď to bolo v penáltovom rozstrele. Pretože keď manšaft chce postúpiť, má túto ambíciu, jednoducho musí urobiť viac preto, z hľadiska efektivity. Takže toto berie, ale ja by som to nerobil tragédiu. Hej, pretože, poviem úprimne, v tejto forme momentálne, akú ponúkol v tom zápase, bolo by oprávnené očakávať, aby ten zápas on urobil také výsledky, aby postúpil do ďalšieho kola. No nie. Futbal nie. A pritom ten súper, samozrejme, že bol hrateľný, aj keď je to kvalitný, ale máme aj rešpekt k tomu súperovi. Ten súper má určitú svoju kvalitu. On hral úplne na hranici svojich možno limitov a manšaft Slovanu, teda tá ofenzívna časť manšaftu, lebo negeneralizujme, defenzíva nepustila skoro do ničoho. Áno, bola tam tyčka po jednej pozičnej chybe a zbytočnej strate lopty, hej? A druhá tam bola, keď celý blok sa stiahol a zauradoval takáč, že chytil gól. Hej. Ale to je všetko za 120 minút. To znamená, že ten zápas bol z tohto pohľadu vyrovnaný s tým, že Kajrat hral na hranici svojich limitov a tá výsledková časť manšaftu, to znamená tá, čo robí výsledok, čo dáva góly, tá hrala nie v optimálnej forme. Toto nie, že pripustíme, to sme videli. To znamená, ale negeneralizujme aj obranných hráčov, pretože také výkony ako Takáč, Kašia, Vajrič, Wimmer. Z hľadiska defenzívy si myslím výborné výkony. Krajný obrancovia Cruz, Blackman, štandardný. Hej. No ale tí hráči, ktorí robia výsledok, ten zápas im nevyšiel. Pripustíme, že im to mohlo nevýsť. Však nie sú to naolejované na kľúč mašiny. Jednoducho, tie veci, ktoré im vyšli v predchádzajúcej edícii, tie zápasy, tam to vyšlo, tu bohužiaľ v tom zápase sa stretli s horšou formou. Pripustíme to, že bola horšia forma a za to budú mať reparát štvrtok a budú hrať proti Young Boys Bern o Európsku ligu, ktorá, keď sa podarí dosiahnuť, ja budem aplaudovať. Lebo to je reálny cieľ pre tento takto konfigurovaný káder mužstva Slovana. Nie je Champions League. To bola súhra priaznivých okolností, dobrá forma, výborný coaching, príprava manšaftu, vyťahnutie to, čo možno ani tam aj za hranicou tých limitov výkonnosti.
Aké šance dávate Slovanu v tejto forme a v tomto rozpoložení v play-off Európskej ligy proti Young Boys Bern?
No to dosť jednoduchá odpoveď. Pokiaľ zopakuje tá útočná zložka tú podobu formy v tom zápase, žiadne. Pokiaľ bude hrať na hranici svojich limitov, tak jak sme zvyknutí, tak je to nutné hrať. má jednoznačne šance.
No, Lani veľmi tesne postúpil cez Midtjylland, ktorý, neviem, že je úplne porovnateľný superom z Young Boys Bern, ale možno áno. A viete si predstaviť, že sa to teraz pretransformuje v priebehu týždňa Slovan z tejto pozície?
Tak ale rátajme aj s tým, že negatívny výsledok môže za istých okolností mobilizovať mužstvo. Aj mentálne. Ten spirit týmu. Keď je tam dobrý spirit. Hej? Keď bude dobre nastavený mančaft. Hej, ja nevidím problém, aby on, však to, my nehovoríme, že ten dvojzápas proti Almaty je niečo štandardné, čo je typické pre Slovan. To bolo jednoducho, sa stretla dobrá forma brániacich hráčov so zlou formou útočiacich hráčov. To sa prenieslo do výsledku, takže bol ten výsledok 0, to znamená 1-0 a prišli penalty. No a penalty opäť sa potvrdilo, že minuloročný najlepší strelec, ktorý pomáhal Slovanu výsledkovo, gólovo a zlyhal. No to ukázal, že je človek. Ukázal, že je futbalista s dušou, ktorá niekedy môže pozitívne a negatívne ovplyvniť ten fyzický výkon.
Vypadnutie z Ligy majstrov znamená aj veľký finančný výpadok pre Slovan. Očakávate teraz v najbližších dňoch a týždňoch odchody tých najlukratívnejších mien?
Nevidím dôvod, prečo by mali odchádzať.
No, Slovan musí živiť ten 25 miliónový rozpočet.
Tak ale ja si nemyslím, že to nepostúpenie do Champions, do kvalifikácií, do play-off Champions League, že je dôvod na to, aby nosní hráči odchádzali. Však Európska liga je veľmi lukratívna súťaž. Áno, tento zápas, je pravda, priniesol veľkú finančnú stratu. Hej? Aj keď sa dostane do Európskej ligy, tá strata tam je. No ale ja sa pýtam, ten mančaft zarobil na seba v predchádzajúcim období? Ja myslím, že áno. To znamená, že my nemyslíme, že ten mančaft za každých okolností musí každý rok zarábať na seba. Môže sa stať, že príde sezóna, ktorá bude istým takou stagnáciou. Je to dosť prirodzený jav.
A to je to, že predchádzajúce 4 roky každý rok prerábal a nie malé čiastky. Každý rok bol v 6,5 miliónovej alebo približne takej strate. A medzi Európskou ligou a konferenčnou ligou, keby aj som postúpil do Európskej ligy, tak zase z finančného hľadiska nie je taký veľký rozdiel.
Tak je tam rozdiel medzi konferenčnou a Európskou ligou, je rozdiel aj v tom, aj v atraktivite súperov. Pretože v Európskej lige môže dostať súperov, ktorí s hladinou atraktivity sa vyrovnajú možno aj Champions League. Takže ja v tom nevidím zásadný problém. Tam je podstatné, aby sa nerobila tragédia z tohto zápasu, aby sa vyvodili, aby sa poučili aj hráči, aj vedenie, aj všetci okolo, ktorí vytvárajú ten produkt a zmobilizovali sa na štvrtok tak, aby sa im podarilo dosiahnuť priaznivý výsledok pred odvetou v Berne.
Tak keď tú otázku pretočím a opýtam sa zo športového hľadiska, tak ktorí hráči Slovana už prerastli Slovenskú ligu a klub samotný a sú pripravení a prospel by im posun do kvalitnejšej súťaže?
Tak hovoril som, že sú tu podľa tých výkonov. Nemôžeme brať jednoznačne, že aktuálny výkon v parciálnom zápase nejakom, čo ja viem, brať ako bernú mincu, že teraz ten hráč je taký. Lebo zoberme si Davida Streľca, ktorý posledné obdobie spĺňa parametre medzinárodné ako hrotový útočník. Martinovič ho prikryl v 2 zápasoch, že jednoducho ťažko sa vymaňoval z toho defenzívneho krytia a navyše mužstvo mu nepomohlo. Koľko dostal reálnych príhrav, ktoré potrebuje hrotový útočník jeho formátu, aby sa vedel realizovať. Neviem, či by som to na jednej ruke spočítal. A to je trošičku aj tímová záležitosť. Že proste typ hráča, ktorý potrebuje sa dostať do určitej pozície, nemôže sa obslúžiť sám. Není to ten typ útočníka.
Aj preto z hľadiska aj potrieb slovenskej reprezentácie prostoru už Davidovi Streľcovi posun späť do kvalitnejšej súťaže.
Tak to každému by, to nielen Streľcovi, to každému ako pomôže taký presun do kvalitnejšej súťaže, do lepších podmienok.
Nepomôže, keď nebude hrávať.
No ale otázka je, aby Však on sa už raz posunul do Talianska a vie, že čo to je, čo znamená ten posun, keď nie je adekvátny. Hej? To znamená, stratil rok a pol zo svojho vývoja a môže možno ďakovať Slovanu, že sa vrátil späť na tú cestu, správny futbalový developing, aby sa dostal tam, že už majú o ňo nejaké záujem aj v zahraničí.
Takže keby ste teraz vy boli jeho manažer, čo by ste mu poradili, že je už pripravený, predsa je skúsenejší, je už pripravený na veľký transfer?
Ja osobne si myslím, že už splňa tie parametre ako hráč, aj keď on, musím povedať aj v tomto zápase, že sa mu nedarilo, nedostával sa do tých situácií, nedostával tie lopty, bol podvyživený prihrávkovo jednoznačne, hej, napriek tomu makal na tom ihrisku. A to je už plus oproti predchádzajúcim obdobiam, keď jednoducho to makanie mu nebolo až také vlastné. A teraz mu to je vlastné. To znamená, to je prvý základný predpoklad, aby vôbec sa o ňom uvažovalo v rámci medzinárodnej konfrontácie. A to, že má kvalitu, to musím presvedčil celú futbalovú verejnosť o tom, to znamená k tomu prirodiť tú individuálnu kvalitu a tým pádom ten jeho výkon má úplne iné zhodnotenie.
Veľa sa tu fantazíruje o veľkom prestúpení na Marcelliho, spomínal sa záujem AC Milano a tak ďalej, ale nie je toto hráč, pri ktorom by malo byť skôr témou nejaké hosťovanie v klube ako Podbrezová Košice, kde by proste mal väčšie herné vyťaženie, väčšiu zodpovednosť a mohol by sa rozvíjať?
To si mi nahodil jednu takú tému, že klub Slovan sa developuje. Podarilo sa mu dostať, etablovať na medzinárodnej scéne, stabilizoval základňu divácku. Myslím si, že ekonomicky je klub zdravý. Ale ešte stále je tam určitá priorita tých ašpirácií v rámci tej klubovej filozofie. Povinnosť hrať čo najvyššiu európsku súťaž, mať úspech a tak ďalej, a tak ďalej. Teraz sa pýtam, vytvára sa potom dostatočný priestor na to, aby v rámci tohto konceptu sa mohlo prihľadať aj na developovanie hráča, na uplatňovanie odchovancov a tak ďalej, a tak ďalej. Má na to Slovan ako klub priestor, čas. Je tak nastavený. Nie som o tom presvedčený, pretože Slovan chce v prvom rade to, čo vlastne aj tom ratingu klubovom dosiahol, však najväčšie čísla urobil pre slovenský klubový futbal. To znamená, že a teraz druhá strana mince. Hráč formátu Marcelliho, jeho veku, jeho, by som povedal, výkonovej ontogenéze, v akom štádiu sa nachádza toho futbalového vývoja, je dobré, že je na lavičke. Otázka. To nie je otázka pre trénera. Tréner musí postaviť najlepších hráčov. Keby bol tak dobrý, že by mohol hrávať, prečo by ho tréner Weiss nepostavil? Proste to nemá logiku. Ano. Keď je na hranici, uniesie to mužstvo. Lebo on má veľmi silné momenty, ale vie sa aj stratiť v zápase. Preto si myslím to, čo si teraz hovoril, ohľadne hosťovania, nájsť klub, ktorý potrebuje, aby mal mladého, dravého útočníka na tú pozíciu, ktorá je mu typická, nájsť taký klub a nechať ho hrať. Aby odohral v slede za sebou aspoň jeden ročník 30 zápasov ligových. A potom si sadnúť a zhodnotiť, kde sa posunú. Ale na lavičke ešte nevyrástol žiaden futbalista.
Mnohí hovoria o Marcellim ako o generačnom talente, ale keď sa pozrieme, tak má posledných 25 zápasov bilanciu 1 gól, 2 asistencie, nedokáže zo základnej zostavy vytlačiť veteránov Weissa a Maka, tak bavíme sa o generačnom talente, alebo tá bublina okolo neho nie úplne zodpovedá reálnemu potenciálu?
Ja som hovoril, že klub na svojej úrovni rozvinul aj marketing a tieto záležitosti a možno, že aj tieto veci sú súčasťou toho.
To ste odpovedali veľmi pekne. A diplomaticky.
Treba niekedy čítať aj medzi riadkami.
Tréner Weiss po ligovom zápase s Podbrezovou vravel, že jeho syn a kapitán mužstva Vlado Weiss je stále A SK to takto. Nevie si predstaviť veľké európske zápasy bez neho. Stále považuje za nosného a nenahraditeľného hráča. Lenže keď som videl túto štatistiku, tak povedzme si aj pri ňom, že on od decembra, keď sa vrátil z dočasného dôchodku, keď to tak poviem, tak odohral 19 zápasov, dal 1 gól, 1 asistenciu, ale nazbieral 6 žltých kariet a 2 červené. Tak je Vlado Weiss ešte stále na ihrisku prínosom pre to mužstvo, alebo už skôr príťažou?
Takto. Malý Vlado Weiss je srdciar. Je podobne temperamentálne založený, jak jeho otec. Hej? A je cítiť z neho, by som povedal, až nadštandardnú klubovú loajalitu. A paradoxne, v určitých situáciách táto lojalita môže pôsobiť frustrujúco. Najmä pri takých parciálnych neúspechoch, parciálnych zlyhaniach. Nevydarená kľúčka, strata lobby, strata šance, nepostúpenie a tak ďalej. To je kopa takýchto malých negatívnych faktorov. A vieme, že pri tom temperamentálnom založení je aj, by som povedal, nižšia frustračná tolerancia, práve spojená s tou emocionalitou. Takže mnohokrát to môže pôsobiť kontraproduktívne z hľadiska takých globálnych záujmov a cieľov klubu.
Bavíme sa tu o tom, že Slovan potrebuje developovať hráčov. Hej. Okrem Marčovia tam je Ofori, Rajang, je tam Mak, ktorý netreba developovať, ale má výborné záblesky, keď dostane priestor. Tak mala by sa zmeniť rola Vlada Weissa v mužstve, aby nebol už ten nosný hráč ofenzívy? Ale možno hráč, ktorý príde na možno 20 minút a dokáže sám zvrátiť ten priebeh zápasu?
Mal isté problémy zdravotné, proste myslím, že za chylovkou a podobné veci. Teraz tak viem, že absolvoval celú prípravu, fyzicky by mal byť pripravený, hej. Možno by bolo treba aj trošičku changeovať to nastavenie globálne, hej, ktoré by trošičku aj eliminovalo tie určité temperamentálne záležitosti, ktoré môžu negatívne interventovať do toho výkonu. Hej. Ale to je vec klubu a realizačného týmu, aby si tieto veci nastavil. Ťažko mne zvonku o tomto hovoriť, lebo ja nepoznám, nie som insider, ja som outsider, ja som vonku z klubu, ja neviem, aké sú tam pravidlá. Takže toto, v každom prípade Vlado Weiss bol kvalitný futbalista, pokiaľ by tie svoje prednosti využíval v prospech mužstva a v konkrétnych zápasoch, tak určite by bol prínos. Ale musí ich ponúknuť na ihrisku.
On má 35 rokov, tréner Weiss sám často hovorí, že už ho neprevychová, tak...
Ja si myslím, že to nie je o veku. Tak si zoberme, Martinovič z Kajratu má 37. A prikrýval defenzívne Davida Strelca a David mal problémy s tým vymaniť sa z toho defenzívneho krytia.
To som spomínal na to správanie.
Koľko má rokov Kašia? 37? 38, pre Boha. A stále tú líderskú pozíciu zvláda. Hej? Vymer tiež nie je najmladší. Hej? Takže to záleží od fyziologických osobitostí toho konkrétneho hráča, že či ten vek intervenuje do jeho výkonu, či z hľadiska fyzického alebo z hľadiska herne taktického. Skôr väčšinou herne taktického je to do plusu, lebo už aj tie skúsenosti hrajú svoju rolu. Ale že by som to bral ako nejaké relevantné kritérium, že OK, to je dosiahne hladinu 33 rokov, 34, 35 už nemôže. Kuco, pokiaľ by ho nezlomilo to vlastné telo, by ho nezradilo, tak dodnes hrá, je platným hráčom. Takže vek nepovažujem za rozhodujúce kritérium. Aj keď je lepšie, keď mám rovnakého hráča vo veku 23-24 a mám 38 ročný alebo 35 ročný. Jasné, že to je výhoda, lebo je tam pred ním kopa sezón a resale faktor tiež hrá svoju rolu.
Ale nepýtal som sa len na tie futbalové vlastnosti, keď si dáte plusy a mínusy, že koľko Vlado ešte, jasné, je líder, burcuje to mužstvo, skúsenosti prináša, na druhej strane behá a bráni, čo nikdy nerobil, na druhej strane v ofenzíve sa už nepresadzuje prakticky vôbec, sú tam tie skraty, červené karty, vylúčenia, aj v kritických situáciách, spomeniem vylúčenie v prvom polčase s Trnavou a tak ďalej, tak či sa dá na ňom ešte stavať ako na nosnom hráču?
Tak toto si musí jednoznačne vyriešiť tréner. Túto otázku si musí tréner vyriešiť bez toho, aby intervenovali tam nejaké familiárne veci. To si musí vyriešiť, čo sa dá obetovať, čo sa nedá obetovať, čo je plus, čo je minus, zvážiť to. A ja si myslím, že aj tréner vás je natoľko racionálny typ, že si to vie efektívne zvážiť.
Aby sme sa predstavili ešte pri Trnave, tak vieme, že Slovane momentálne nevládne optimálna pohoda, ale Trnava vďaka tomu skvelému comebacku včerajšiemu a aj napriek vypadnutiu s rumunským súperom, tak má dôvod na spokojnosť aj na základe toho, že čo to mužstvo ukazuje na začiatku novej éry pod trénerom Šťastným?
No, toto je ľahšia téma, podstatne ľahšia téma, najmä po tom včerajšom výkone Trnavčanov. Musím povedať, že na to, že Mišo Šťastný prišiel pred mesiacom, pred koľko, plus videli sme, že tam prišiel nový športový riaditeľ, videli sme, že odišli dvaja, dá sa povedať, dosť silní hráči, Ofori a Zelkovič. A neviem, odkiaľ Maťo pozbieral tých hráčov, ale že doniesol stopera, že doniesol Kruzinca, neviem to meno vysloviť, ešte ho nemám zafixované, ale to, čo včera predviedol, to je futbalový sen. Chápem, že nepostúpili. Nechcem hodnotiť, tak jak u Slovanu, tak aj Nitra, nechcem hodnotiť, že nepostúpili. To vôbec nie, ale ja som mal strašne dobrý pocit z toho, keď som povedal, pretože tam boli nové elementy. Mišo Gašparík výborne trénoval, tomu svoj perfektne postavil laťku. Čo je dôležité, že Mišo Šťastný na veci pridáva. Možno ešte mi chýbajú niektoré veci, čo sa týka vyprofilovania. Napríklad včera perfektne urobil zmenu. Počtovný záhľad na pravého stopera a toho nového pána do Švédska. Dal do stredu. Fungovalo to. Bolo to prínosom. To, čo má ožili, už z pozície stopera dokázal tie prvky, ktoré keď hral pravého obrancu, dokázal uplatiť. A bol tam nový hráč Škrbo, takisto mne sa veľmi páči. Také typické útočnícke veci, nekopnú loptu zadarmo, hej. Takže mne sa veľmi ten novo sa formujúci mančaft páči, pretože poviem 3 veci. Prvá vec. All for one, one for all. Choreo diváka. Spolu to na ihrisku. Never give up. Športový riaditeľ. Bolo to na ihrisku. A po zápase skončila jedna rozprávka, ale začína druhá. A ja osobne si myslím, že najmä v útočnej fáze sa veľmi zlepšil herný prejav Trnavy, najmä v útočnej zóne, kde schopní sú dlho držať loptu, vyhovieť si. A je isté, že napríklad aj ten nový kreatívny element, ktorý tam prišiel, ten Gruzinec, že bude jednoducho tlačiť na trénera, bude sa tlačiť do základnej zostavy. O tom som presvedčený. A dokonca pokiaľ dokáže zopakovať tie výkony, ten výkon zo včerajška, aj keď to bol len nie celozápasový, ale ako striedajúci hráč, dlho v Trnave nebude. Takže Trnava ukázala spirit, ktorý ju zdobil a bolo to zosúladené s tou diváckou kulisou a proste vytvorili zážitok, aj keď nepostúpili. Ja si myslím, že si zaslúžili standing ovation po zápase.
Trnava sa môže sústrediť už iba na ligu, ktorej úvod zachytila. Slovan čaká dlhá európska jeseň, náročný program, momentálne má svoje problémy. Veríte tejto Trnave, že má na to, aby prerušila nadvládu Slovana v slovenskej lige a že môže získať aj titul?
Ja som presvedčený o tom, že pokiaľ Trnava bude pokračovať v tých výkonoch, ako včera predviedla, ako naznačila už Hekene v tom zápase druhom, kde potom dostali gól pred koncom a nešlo do podrženia, ale hrali dobre. Hej. Ukázali v Rumunsku prvý polčas 0-0, výborne, šance mali, nepremenili, hej. Včera ich premieniali. A keď v tejto línii pôjdu a budú sa na to koncentrovať, som presvedčený, že budú veľmi silným konkurentom Slovana, čo predtým Slovan bol suverénny. A bude to dobré aj pre Slovan, aj pre Slovenskú ligu a samozrejme aj pre Trnavu.
Bude Trnava jediný vyzývateľ z Slovana?
Zatiaľ to tak vyzerá.
Ako by ste dnes favorizovali na zisk titulu?
Ja si myslím, že si to rozdelia, buď Slovan alebo Trnava.
Ako mu dávate 51%?
Ja si myslím, že dôležité bude, ako zvládne, do ktorej súťaže teda pôjdu slovanisti, do tej medzinárodnej, európskej, pretože to uberá sily. A to môže Trnava využiť, alebo by som povedal zneužiť na vytvorenie určitého náskoku bodového a bude musieť Slovan, nebude smieť Slovan zaváhať bodovo. Hej, že urobí si náskok veľký a potom môže 1, 2, 3 zápasy prehrať. Nebude si môcť dovoliť. Pretože si myslím, že keď Trnavčania budú výkonovo konzistentní, to, čo naznačili v týchto niektorých medzinárodných zápasoch a stále väčší interval, skoro celozápasovo, až na to predĺženie, pri tej štandardke taká chybička, tak budú veľmi dobrým a vyrovnaným partnerom pre Slovan a to len prospeje z hľadiska konkurencie slovenskej Nike lige.
Budeme to sledovať a ďakujem za rozhovor.
Nike liga. Iba idiot dá taký názov. Pripečací chorý. Dobre páni, balíme. Stačilo toho tabaku. Snáď sa vidíme.